WEEKDAY, FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Good morning, Houston. Happy Tuesday. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean once again today alongside Seth Payne. Sean picked a pretty good game to go to last night. Good morning, Seth. How are you?
Oh, I forgot he was doing the doubleheader.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, Sean's got a busy. Sean takes a vacation by going to and consuming. That's how you know Sean's doing what he loves in life. His vacation is basically doing the same thing that he does for work. So good job, Sean. Luke, I forgot to ask you yesterday. You're doing the morning show.
Yes.
Which for some people is a struggle if they're not morning people, especially, or even if you are a morning person, it's not your normal routine. How do you do getting up and starting off at 6 a.m.?
Yeah, it's been a little different. It's been good though. I am not a morning person. I way too late. Trying to get better over the years. So got up at by 4:30 each of the last 2 days. Fortunately, I'm the type of person though that like once I'm up.
Yeah.
And I'm good, and I'm not a napper. So I was good. I was surprised. I made it through the whole day yesterday. I had energy. I was up late again last night watching all the games thinking like I should already be in bed by now. Got up again today. I was worried. Day 2 might be different, when you try to do it back-to-back. So anyways.
You just got to make it through 10 a.m. I would say by the marked absence of hatred on the text line, you've been doing a really good job. That's the best way to gauge yourself as a guest host. They're like, all right, how much where are the bastards that are just being jerks no matter what?
Right.
And I feel like I didn't see any yesterday when I just scanned over the text. So that's a really good sign.
All right,
okay?
good.
You're doing great.
We'll see.
My wife said you're doing a good job.
Oh,
She's a
thank
tough
you.
grader. So yeah.
Perfect. Well, yeah, that's all I care. As long as I go over well in the Payne household, you, the wife, as long as you guys are pleased with my performance, then I'm good.
I'm not
Texters be
doing
damned.
so hot, but yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh, I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
Shut up, Brandy. Just shut up.
We'll see.
Joking.
We'll see about that. Yeah, we'll see about that text line. Day 1 was okay, but everything's better in moderation. You can always get in touch with the show, 713-572-4610. Also get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats over the next 4 hours. Actually with you for 4 hours today on a Tuesday as opposed to the typical Mondays. Had that doubleheader of Monday Night Football last night, and we could get more into it later on, but the Bills lose. I continue to wonder, is anybody actually good in this league? Or about Texans as you look around the rest of the league or the AFC?
It does. You're watching that Bills game. It's impossible not to think about, okay, what do we got? 5 or 6 weeks until the Texans play the Bills.
Yeah, true.
And I don't know if Dalton Kincaid's still going to be injured at that point. Probably not. But the Bills' defense is a real issue for them. And like Bijani Robinson was the perfect weapon to use against them because the Bills just were put into such a binder. They can't stop the run, but then Bijani Robinson's a threat as a receiver as well, and it just the Falcons were able to just kind of dictate their terms to the Bills. So I don't know if there's a happy fan base in the NFL right now other than the teams like the Patriots that have surpassed expectations. The Bills they're just like every other really good team or Super Bowl favorite. They've got some flaws, and it's just a matter of what do the Texans look like in a few weeks when they see them.
Yeah, certainly. And the Bills fit that same profile as the Texans of beating up the bad teams on the schedule, losing to the actual good teams they've played. The Bills 0-2 against the actual winning teams they've faced. So if you're a Texans fan, you look, and it's almost like that Spider-Man meme to a certain extent, but you're like, they're kind of like us. We don't have to feel so bad. We're much like one of the AFC favorites.
Everybody looks mortal. Every team out there looks mortal, and none more so than the Tennessee Titans. Because Brian Callahan, this is an update for those of you who are trying to stay off social media like I am. I was updated by Luke Morrow this morning that Brian Callahan was fired because I was rewatching the games from last night and everything, and not really paying attention to the news cycle. But Sean had predicted or suggested that, man, Amy Adams Strunk, the owner of the Titans, who lives in Houston, and obviously whose father was Bud Adams, seems particularly sensitive when her team doesn't do well versus the Texans. Texans destroyed the Titans, and the Titans go on to look abysmal again last week. And now Brian Callahan, the coach, and his father, the offensive line coach, they're both gone. Good move. I don't think you can't keep the dad around after you fire the son, I don't think.
No, and the dad can't stay around either. I know he was like, people are saying maybe he'll become the interim coach. There's no way you could take your son's job. And if that team fires your son, you got to walk out with him too and a sign of solidarity. You can't stick around after they get rid of your kid.
No. That was just there's just too much fun. Even if he was like the best dude in the world, it's just there's too much potential for bad blood there.
Yeah, certainly. By the way, appreciate 936 on the text line keeping me humble. We asked for it, and the bad texts have rolled in. So appreciate you.
Sorry I even said that. Now you're going to be getting all kinds of affection and hatred.
No, it's all good. I love it. Any feedback's good feedback. Let me bring it back up. He said, great, this effing guy again. So, love you, 936. It's all good. All feedback's good feedback. Keep reaching out, letting us know what you think. Now, 713-572-4610. In regards to the Texans, next Monday night against, might sound silly because we are still early enough in the season, and the rest of the league is bad enough right now. No one's going to be running away with it or make you feel real worried about them. But is this kind of like the last opportunity to buy into this Texans team in the sense of if they lose to the Seahawks, not only the 2-4 record, it's not even so much about that. It's the fact that you look at the schedule and it's like, well, I mean, they beat the two worst teams on the schedule. They're 0-4 against the good teams. If you are a good team, eventually you have to beat some other good teams. Like, how many more chances will the Texans get if they lose Monday night for the fans or even certainly like the national media for people to actually buy in?
Yeah, well, a few years ago when the Texans started off really poorly and 1-4 and then ended up going on a 9-game win streak, it was weird. It was a weird. I mean, we had a point at one point during that 9-game win streak where Bill O'Brien had a mini tantrum over the fact that people were just still down on the Texans no matter what. That 9-game win streak had a lot of fluke wins to it, so it's not like the Texans all of a sudden looked like, oh wow, they flipped it around and they've turned into one of the best teams in the league. 2015, I think that was. So yeah, there's an emotional component to it where it's hard to come back from that. I think the biggest difference now is that there's still a lot of true believers in C.J. Stroud, myself included. I think my biggest fear right now would be that C.J. Stroud would become one of these guys like like Baker Mayfield. Things right on the team, you end up abandoning hope for the guy, and then he goes off and gets in the right situation. He plays like an MVP. So I think with C.J., the fan base would still be looking at it as, all right, let's say they start off 2-4, but they start to claw their way back into it. It would be over the course of a few home games, which would be good, but also it's got to come. Like, it just absolutely has to come with the offense starting to click and take hold. So I think that's my biggest greedy desire for a game versus the Seahawks isn't just that the Texans win, it's that they really show something offensively versus the Seahawks defense that I think is a lot better than what a lot of the stats show right now. For one, the Seahawks are really good against the run. Second best defense in the league against the run. So if they can get the run game going and use that to set up the play action and do all those things, especially doing it on the road, I'd feel really good about it. If it's offensive stagnancy again, then we're all left wondering, all right, just how far can a team go in this modern NFL with an awesome defense but not much offense?
Let me ask you this then. What if the offense plays well but they lose the game? Do you still come out of it feeling positive?
I don't know if positive is the right word, but at least that it would feel like progress because you've lost 3 games to 3 good teams without doing anything offensively while playing like one of the worst offenses in the league. And then I would feel like, okay, if they lost 28-21 or something, not enough offensive output for me. Let's say it's a shootout. Let's say it's a shootout, and the defense just has a few botched coverages, lets up some explosive plays, you're going to be more forgiving of the defense. But I would latch onto that, and I would feel like, all right, okay, you're in a hole now. What? 2-4 teams typically have a 9% chance of making the playoffs. Yeah. So it's a tough. Out of 205 teams that have started 2-4 since 1990, 19 have made the playoffs. So fewer than one per year make the playoffs. You got a long slog ahead of you, but the offense performing well would make me feel like they're capable of doing it. If the offense gets shut down and they lose, or even if the Texans win 6-3 or whatever, I'm going to be more pessimistic about a loss where the offense really shows out.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to frame it. And look, you've been in the locker room, so you know what that side of it's like. But I know from a fan, like it feels different when you're 2-4. Going back to that 9% and the odds, feels different when you're 2-4 compared to 3-3 and getting back to 500 at this point. And so, like, I point to the Chiefs, who are in a similar spot, 2-3. Now they were at home, but they played in a primetime game against a good NFC team in the Lions. You lose that game, and now it's like, oh shoot, Mahomes, you're 2-4 to start the year. But they came out, offense looked good, like we were just kind of talking with the Texans, played well, beat the Lions. They're 3-3, and now, as we've been discussing the last 2 days in this wide-open AFC, wide-open NFL, I mean, the Chiefs are one of the teams you're feeling better about right now, or best about. So I just think even like mentally, at least from like that difference of 2-4 or getting back to 500 at 3-3.
Well, and if you look at what the Chiefs are able to do, they're playing a Lions team that was really banged up in the secondary, and they took advantage of it. If you look at what the Jaguars did last week versus the Seahawks had a really banged up secondary, and they did not take it. The Jaguars did not take advantage of it. And Trevor Lawrence missed some opportunities versus some blown coverages. That's like, let's say hypothetically the Seahawks are just as banged up in the secondary this week as they were last week. That's got to be a difference between C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence. You know, like Trevor Lawrence is trying like hell to not live up to his first read quarterback designation that he's got right now. But it still looks clunky for him. Like, he's holding on to the ball, but you just don't feel like he's really seeing it the way other quarterbacks see it. So if C.J. Stroud had those same opportunities, and now that he's in this offense and he's had a few games under his belt, I want to see him be able to take advantage of those things in a way that Trevor Lawrence did, because the Jaguars left some opportunities out there.
Michael on YouTube says, big test for the Texans. If they beat the Seahawks, then we can start thinking really positively. If they lose, it depends on how they lose. If they just got outplayed and beaten in a hostile house, then so be it. If they beat Seattle, then we can really start looking up. So I guess not only, like you were saying, Seth, not only the win or loss, but also, you know, continuing to see that, at least that progress from the offense. On the road, primetime, it is a big spot, right? Primetime game on the road in Seattle against a good team. It's not an easy matchup. So maybe there is a moral fans.
The big test for trying to figure out exactly what the Texans have offensively is that the Seahawks they've got studs all over their defensive line. And, I mean, the sack total, I couldn't even keep track of who had the most sacks in that game, because the Seahawks had 7 sacks. But Nwosu had 1.5 sacks. They must have had a bunch of team sacks. DeMarcus Lawrence had 2 sacks. Leonard Williams only had a half a sack, but he was all over the place. Bunch of tackles for a loss in that game. So the offensive line gets a really, really big test if they've made genuine improvements, particularly Ariante Ursary and Juice Scruggs. Those will be the guys that the Seahawks are spending all week kind of looking at and thinking, okay, how do we attack these guys? How do we take advantage of these guys? Let's see if they can hold up.
Yeah, I think we're both on the same page in the sense of like the two biggest storylines or the two biggest matchups in this game. For the Texans defense, it's matching up with, right now, statistically, the best receiver in the league, Jackson Smith-Njigba. And then on offense for the Texans, as you said, it's that offensive line. And this is where we might get some clarity on this question we've been pondering the last 2 weeks of, is it about the opponents or are the Texans actually getting better? Is this offensive line actually playing well? Because to your point, just to put some stats or some data to what you're talking about, and I know numbers don't always play the best on radio, but bear with me for a moment. The Seahawks are 5th in pressure rate from their defense, but more so, they rush 4 or less on 84% of dropbacks, so they don't have to blitz a whole lot, and yet they generate a 37% pressure rate on those non-blitzing plays, which is also, not only do they get the quarterback, but they can do it without blitzing.
Yeah, that was my biggest takeaway from that game was, man, the Seahawks play big boy defense. Their defensive line just gets it done with 4 guys, and they do a good job. Mike McDonald, the coach, is a defensive-minded dude, and he does a really good job, I think, of confusing quarterbacks. And Trevor Lawrence just kind of – there were times where he took a lot of sacks where they weren't like coverage sacks per se, but it wasn't like – the defensive linemen for the Seahawks were winning immediately and getting right to them all the time. And then when they did dial up blitzes, the blitzes were pretty effective, but they don't do it a whole lot. It just becomes a man-on-man battle between the offensive line and the defensive line. The one, I think it was Leonard Williams had one sack where they double teamed him and he still got they really man it. Oh, the left tackle there, Walker Little, just got destroyed by the Jaguars. He really got worked. Ariante Ursery watching that film is got to be thinking like, all right, I can't be this dude. I can't be this dude because they're already talking about drafting a left tackle in the first round over in Jacksonville right now.
I call these driveway games. People that have heard me here on these airwaves have heard me say that plenty of times. Because I'm the youngest of 3 boys, and we grew up in a basketball family. So, I'd be feeling good about my pickup hoops game in the driveway against my friends, and then my big older brothers would come out and put me in my place. And so I look at this game almost similarly, specifically with the offensive line, as we've already been dissecting. But, the offensive line held up well. Again, the Titans, 2 teams that, well enough at least, that 2 teams that can't get after the quarterback. Now this is kind of that driveway game of almost in a sense, here comes Big Brother, here comes the Seahawks. Let's see how good this offensive line truly is that Nick Caserio and others have been pumping up for a few weeks. This is the big test before we get into that home stretch and these next 2 months. Here's the measuring stick game for this offense.
It's funny. It's when Caserio was on with us last week, he said that pass protection hasn't been an issue, and then he really pointed out a lot of things that I think you put on the quarterbacks and the receivers more so than anything else. But then you go back and you watch DeMeco Ryans in the press conference last week, and he, talking specifically about the offensive line, says they're not where we need to be right now. We've got miscommunications. We have all these things. Going back to last year when Caserio said that it was a false narrative that the offensive line was struggling, Caserio's dead set on defending the offensive line. There are issues other than the offensive line, but the offensive line, you're kidding yourself if you think they're playing at a championship caliber right now. It's particularly the left side of the line. They flat out have to be better. Some of the communication issues are 100%, at least partly a problem with C.J. Stroud, but it's also on the offensive line. It's on the running backs. It's on the tight ends. The pass protection as a whole, the entire operation just has to – they've got to be smoother and less glitchy coming out because the mental errors and the miscommunications are really destroying them.
Good question on the text line. We mentioned the 9% chance if you start 2-4. Someone asked, well, what's the percentage of 3-3 teams? Like, how big is this game for the playoff race? We'll try to get that data for you.
You know what? Ever since the Jaguars blew their 95% chance of winning the division a couple of years ago, I always look at that as like, all right, I'm not going to worry about the percentages too much. The Texans ended up winning that division when they looked like there was not a chance in hell. So I try not to worry about those percentages as much and just look at the actual schedule, the matchups, everything else. But it's good to illustrate, man, you do. It's tough. You're mathematically behind the 8 ball in these situations.
Text line also saying, I still remember what Sam Darnold did to the Texans last year. Different team, different situation, 2 different teams. Texans need to defend the Astros' honor by winning in Seattle, says the text line. And then appreciate you, 505, getting back to our conversation earlier about the text line. He said, I don't know, I like this effing guy, so appreciate you.
Good job, man.
Getting my back. All right, we're off and rolling here on a Tuesday, getting ready for that game with the Seahawks on Monday night. But when we come back, as Seth mentioned, Brian Callahan, first coach fired this year. The Titans looking for a coach once again. Is this actually bad news for the Texans? And what's your worst-case scenario? Who would you like to see least as the next head coach of the Titans? We'll get to that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we're smack dab in the middle of hurricane season. You've got to take care of your trees. You want to be sure you're
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got our first coach fired in the NFL this year. Probably could have guessed it'd come from the Titans with all the dysfunction lately. But if you're a Texans fan, who's the last person you would like to see get hired for that job? Who would actually make you worried elsewhere in the division? Let us know, 713-572-4610 on the text line, in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean today alongside Seth Payne. Seth, I know this news is still kind of recent for you, right? Finding out this morning about the Brian Callahan firing.
Yeah, it's the news that shook the world. They're talking about this in Luxembourg right now.
Yes.
Probably the most predictable. And I wonder with Tennessee, are they going to get to the point now where are they one of those undesirable destinations? And I guess a lot of that probably comes down to how people feel about Cam Ward. I think there's a lot of coaches out there that are going to look at Cam Ward and say, all right, I don't know what the hell's going on between their GM and their head coach and the owner at any given Cam Ward. And if they hire an offensive-minded coach that really wants to see what he can get out of Cam Ward, that's probably the biggest variable. Like the guys are going to be willing to overlook a lot of dysfunction. And flat out, it's not like Brian Callahan. It's not like you look at this situation and say, well, Brian Callahan didn't deserve to get fired. I think that, but even in the manner in which all of it happened, like he supposedly gave up his play calling duties, but it sure felt like he was stripped of his play calling duties. Yep. Going back to when Vrabel was there and the A.J. Brown trade happened and Vrabel looked PO'd about it. So you've been rotating GMs and head coaches, and I just don't know if the feel of what that organization is right now is all that high in terms of anybody that might be a really, really desirable head coach candidate. If they've got a choice between the Titans and other places, I think the Titans are probably low on the totem pole right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's. I don't think it's a great job outside of, like you said, if you just believe in Cam Ward. And then the other fact that we say about all these openings is, there's only 32 of them. So if it's somebody who just wants to be a head coach, it's like, yeah, sure, I'll take a chance. And obviously all these coaches are confident enough they think it's going to be different. But 3 coaches and 3 GMs in the last 4 years in Tennessee. I mean, talk about dysfunction. It's not a good job.
Yeah. It's not a good job. And then I think your question is really good. Who do you not want to see take it? So, like, let's say they clean everything up and whoever they hire gets along great with the GM and everything else. The guy that we've got up close and personal experience with a head coach in the division who had a really good year in Tampa, and now is Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jaguars. Josh Grizzard, the offensive coordinator for the Bucs, is starting to rise up the hot list of potential head coaches, and he was a relative unknown, really, before this year. But that's the guy I might be least that I might least want to see, just because he's an extreme wild card. And if you're talking about getting the absolute best out of Cam Ward, he might just be the guy. Liam Cohen got the ball rolling in Tampa, but Grizzard is getting an MVP caliber performance out of Baker Mayfield right now.
Yeah, I'm in a similar sense that the last person I'd want to see if I were to give like a profile is the young offensive coach to try to get the most out of Cam Ward. Please go hire a defensive coach, because so often these teams do the opposite, and they just hired like the quote-unquote young offensive coach from Brian Callahan, didn't work out, and so oftentimes they then look for the opposite person, just like people coming out of relationships. And so, that would be like a defensive coach. And I know people eventually, like Brian Flores of the Vikings, like, go hire them. Because I think when you have that young quarterback, the most important thing, and I say this knowing that C.J. Stroud's head coach is a defensive head coach here in Houston, but I think the most important thing for the young quarterback is an offensive coach to work alongside instead of that sometimes old-school defensive coach who just wants to run the football, punt the ball, doesn't really develop the young quarterback. So please, if you're the Titans, go hire some sort of defensive coach. The last thing I want is like maybe a Joe Brady or a Clint Kubiak, even as coaches, but at least they have that offensive background that could work well at the quarterback.
I'm glad you brought up Clint Kubiak. He was actually one of the guys I was going to mention, and very relevant because he's the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks right now. And Sam Darnold playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And when you watch the Seahawks, man, there's a whole lot of elements of where you could say, oh, Yeah, that makes sense that that's Gary Kubiak's kid. They use the play action really effectively. They use these. There was a boot throwback to a tight end for a huge gain that looked like it might as well have been Matt Schaub and Owen Daniels in the game last week versus the Jaguars. And I wonder how people would feel about that. You got a Kubiak in the division. It's Clint. He was here when sports radio and sports media was all over Gary. You know, Clint was probably in high school at the time or something. Had to hear people maligning his father. He might have it in. He might have it in not just for the city, not just for the Texans, but actual sports media and radio hosts and the fan base in this town because they saw his dad. He saw his dad get fired when he was in his formative years.
That's right, the drama. And by the way, too, I think Gary.
How old he is?
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. So. And Gary, I think, would come along with him as some sort of advisor because when Clint was in Minnesota before moving around the last couple of years, Gary came out of quote unquote retirement to come help his son. So then you have that whole thing intertwined, and also just the help. Like Clint's never been a head coach, obviously, but boy, that's a pretty good resource to have in your father helping you out in Gary.
Clint when Gary got hired here, so Clint didn't have to go up and hear sports radio or read the papers in the morning or anything when he was in high school. By the time the Gary Kubiak was by the time of his ultimate season there when everything fell apart in 2013.
I know Gary's from this area as well, but Clint was also, I didn't know Clint was born in Houston while Gary was in the NFL playing for the Broncos. So I guess he always kept that home base here.
Yeah,
and then Clint was born. So that would be fascinating. I don't know if he'd be a good head coach, Clint, because obviously we just haven't seen it. But he comes from that good bloodline, and he's that young offensive coach. People mention Mike McCarthy. Honestly, hire Mike McCarthy. I'm not worried about Mike McCarthy.
Please do.
Yeah,
Mike McCarthy,
right?
where he can just go in and collect a paycheck again. Yes. Hire Mike McCarthy by all means. Please.
Yahoo Sports put out an article of potential names. So McCarthy's on that list. We mentioned him. Joe Brady.
The one thing I would say about McCarthy, though, I would worry. He's really good at getting to the playoffs. He just can't do anything in the playoffs. So that for a guy being in the division, I actually maybe I don't. If he does the old hey, I'm going to win the division or we'll be good in the regular season, that doesn't help us out much at all. So I would rather have him go foul in the playoffs in another division than the AFC South. If he can play well during the regular season, that makes it tougher for the Texans.
Who would you least want to see as head coach of the Titans? Because this division, maybe this is just a one-off, but right now the division's looking a lot tougher outside of Houston here. And now if the Titans actually do figure this out, you're talking being competitive. Yeah, somebody said Cliff Kubiak on the text line. What about Cliff Kingsbury? Would that concern you?
It would concern me in that, look, Kyler Murray looks like he might be on his way out in Arizona, so do you blame Cliff Kingsbury for him never developing? It might just be that Kyler Murray's just not the guy. I think that the thing about Kingsbury as a head coach is that I just don't know if he has the psychotic control freak gene in him that's necessary to be a really good NFL head coach. The entire organization when he was in Arizona just never had the reputation of really being all that dialed in. I think he's in his perfect role as an offensive coordinator. I think that having a head coach above him that can do all the head coach things, well, he just uses his mind to scheme up an offense is probably best for him. So I don't want to sit here and act like, it's no big deal if he gets hired by the Titans. I think he'd probably end up, potentially giving them a much better offense. I wouldn't worry about him long term as a head coach. I think he needs to be an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I'm with you there. We've seen as a head coach.
So I guess I should say, then I want them to hire.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I want them to hire Cliff Kingsbury, yes.
Yeah, we saw it both in college and the NFL as a head coach. By the time you got towards November, his teams just started fading, and maybe the rest of the conference of the league figured him out. Yeah, other names have been mentioned, like Robert Saleh, same idea. Hire the defensive coach. Saleh didn't work out, maybe for a number of reasons, but didn't work out already as a head coach. Hire Brian Flores, hire the old guy Mike McCarthy if you want. People mentioned John Gruden. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
But I wouldn't be worried. Go hire him. Make the division more interesting.
He's been out of it for so long now. I feel like the first 2 years would be him trying to establish that you can still do it like you did in 2012 or whatever. And John Gruden scares me though, because it's I don't know. Maybe I'm too like it's the collective media presence that he's had, where he's built up this myth of John Gruden that's different than what he is as an actual coach. That there is a part of me that's like, I don't know if I want to see John Gruden twice a year or not. I don't know. There's just still that chance that he figures it all out. And the thing about Gruden is that Gruden, the guy that you see on the QB, what did he call it? What was the Gruden's QB camp?
Yeah.
That's 100% the opposite of what the guys who played quarterback for him said he was like. His reputation when he was a coach was that he always hated his current quarterback, and as soon as he moved on to a different quarterback, he would talk gushingly about the previous quarterback that he had actually hated at the time. That it's really hard to play for John Gruden, and maybe he's softened a little bit with age, but I don't think he'd be the best thing for Cam Ward necessarily. So as much as I kind of just tighten up a little bit when I hear his name, I would prefer. I'd be cool with the Titans hiring him. I think it would end up being a beautiful disaster.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be fun. I think he would have success. So hire him and take a shot. And I do think you touched on something there about the media. Like, you ever want another coaching job? Get into the media. And it just, I don't know if it's the relationships or people get to see your personality, but it always balloons these people's profiles. And it's like, Bill Cowher, who was at least a good coach, Groot, and all these guys. Urban Meyer goes into the media, comes back. We got to hire this guy after seeing him on your TV set all weekend.
These owners are human beings, and as much as you like to think that it's all scientific and analytical these days and everything, there is just as subject to being bombarded with positive PR as we are. And and also I'll tell you what, even I've seen. We hired a defensive coordinator when I was in Jacksonville once, Gary Moeller, who was not qualified for the job at all. Awesome college coach and everything, but he didn't understand the NFL. And I'm still convinced to this day that basically what he did was he gave Tom Coughlin a really good pep talk about playing physical football and hard-nosed football and everything, and Coughlin loved it. Like, Coughlin just loved the way, because Gary Moeller was an awesome pep talk giver and everything, and I think that's what it did. Like, so Coughlin, who you'd like to think is just divorced from emotion and everything, I think he bit hard on Gary Moeller being just the gritty old football coach that was going to teach us how to be tough. And he didn't. I was just as soft as I ever was.
Yeah, he's like he was a used car salesman. He fooled Coughlin.
He was the real deal. I mean, he wasn't lying or shady or anything like that. He was the real deal when he was talking with emotion. He just didn't know anything about NFL football.
Right.
Like, we would have to formations he was seeing were.
Oh, wow.
And or the rule book at times.
Oh, man.
He'd been a lifelong college coach. He was in the NFL as a linebackers coach for like a year or two. Then all of a sudden he's a defensive coordinator to the NFL, and at that time he did not understand NFL football. It was bad.
Sounds like some sort of skit, like Key and Peele or something, of like an old football coach trying to coach up the team and the players correcting him on what the rules are.
It was like a muted version of Ted Lasso.
Yeah,
he might as well have been an English football coach.
Yeah, right. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. You can let us know who would you like to see least as the next head coach of the Titans. Coming up, though, it's time for headlines, and boy, what a night in sports. We'll break it all down next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, when you're watching those games that Luke was talking about, be sure.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Morrow. In for Sean alongside Seth Payne as we go around the sports world with some of the big stories today. What a sports night last night. You had a doubleheader of Monday Night Football, random doubleheader, and then you also had the two championship series in baseball. Let's start with the football. You get the Caleb Williams comeback for the Bears in the fourth quarter on the road, but I think certainly the biggest story is the Bills losing. And I referenced the stat yesterday. The Bills, their victories this year have come against teams a combined 3-21, which is hard to even fathom. Now 0-2 against winning teams. You could say the same about the Lions. Lions have lost to the only winning teams they've faced. You know, even like the Eagles started 4-0. Now they've lost the last two to, a couple of decent teams. So it's just the Bills are the latest ones to fall into this category of, like, is anybody good? Can we trust anyone right now?
Right, yeah, the Colts. Colts have one win versus a quality opponent, but you're not even sure what the Broncos are at this point, and they got a little lucky in that victory. So it feels like you're kind of being invited to the haters' ball when your team is 2-3 and you're trying to poke holes in the teams with winning records. But I feel like it's valid this year that you just there's so many chinks in the armor of all of these teams. I think the Lions are still the team that you can point to injuries, at least in their secondary, and playing on the road in Kansas City as one of the big reasons that they lost to what is probably a good Chiefs team yet again. It's BS, but they are. Biggest of Bills right now is I don't know what the answers are for their defense.
Yep.
And this has been the thing that's kept them from advancing in the playoffs year after year, is that they just don't have as good a defense as you would expect from a defensive-minded coach. And they've got some injuries you can point to, but especially by the end of that game, they were really banged up on defense. But I don't know how much better that's going to get. They just don't. The stat that Orlovsky cited on the broadcast that shocked me was the average. I think there's 3.4 yards per carry before contact on average. Yeah. So teams are just running past the line of scrimmage with reckless abandon. Just like it's an easy path to 3.4 yards, and then the football play begins.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, honestly, I know he's won a lot of games, but I've always wondered how Sean McDermott has stayed there in that role so long, because I think everyone has a ceiling, and he's shown that there is a ceiling. Like, I don't think he can lead them to a Super Bowl. We've seen that with these playoff blunders, and then, they fired Leslie Frazier. They blamed him for the 13-second in the defense. Now McDermott's he's the defensive coach. The defense isn't very good. It's just like slowly one thing after another each year, and I just wonder, eventually, like, stop settling. Go out and find that guy that could take the team to the next level.
You take the Broncos. When the Broncos had John Fox as their head coach, he got fired the year after going to an AFC championship game, and largely because, hey, this is a defensive-minded head coach that's just not going to get us to the promised land. We got to do something different. Yeah,
I felt the same way about the Bills, and now, as you said, the defense has become a problem. So it's like Office Space with the Bobs. Like, so what do you do around here? Like, you're the defensive guy. The defense has gotten worse. You're lucky to, what are you bringing to the table?
Right, yeah. I think that feels like a situation where one little nudge from Josh Allen would get Sean McDermott fired.
Oh, I think
but
so.
Josh Allen doesn't want to be that guy, I'm guessing. And it's always dicey when you're the quarterback trying to get a head coach fired. But yeah, you'd think it would reach a tipping point or something, but there's a lot of football to be played still, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. And he has won a lot of games. I'll give him that, obviously. They're in the playoffs every year. I mean, bad division, but still. Eventually, though, I think he shows his limitations. So that was the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Like I said, the Bears, Sean was in attendance. Bears beat the Commanders in D.C. in a fun game in that one last night. And
and we've got Ross Tucker coming up next. He was at the Commanders game doing the color commentary.
Yeah, so we'll talk with him at the top of the hour. In Major League Baseball in the postseason, you had the Mariners have really busted out the bats. They won last night 10-3 against the Blue Jays. It was 3-0, 3 batters in for the Mariners. They're up 2-0, so if you're an Astros fan, that might cause you some pain here on this Tuesday morning. But honestly, to me, the bigger story, the Dodgers-Brewers game was wild. We had this craziest double play I've ever seen on a fly ball to center field. We had the Brewers leave the bases loaded in the ninth as they lost by 1. A great game, but the drama now today, the second guessing is the pitch in that final at-bat to Turang for the Brewers where he jumped out of the way or threw his hips back to avoid like a backdoor breaking ball coming at his back knee or a slider, and if he just let the ball hit him with the bases loaded, you tie up the game.
What a coward. That's what I would say.
Yeah,
That's what I'd be saying this morning. Coward! Just take what are you not taking one? I wonder if he consciously had that thought, and yet you just obviously your reflex takes over. You've spent a lifetime trying not to get hit by pitches, but in that moment, he wasn't expecting it. Obviously, it's not like you can go out and plan for it. But yeah, just take one for the team, bro.
I know. He ended up then striking out in the next pitch on a pitch like way out of the strike zone. So it was just salty.
Should have leapt for it. Yeah. He should have just was it an outside pitch? He could have dove across the plate. Dove across the plate trying to get hit.
Yeah, it was like up and away. Yeah, right. Throw himself in front of it. The second chance. Dodgers Brewers play tonight. Mariners Blue Jays are off for travel. They play tomorrow, but the Mariners up 2-0. And the Rockets, apparently, not only the big news was the Dunkstronaut uniforms coming back, but the Dallas Mavericks owner saying that the Rockets and the Mavericks are going to play a preseason game in China next year. So there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah. I woke up Friday morning. I didn't know there was preseason games in China. There was an NBA game at 7 a.m. I thought, what is going on here? And I guess they were playing in China.
Mending the fences with China after I haven't really kept up with how all of that has gone ever since China boycotted the NBA. And the Rockets always had one of the best relationships with China. I like this. I hope we get a LeBron James type statement about how their lives are in danger while they're traveling over there in Asia, the way LeBron did a couple years ago. Putting their lives on the line, man.
Yeah.
Putting their lives on the line.
That's right. Daryl somewhere. Last thing real quick, the Bucks signed Giannis's brother. So now they have 3 brothers on the roster. First time a team's ever done that. To me, it's nauseating. Enough of that. His brothers aren't good enough. Stop with this nepotism of putting these guys on the roster. Get out of here. Just so Giannis is more comfortable, I guess. Those are some of the headlines. A lot going on in the sports world here on this Tuesday. When we come back, we'll catch up with Ross Tucker, who, as Seth mentioned, was at that game last night, the Bears and the Commanders. We'll talk all things NFL with Ross. Next, it's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, the season started, and the drive to the playoffs is
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast here on this Tuesday. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. But you know what? We might as well hear from somebody who is typically on this show, who was at the Bears-Commanders game last night. No, not Sean, but actually Ross Tucker. On the line right now is our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, good morning. You were at that Bears-Commanders game last night. I do have to ask, just really for the brand, I mean, how was the press box?
Ooh, Luke, good to talk with you. That is I was told at a very young age, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I will let a picture, or in this case, a video, speak 1,000 words. If you check out my social media, at Ross Tucker NFL, I definitely posted it on Twitter or X or whatever, as well as on my Instagram story. I think it's fair to say that the Commanders won't be in the top 5 or the top 10 or the top 20 of my rankings anytime soon. I will say this, though, and you guys will appreciate this. I posted a video without any comment. You know, evidently the hot dogs and pizza rolls come out at halftime, but they had the trays out there empty. And then the mac and cheese, they ran out, so they were making more. So we had some type of cauliflower dish and some sliced turkey.
Oh.
It has not changed that much since the Daniel Snyder era. That
like a
said, I posted that video. Next thing I know, right before halftime, the Commanders stopped by the booth with a whole platter of sushi. I got to tell you guys, I feel like a food critic who, like, when he goes to a restaurant, you know, they go out of their way I go to Houston, and Omar and the great people there are sending me the menu a day or two in advance so I can plan my meals. I don't know how popular these videos are, but I will say, being the world's foremost expert on press box food definitely has its privileges.
Oh, it's a benefit of being a hot girl influencer like you are, man. You're just one of these hot chicks out there reviewing things, getting free clothing sent their way. Did you happen to see Sean Pendergast last night?
No, we tried to connect. He talked a big game, like he knew all these people and was going to be in the owner's suite, or is he meeting up with some guy? Next thing I know, he's like, yeah, I'm just hanging out in the sports book. I'm like, well, how does that help me? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? So, no, we tried, but I thought Sean, you know, he made it sound like he would have access to the areas where I was, but he is an everyman, I suppose.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. Ross, we were talking earlier this morning about potential replacements for Brian Callahan in Tennessee and who we wouldn't want to see necessarily. And you were at that game last night, Commanders game, where Cliff Kingsbury is the offensive coordinator. What do you think about Cliff King's coaching opportunity?
Well, I think he's done a nice job with Jaden Daniels. I think he actually is much better with the run game stuff than I thought. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I mean, I wasn't overly impressed with what he did at Texas Tech. You know, I know it's just one thing, but the fact that he didn't really win at Texas Tech with Patrick Mahomes is like mind-boggling. He kind of ran Baker Mayfield out of there. And then there was just some concerning things that you heard about from his time in Arizona, in terms of, I would say, some of the same issues that you see with Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins. Player accountability. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. Not every guy that's great at designing plays or offensive schemes is also a great leader of men. I don't really know Cliff well enough to speak to that, but there were certainly some things that came out during his time in Arizona that were concerning. And so I don't know. I mean, it's always a little bit interesting when players enjoy playing for a guy that much. That makes sense.
No, Ross.
It's like, oh, this guy's the best. We can do whatever we want. This guy's amazing. Get a substitute teacher. Okay, that's good for a day, but maybe not for your kid for the whole year.
No, Ross, you probably heard the exact same things I did, but from different people, especially the veteran players, that when guys who have been on teams that are really disciplined and well run, and all of a sudden they're in an environment like that, they look around and they're like, this is not the way an NFL team is supposed to operate. And I'm glad you brought up the Dolphins, because with Tua, for one, Tua goes off and basically airs the dirty laundry of God knows why, which is emblematic of how there's issues with like the way things are run in Miami. Ironically, were you ever in a situation in your time in the NFL where you're just like, man, this just is not run the way it's supposed to be run?
Oh yeah. Well, first of all, the thing that's crazy about Tua is, every team has, or at least should have, player-led meetings, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of times it's Friday. It used to be Friday, like during lunch or after practice. We would sit there and we would just go over stuff, just the players only, and the coaches loved it, obviously. And it was just us making sure we were all on the same page and we were all in rhythm, if you will. And so Tua coming out and saying that guys aren't showing up for it or guys are late for it, that's like a self-own. That's like saying, hey, these guys don't respect me enough that when I say we're going to have a meeting that they all show up and they're there on time. That's a really bad red flag for Tua, although in fairness, that's what I've been told is the culture down there in Miami under Mike McDaniel, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're not having success. It's funny because it feels like when coaches are like that, it feels like they have initial success, but then it's fleeting. It's like the players like them, the players play hard for them, and they like it, but then over time, it's like the attention to detail it's too important. And then when guys are showing up late, guys aren't showing up at all, it starts to really, really, eat away at the details that we all know are so important and the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, it's like, having the babysitter or your grandparents watch you for the weekend. Like, it's fun for a while, but eventually you do want your parents to come back and have maybe some structure in your life. As we talk with Odyssey.
I'd like to have somebody that doesn't fall asleep while they're driving me to school, yeah.
We'll get more into that later on. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joining us. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. You can find Ross on Twitter and check out the Ross Tucker podcast. Ross, so you were at that game last night. Like, look, the Commanders, they were a win away from the Super Bowl. Now I think your story last night, though, even more so, was the Bills and their loss. They're 0-2 against winning teams this year. They've beat up on a lot of bad teams. We've been talking this almost to death the last 2 days, but when you look around the NFL, I mean, how many teams do you feel comfortable trusting right now, or how many teams do you think are actually good teams in the NFL right now?
Well, that's good timing. As Seth knows, even though I probably slept maybe 4 hours last night, I already recorded the Ross Tucker football podcast this morning where I do my power rankings. And let me ask this. if you guys had to guess, who's the number one team in my power rankings this morning?
Oh, okay. It sounds like you probably knocked down the Lions, so I'm not going to guess the Lions. It's something that might be a little bit of a surprise, and I'm going to be really annoyed because I'm guessing that did you put the Colts at number one?
Your Indianapolis Colts.
You son of a bitch.
Number one.
Who have they beat, Ross?
Well, what's crazy about it is, listen, I take these seriously, and I don't want to look like an idiot, but who else would you put there? Number one. Number two, I'm trying to think, they have, out of their 5 wins, 4 of them, I think, have been just total blowouts.
Yeah.
Where they've just destroyed. No, I take that back. But then even when they had to, gut check, Daniel Jones led them down the field. Their only loss was at the Rams, where A.D. Mitchell cost them 2 touchdowns, including dropping the ball at the 1-yard line. I mean, at this point, it's a large enough sample size where we are more than a third of the way through the year that I have to go by what I'm seeing this year. And what I'm seeing this year is that the Colts are really good. Now, they might not be the best team, but I think they deserve to be there. Number one, the Ross Tucker Podcast Power Rankings.
I'm looking at your power rankings from last week. That's how I knew that you had the Lions at number one. What did you do with the Eagles that you had at number 3?
Eagles and Bills are both at like 8 and 9 now, which is stunning because they were pretty clearly the top 2 for the first 4 weeks. They were pretty clearly both undefeated. And here comes the Eagles-Bills Super Bowl. And now they both lost back-to-back games. And the more recent loss is even more concerning than the first one for both of them. They're both kind of reeling a little bit.
Yeah, they are. Speaking of buy-in, as we talk with Ross Tucker, for Sam Darnold last year, what we saw in Minnesota, I thought it was like, Kevin O'Connell. But now he's doing it in Seattle, and obviously the Texans' next opponent are those Seahawks and Sam Darnold on Monday Night Football. Where are you on Sam Darnold and the Seahawks offense? I mean, should we be giving him even more credit now that he's doing this in second team after what we saw last year?
Yes, for sure. I had a healthy skepticism about whether or not he'd be able to pull that off. I think a lot of other people probably did as well. He's playing at a really high level. And, they have a bunch of D linemen, Nwosu, Byron Murphy, DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams. The Seahawks, I don't know if they're top 5 in my power rankings. I can't remember, but they're ahead of the Bills and the Eagles. The Seahawks are a really, really good team. I'm thoroughly impressed with what I've seen from them. They feel like a team that could easily win that division and certainly be in the mix until the very end, maybe even go on a playoff run. I mean, they are looking that good right now. This Smith and Jigba has taken his game to a totally different level. That's going to be an awesome game. And in fact, the Monday night games are incredible. Bucks, Lions, and Texans, Seahawks. That's fun.
Yeah, this Jackson Smith and Jigba, watching him closely for the first time this year, last week versus the Jaguars. I mean, he's nasty, man. And I know people were wondering, okay, what do you do with two slot receivers on the team after they signed Cooper Kupp? They moved him outside, and he's putting dudes into a blender in the backfield, and that's going to be a fun battle. The big thing here, Ross, is that Derek Stingley's been dealing with this injury since week 1, really. And hasn't quite been himself. This is one of the reasons I'm grateful that the bye week was when it was, because Derek Stingley getting 100% healthy, I think, is really important as they face this stretch of some potentially really tough games.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a difference-making player, and if he can slow down Smith and Jigba, that would be gigantic for the Texans, because Smith and Jigba, the offense runs through him. You think of them as a running offense, but it's really been running through Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, he's been statistically the number one receiver. I asked Seth this earlier. I'll ask you too, Ross, because I mean, obviously both you guys played in the league. It might be different from the player perspective being in that locker room, but and I don't want to be negative, but say the Texans do lose on Monday night against Seattle and they fall to 2-4, and then you look at kind of like we were talking about with the Bills and some of these other teams where for the Texans they would have yet to beat a good team. My question in all this lead up is, like at what point do you lose the opportunity of buy-in? If the Texans lose on Monday, can we still buy into a team that at this point has lost to 4 good teams, has only beaten 2 bad teams, or even for the Bills, any of those teams? Is there a point where you have to check out on a team even this early in the season?
I don't think so, just because it is this early in the season. And the reality is, the teams that typically have success, it feels like are the teams that are playing well in November and December. And even if they're 2-4, nobody really cares if they go 9-2 down the stretch and they finish 11-6. I still think there's no shame in the Texans losing at Seattle Monday night. There is shame in some of the losses they had earlier in the year. But there's no shame in losing at Seattle. But the issue is then they got to get going because of what we said about the Colts. Then they're a full 3 games behind. Now, thankfully, they get to play the Colts a couple of times, which is helpful, but you can't fall that far behind.
Certainly. He's Ross Tucker. Find him on Twitter at Ross Tucker NFL. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and he's our Odyssey insider as well. Ross, we'll let you go get some rest. Appreciate you giving us the time again.
Sounds great. See you guys.
Take care. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Appreciate the time from Ross. Called that game last night, the later game on Monday Night Football with the great Kevin Harlan. Got up early with us here this morning to talk some football. Appreciate it.
Ross actually does a great job on very little sleep. I think he actually kind of just goes into that subconscious mode and ends up being really smooth. The danger in that is when you convince yourself that, I can do great on 4 hours of sleep every night. That's all I need to do is just cut out this stupid, useless 2 or 3 or 4 extra hours of sleep. Yeah, that falls apart real quick.
Yeah, it's like the kid who passes a test without studying and then thinks I don't need to study anymore. I could just show up and pass all the.
The dangerous thing with that is with football players is sometimes they might drink a few too many on a couple nights before a game. Like in college, it would be like on a Thursday night, and they think, that's the key. Look at that. I just got to loosen up a little bit. Yeah. Man, that spirals downhill. I remember back in the day talking to so many guys who were like who were having disappointing pro careers, and maybe they had just come over from NFL Europe, and they were there during training camp, and always that story, or not always, but sometimes that story, I realized in college that I just got to go and tie one on a couple nights before the game, and then I'm good. And I'm like, yeah, so is it? You've just gotten back from your 3rd stint in Munich. I don't know if it's working out for you, man. Yeah. I don't know, and especially NFL Europe was the worst place for those guys because they're the culture is beer at halftime. Just be careful with that. Don't lull yourself into thinking that that's the key to victory.
That's what we always used to say in college basketball. I had a brother who played college basketball, but by the end of his career, he was D1, D2, and then D3, and we'd see this 7-footer in warm-ups on the other team, and be like, "What is he doing here?" And we always say that, there's a reason why he's here. And not at a higher level. He went from Division 1 to Division 2 to Division 3? My brother did,
in one college career?
Yeah, well, actually D2 to D1, then D3, yeah.
Okay.
My brother, right. Yeah. He was in all 3 levels, yeah.
Did he have a good time? Was that his problem?
No, honestly, the story is he went to Bryant University in Rhode Island, and they were originally Division 2, Division 1 while he was there. But he wasn't, he was recruited as a D2 player. He wasn't a D1 player. So he's like, I got to go. And then at that point, when you were transferring, and this was 20 years ago, this was before the transfer portal and everything, so it was different. So then when you're trying to transfer, then, he didn't have as many opportunities anymore, so he had to settle for D3. And then at that point just chose, I'm just going to choose a good business school because I'm not going to play beyond college. So let me go get a good education.
Yeah.
And so, that's how it worked out, all 3 levels. I don't know how many people have done that.
Is life miserable for him as a 7-footer? Like once you're out of athletics.
Oh well, no, he wasn't 7 feet. No, we used to say that.
Okay.
We used to say that we would see people on the other team like during warm-ups and be like, "What is this?
Yeah, like
7
what are
foot?
those guys doing?
Yeah,
there?
what are they doing at this level?" No, my brother was always undersized. He was only 6'4", but played.
Oh, okay.
You know, he
all
played
right.
in the
short
post.
dude.
Yeah. So he had to go up against those 7-footers at 6'4". Yeah, but you'd be like, oh, yeah, there's a reation why this guy's playing D2 or D3 with this size, because whatever. He's not good enough or he doesn't take it serious enough.
Yeah, that is that's a weird scenario where you see a 7-footer, but you know that it's because, like, all right, if you're 7 foot tall and you're not playing at a high level, then there's definitely a deficiency somewhere, and you see it as an opportunity instead of something to be intimidated by.
Yeah, you have no excuse at that point. Appreciate the time from Ross. To your point, by the way, too, there's something about when you're short on sleep, and maybe I'm speaking from experience the last 2 days, but you almost get like a little punch drunk. I feel like it could give you more energy sometimes.
No, yeah, you get like an endorphin. It's the same thing that happens after you have children. When you have an infant, you just you get used to running on fumes. And but at some point you have a little bit of a meltdown.
Oh, of course.
You might cry in a dark closet for 2 hours or something in the morning, wondering how the hell you're gonna raise a child. But then you get over it. Over it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
I've heard. Yeah,
you've heard. Yeah, it's like a bender. It's fun for a while. Eventually, it's gonna.
Don't worry,
catch
honey.
up to you.
I'm your rock, honey. Yes, I'll take care of it. What am I doing?
Yeah.
You might find yourself browsing tickets to Mexico, but it's all good. It's all good.
I hope one day, if I ever step foot in your home, I'll get to see the crying closet that you had to use.
The crying closet.
Yeah.
The punching wall. Yeah,
Right.
Whatever it is. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, appreciate the time from Ross. Shifting gears a little bit, but staying with the Texans here. Pro Football Focus put out this list of potential trade pieces because I don't know where you are, Seth, but there's this idea of the trade deadline is going to get wild this year in the NFL. I think Adam Schefter said he expects at least one trade every week till the trade deadline. I think it might be the opposite, honestly. Actually, you mentioned this yesterday. I think it's a good point because of the parity around the league that teams might want to hold on to their guys because everyone has a chance. But nonetheless, Pro Football Focus put out this article of potential trade targets, and they listed the Texans for 4 guys. And I want to see what you think about these 4 potential options. Maybe not even necessarily the player, but targeting these positions. And the first one, which has been brought up before, but it's Breece Hall, the running back for the Jets. Does Breece Hall just the idea of potentially getting a running back?
I think Breece Hall does, and it's not as a slight to Nick Chubb or certainly not to Woody Marks, but depending on what Joe Mixon's situation is, and I don't know if there's a person in Houston that's optimistic about Joe Mixon right now. I get nervous about the prospect of having to rely on Nick Chubb for an entire season. And I think he's continuing to still get better and better physically after that devastating knee injury. But even if he'd never been injured at all, but let's say he was an aging running back who wasn't used as much as he used to be, if he gets injured, you're stuck without an every down type of back, with a big body guy that classically look as a first and second down guy. And Woody Marks can fill that role to a certain degree. But I'd love to add somebody to the mix who's a genuine threat. And if it's a 3 running back by committee, and how do you make that work? Fine, I'll take on that problem right now. I'm all for adding any kind of a threat at running back, and he's probably a little bit more on the Woody Marks side than on the Nick Chubb side as far as body type and everything. But you could patch together some pretty cool stuff if you had, let's say, Nick Chubb got injured or just needed limited carries with Woody Marks and Breece Hall, who's got more veteran experience, obviously, than Woody Marks. That is very intriguing to me, and I wonder as they start to figure out exactly what they're going to do with Joe Mixon if we start running back.
I do love Breece Hall, and I do like the idea of adding a running back and a veteran running back. I saw on the numbers last night where the Texans are actually the worst rushing team, inside the 10-yard line, so I think they could use some help on this offense with a running back down around there. Here was Xavier Hutchinson on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams talking about these rumors of Breece Hall potentially being a trade target for the Texans.
The more the merrier, right?
Have you talked to Breece Hall
still?
I've talked to him, here and there, of course.
Okay.
When you get to the season, you get a little busy, so you can only really chit chat for just a little bit. But I mean, whatever happens with Brees' situation happens. If it does happen, I'm gonna be ecstatic for him.
Why would it be a
if
good
it doesn't,
fit
I'll
for
still
him?
be happy.
Why is there room for him on another Iowa State guy in this roster? You guys played together, I believe, 2021.
Yeah, I think Brees is just a dog. There's no other way to really explain it. So the more that you can add just dogs on the team, you're going to be better, right? You're going to be in a better position to win, and you're just going to, I don't know. I'll just be happy with if Brees was, somehow able to come to the Houston Texans. I feel like, that'd be great.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you might have already played that audio before, but as someone who's in the locker room, I didn't think he said anything damning, but I'm just curious in general. How does it play for players on the roster when you hear a teammate talking about going and getting somebody else at that position?
I don't think it would move the needle at all. Maybe in a previous generation it might have, but running back by committee is that's the normal state of affairs now. Yeah. And especially, coming from a wide receiver, it's the same thing. The more wide receivers, the merrier. You can, guys are going to get their targets and everything, but I don't think that any of the running backs might have heard that and thought, hey, bro, what the hell are you doing? Right. I mean, Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb has been a dream in terms of a veteran guy coming in who's been a marquee guy, a huge, huge name in the league before, and there hasn't been an ounce of ego about him. There hasn't been a single moment where somebody is worried or wondered, how's Nick Chubb going to handle this? Or because from the very beginning, I don't know what he knew about Joe Mixon's injury situation or status when he signed here, but I don't worry about that. I think Nick Chubb himself, even if there was any ego to him, I think he's in a spot right now where he probably knows and understands that I just got to stay healthy. And if I only get 10 carries a game, but the run game is working well, then I can build off of that and see what happens next year. Obviously, Breece Hall would be excited about leaving the cesspool that is the Jets. I don't know if there's a team in the league that he wouldn't want to go to instead of right now. I think, though, realistically, in terms of let's assume everybody stays healthy and the roster is as is, and I know that it won't stay that way, but I'd prefer, if I had to choose, I'd prefer that they go out and get a tight end. I think the article that you had sent had Okonkwo, the guy from the Titans. Yep. Which I don't think that trade's happening inside the division. Maybe it would, but Njoku might be the guy that is viable and is an older guy and might just the Browns are very much in a state or weak for their roster. Or did both those trades go down? Did the Greg Newsome trade and the Flacco trade go down in the same week, or were those in successive weeks?
Yeah, I think it was back-to-back days. I think. Last week.
Yeah. I mean, the Browns are kind of in a fire sale mode right now, and I don't think they're going to change with that. So Njoku might be an interesting guy, and he hasn't done a whole lot with the Browns so far this year, but I don't. Who has?
Yeah, right. I love Njoku. I would love to have him on the team. The other position that they mentioned two names, but a safety, Geno Stone, who is currently with the Bengals, and then Jamal Adams, who I'll just say personally I wouldn't be interested in. He's with the Raiders. Do either of those names or just the idea of potentially adding a safety, would that get you excited?
And Jamal Adams, the linebacker, I think as a linebacker, I suppose, that's what he's been doing. He's been they're using him as because Jamal Adams is always a guy that we're I don't know, he plays more like a linebacker as a safety, and now he's been playing basically as a linebacker. No, I don't want to be a part of that, career resurgence or whatever the hell that is. And then who's the other guy you mentioned?
Geno
Stone.
Geno Stone, yeah. I'd say Geno Smith, yeah.
Geno Stone, I don't feel a pressing need for it, and I guess that depends. But Jimmy Ward coming back doesn't do it for me either. Geno Stone might be a surprise one that would make sense. Yeah. Okay, I'm intrigued by that one.
If we would power rank them, who would be one? Even, again, just talking strictly positions if you want, but running back, tight end, safety, what's the biggest need, would you say, for this team for the trade deadline?
Tight end. I just, it's cool that the Texans have that 6 offensive lineman package that they're using right now, but I would prefer that they had a guy in there that they actually is an actual receiving threat. Not to say that Blake Fisher can't catch a pass or something every now and then, but that's for what they want to do in this offense and how they want to run the ball and everything. I feel like having 2 viable tight ends that are both blocking and receiving threats could make a bigger difference for what they want to get to and make it easier for C.J. Stroud.
We'll see what the Texans do between now and then. Somebody said, I can damn near guarantee the Texans don't make any significant trade before the deadline. That came in on the text line.
Why would they? I'm curious about that. What's the perception of Caserio as a guy Caserio makes more trades than just about anybody in the league. I don't know. Is there a perception that he's a guy that's not aggressive at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I don't know. My perception is always just in the NFL, just like the big trades just don't happen, like in baseball or maybe in the NBA.
Yeah, the big trades don't happen.
No.
Well, and the problem this year it might be a really muted trade deadline just because everybody's a playoff contender at this point. There's very few teams that you can count out, and nobody really knows who the good teams are even, or who the dominant teams are. That I think that it's expanded playoffs. You get to a point where, man, and just like the NFL expanded their playoffs, I think there's not as many teams that are going to be extreme sellers at the deadline, and the Browns are one of them, but they've only got so many guys they're going to be willing to part with.
Yeah, for sure. So Xavier Hutchinson's been making the rounds here lately for whatever reason, but he was on what's that podcast that was Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco? Is that the one?
The Nightcap?
Yeah, is that what it's called?
It's Shannon Sharp's podcast. I think it's the Nightcap. Yeah.
Ocho Cinco asked him about what it's like living in Houston, and by the way, this has become a conversation lately, and I don't know if anything's changed because. Who was it? Some rappers on a podcast were talking about it for C.J. Stroud last week about their concerns about him being in a city like Houston.
The nightlife is just too enticing.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but, Ben, we got that audio? Yeah, here was Ocho Cinco asking Xavier Hutchinson about living in Houston.
Hey, hold on. I want to ask you, right? And I always want to ask people that actually live in that wonderful city that I don't like the jungle. I call it the jungle. What's it like living in Houston?
It's different.
Is it difficult?
It is difficult a little bit, just because, like...
Yeah, real difficult, X. You know what I'm saying, X? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He real difficult.
I feel like you're saying difficult for a little bit of different reasons than what I'm saying difficult for.
It's difficult.
Yeah,
whatever difficult, whatever your difficult is.
I can't bicker with that.
I done transitioned away from football because I've been to Houston one time and I ain't coming back. I've been there twice. I can't deal with that. So I'm trying to understand, how do you focus in season when you got all that around you?
Gotta have a great backbone. Backbone.
I like that.
Like I surrounded people who love me.
You know why you there, X?
And who care for me and want to see me be great. So like really trusting in like my family my backbone, my girls my backbone. Yeah.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? So it's like I got a lot of people who believe in me, who, want to see me make this, something more than, just being, what the NFL stand for, not for long.
Yeah.
And I know, me personally, I want to make this a career. I don't want to make it a job. So when...
Wait a minute.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Hold on, I got to write that down.
Ben.
Hey, say it again what you said. I want to
career, not a job. I can't lie to you, though. I did get that from somebody, though. I got that from Rob Woods, man, my first year in the league. He told me that. So I'm also throw him a little shout-out, too. So shout-out to Rob Woods, man.
Yeah, so Robert Woods there is talking about making it a career, not a job. The enticing Houston nightlife. And I don't know, you ever wonder why, man, James Harden sure does still love Houston no matter what. This is something that honestly... Houston has never been in the mainstream discussion about it as like, people have had this discussion about teams going to Las Vegas, like, how are you going to handle like guys just having all of the enticing nightlife life opportunity. New Orleans, people would talk about that for a long time. It's like, man, that's a hard city to keep a young man's focus in. Green Bay is the opposite. Green Bay, it's you can't get in trouble if you try in Green Bay. I think that's I haven't worried about it. I don't think I've ever worried about it with any of the Texans players, and maybe it's partly just because for a long time, they just had nothing but Boy Scouts on the team to an annoying degree, to a point where it felt like, all right, where's the edge on this team? I feel like Caserio and DeMeco really put a premium on getting guys that sound like Xavier Hutchinson, that have maturity and have their kind of priorities in order and everything. But I don't think it's not personally a concern of mine. But I also came to Houston after I was married, and I know that every now and then, when I would end up going out to the clubs with guys, I did have that feeling of like I got to get out of here. I got to go, guys. Sorry, yeah, and then I do the Irish goodbye at 3 a.m. But I don't worry about it with the Texans. Maybe I'm naive though, and I don't worry about it with C.J. Stroud at all. Like CJ's just CJ doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. When he does go out, it's not like he's partaking of everything. So I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, it's become a talking point here lately. I said the same thing last week when we were talking about it in the loop with the C.J. Stroud audio, and I think Cameron and whoever else is on that podcast was talking about it. I don't put Houston, and I love Houston, get in trouble here and have a lot of fun, but I don't put it in any different category than any other big city. I think any young athlete could get themselves in trouble in New York or in Chicago or Atlanta or L.A., anywhere else. So, like you were saying, I don't think it's separate like a Las Vegas is a thing of its own. I don't think Houston's on that level. I got to
go out and do some first-person research on this, I think. Yeah. Somebody, whichever one of our listeners is really just dialed in and plugged in and everything, just take me out and show me exactly what everybody's talking about.
Yeah, it'd be like a ride-along. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Bring
out the social crew. We could document it, put it up on the social media as well. It'd be a great night out.
You're gonna come in the morning and see me face down in a gigantic styrofoam cup, just a mess, with a pile of feces at my feet.
It'd be entertaining if nothing else.
Yeah.
Hey, coming up, we have to stop it with this one particular Rockets rumor, and I'll let you know what that is next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Flag. Live Reload Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's one Rockets rumor we need to stop with. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation. 713-572-4610. Get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. I set this up acknowledging that this comes from an article on Bleacher Report. Anyone can just put these articles out of what they're talking about. It's not necessarily sourced. It could just be somebody, a writer, saying, like, hey, here's a trade that should happen.
Yeah.
And these
are suggestions, not like rumors of something that's actually going to happen. But usually what happens is that these articles come out and then it turns into somehow they take on a life of their own.
Exactly.
And people start saying there's rumors that the Rockets are going to trade for this guy or that guy.
Yeah, because that's what has happened here. And the writer, I also will couch this in saying that he did call it ambitious. But to not bury the lead, in case you haven't seen this or don't know what we're talking about, there's become this rumor the last 24 hours about the Rockets potentially trying to get Trae Young from the Atlanta Hawks. And it comes from this Bleacher Report article originally.
I would say, like, initially it seems like almost unanimously Rockets fans are livid about just even the suggestion or hint that Udoka would willingly take on a guy that just does not give a damn about defense and Trae Young to this team. And I'd be very, very surprised if there were ever any substance to, especially when you look at the article and the only thing they talk about in terms of what the trade might actually look like is that Fred VanVleet's contract would match up with Trae Young's, so you could balance the contract. That's great. I don't think the Hawks are going to part with the guy that they've built a team around just to take on Fred VanVleet in his injured ACL. That doesn't seem like a good trade for me. From I feel like they would, as quickly as the Rockets might say no. Well, actually, I mean, if that's what the actual trade was, they would probably, why not? Yeah. But they don't suggest what other trade pieces would go along with it other than Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, that's the other part. So I guess we probably shouldn't even give this a ton of airtime to begin with. But he writes in the article, quote, Trae Young joining forces with Kevin Durant, Alpi Şengün, and Amen Thompson, and others would make the Rockets an incredible force, even in the West. So in this scenario, the Rockets get to keep their three best players while also adding Trae Young. Who are they giving up for this guy? This would be a blockbuster trade. You got to give somebody for him.
It would be a gigantic trade, and that's the other reason that even if you make the argument that, okay, well, hey, I think in the article they say something absurd, which is, Houston's fifth-ranked defense should be able to absorb Young's deficiencies on that end as well. All right, yeah. Oh, is that how a defense gets to be a really good defense, by just saying, we'll have one guy who's a complete minus, and 20% of it doesn't matter. Everybody else will make up for it. You'd be giving up multiple numbers of your young guys that you really feel good about and contribute to that defense. So it's not as simple as just absorbing a guy. So I would say less than a 1% chance of this trade happening because I don't understand how it would actually work.
Yeah, it just doesn't fit. We've gotten into this thing in the NBA where we love to play. This like virtual cheat. We love to put all these stars together. And so that's where I think this gets momentum of this idea of like, man, it'd be really cool to see Durant and Trae Young in Houston with those other young pieces, but he just doesn't fit. He's a guy who's top 25 in usage percentage. You know, he keeps the ball in his hands a lot, which is kind of the opposite of what the Rockets want to get to offensively. He doesn't play defense, like you said, which, again, is the antithesis of Ime Udoka and what the Rockets are trying to do. And then also just he doesn't fit, I even would say, like in the personnel. They need a point guard. I'm worried about the point guard position without Fred VanVleet, but I'm worried more so for like a distributor and then a guy who can knock down some outside shots. I don't need to bring in a point guard who's going to try to score 25 points himself. I think we already have some of the scoring covered in other areas.
Well, and I think what happens, though, too, is this happens in every sport, is that whenever people love to talk about, like, oh, yeah, positionless basketball and everything, and you can run it through multiple – but when it comes down to crunch time, they don't like it at all. And especially from the outside looking in, they look at Houston and they think, well – no, they have to have a point guard. They have to have a point guard. Naman Thompson can't shoot, so no, they have to have a point guard. They get very rigid in their thinking. And going back to the Astros, back when AJ media over and over again back in like 2015, 2016, that now we don't really buy into the idea of a conventional closer. It's cool if we don't have one, et cetera, et cetera. And people just flat out didn't want to hear it. They did not want to hear it. I think that the Rockets right now are in a spot where they're open to the possibilities of exactly how they're going to run the offense and how they're going to mix it up, and that over time, whether it's Amen Thompson or Reed Shepherd, I think they're going to be a little bit, they feel like they can be patient in one of those guys taking on that role or Amen Thompson growing into the role. And in the meantime, you've got one of the smartest basketball players in the league in Kevin Durant to help you to help you manage an offense and create an offense where you can run it through multiple people.
You had mentioned during the commercial break this anonymous GM poll in The Athletic, and I was talking about it with B. Scott and In the Loop on Friday, and you could go find the Rockets got all sorts of accolades and a lot of props and credit. The one thing, though, that stood out to me the most, and I don't know if you saw this part because it was a really long survey and article, but the one thing that stood out to me most was that the Rockets were placed second amongst the NBA GMs as the team toughest to predict this year, the most unpredictable team, second behind the Philadelphia 76ers. The 76ers got 47% of the votes, which is ridiculous. And then the Rockets were second with only 7%. And as I said, I brought this up with B. Scott on Friday, but when I look at the Rockets, I think they are one of the more predictable teams in the sense of, I don't think there's a very wide variance here. I'd say, they could either win 60 games or lose 45, I think we know they're going to be 50-plus victories, probably a top 4 team in the West, going to make the playoffs. I don't see a lot of unpredictable nature to this team.
Yeah, and I think if the only thing that got him, I'm glad you pointed out the percentages because I had only seen the rankings and I didn't realize the disparity was that big. I mean, Fred VanVleet being healthy would have erased them from being probably the second or third or fourth hardest to predict. I think that's just the biggest conundrum right now around the league. I assume that this the article's dated October 14th, so they did the survey sometime after Fred VanVleet was injured. The downside, and now I get nervous and I'm knocking on wood as I say it, because it seems like damn near every time I say a team, obviously there's no way they could possibly underperform. People keep the receipts and they remind me of it 3 months from now. But yeah, I think just looking at it the way GMs around the league would look at it, there's no reason to predict a drastic disappointment by the Rockets. It's more a matter of, okay, just how high is their ceiling and what does it look like with Kevin Durant? Does Kevin Durant stay healthy? All of those things.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what surprised me most. You could find that on NBA.com and The Athletic as well. Coming up, it's time for a Tuesday staple. They do it every time here at this time on this show, the Pettycast. We'll get to that coming up, including a popular voice that you hear on this show often, a very frustrated Yankees fan. We'll get to that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, don't be disappointed. Don't be disappointed in
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast here on a Tuesday. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. We'll get to our Pettycast coming up here in just a moment, a Tuesday staple. See who's been. By the way, I had somebody Joseph check in on the YouTube from Seattle, or in Seattle, and he said, it is cold as heck over here. So there's your early scouting report.
Well, no. Okay. The weather in Seattle, we'll get to 5 reasons I hate you. I honestly, every time I ever played in Seattle, I think it was delightful football weather, in that it might be overcast and misty and miserable, but you don't get, as a big man, you don't get too hot playing in games like that. If you look at the two teams right now, the Seahawks are a much better passing attack, much better offense in general. That some drizzly weather or some windy or blustery weather might benefit the Texans and might hurt the Seahawks. But by and large, it's usually the rain isn't as big an issue of the passing game as wind is, and I don't foresee the weather probably being a huge factor in that Monday night game.
Yeah, we'll see. It's still way too early. I always love the people that do look at the weather when they're planning something. And oh, man, next weekend it's only supposed to be 60. It's it's 12 days away. Let's wait and see what happens. It's way too early.
But I'll tell you what, my wife and my father-in-law, and the worst in that is that they watch the weather report and they react to it in advance, and yet at the same will simultaneously complain about how inaccurate the weather report is. Every single day, a complaint about how the weather forecast was inaccurate, but then also wringing of hands over future weather reports that they take as written in stone.
Really good point. I know. We all acknowledge how inaccurate weather can be, and yet we all take it as gospel when we look at it. It's only supposed to be 70 on Thursday. It's well, let's see, because 70% of the time it's not accurate. So, but we put so much stock into it nonetheless.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything else like that.
The stock market, economy in general, various. Yeah. I think in general, we 100% know that a lot of predictions are inaccurate, and yet we still it's a little glitch in our gray matter that we buy into it, even as we're consciously saying it's garbage, you can't, but I will plan my life by it.
Yeah,
yes.
Right? Yeah, it's fascinating. Hey, let's get to our Pettycast. Play some audio here from some people who've been just petty lately.
Yeah, they're celebrating pettiness in all its form. Michael Irvin is turning into a grumpy old man, but yet just as entertaining as he's ever been. Here's Michael Irvin talking about how he could still play in today's game.
Get the out of my face talking noise until you know what you're talking about. I will dominate this era of football. Dominate. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to on my work when I won championships on every level. On every level. When they can knock out. I put passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all didn't know. Shut the hell up.
Do you know who he was responding to?
I don't
know if it was a random commenter or if it was a current player or something that said Michael Irvin couldn't. Of all the former athletes who are in the Hall of Fame, Michael Irvin might be lowest on the ranking of guys who might not be as good in today's game. What part of his game doesn't transfer to the modern NFL? Oh, he's a gigantic human being who doesn't have the elite speed of a lot of the Hall of Fame type receivers or what have you, but it doesn't matter because he was just so physically dominant. Yeah, I have zero question in my mind that Michael Irvin could play today.
For the record, I don't know if Michael Irvin knows who he's addressing 70% of the time. This guy is, every time I see him on TV, he's spitting, he's sweating, he's off his rocker. The guy's crazy. I don't disagree with his sentiment, but honestly, I don't like it's the classic, like your father saying, I used to walk uphill to school both ways. I always get annoyed or just tired, I guess, of hearing these former athletes talking about, like, it's so much easier now. I would dominate.
It is, yeah. Okay, you're right. That's the part that he's taking a shot at modern athletes and how soft they are and how they can't handle pain and everything. I was going back and I was reading an old excerpt from a book by Walter Camp, who's one of the forefathers of American football. You know, he wrote a lot about the rules and everything. But this was in some little kind of like a small book about the importance of physical and encouraging adults to exercise. But this would have been back in 1904, 1905. And he's got 2 paragraphs about how soft everybody is these days and how weak and pathetic we've become as Americans. Mind you, he's talking about your great-grandfathers, all of whom would be right now telling us how soft we have become. This is every single generation since the beginning of the spoken word has groused about how soft everybody has gotten and how tough they were back in the day. He's talking about a generation that would go off and fight in World War I. They were soft, they were weak, they were pathetic. Yes.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Walter Camp, by the way, from hard-hitting New Britain, Connecticut, same town as George Springer. Yeah.
Somebody asked me why they call it a fullback, and it sent me down a deep rabbit hole. And now I've got a whole. I'm compiling information for a video I'm going to do explaining the history of the fullback.
Nice.
Quick answer is that the fullback used to be the guy at the back. You'd have your center, your snapback, as they called it back in the day. Your center, your quarterback, and then your halfbacks were halfway back in the formation. Fullback was all the way back in the formation. But then when you started adding the wing T and everything, the fullback moved up a little bit, and then that was the guy that was the blocker, and the halfback was off to his side. And then at some point, they moved the fullback up even further in the formation, but kept calling him the fullback. Very confusing.
The nerd in me, not to get too sidetracked, but the nerd in me is always fascinated by the origin of expressions or phrases. And so many nowadays, when these phrases first began, but don't really apply or make sense anymore because like our language or just the culture has changed, if you know what I mean. So that's another one, too, where, like the fullback, as you said, was all the way back, and then it switched. So it's not really well, I guess the title doesn't really apply anymore, but we just always stick with those titles. Same things with a lot of expressions.
Linebacker. Like in a 3-4 linebacker. Like, why is he? He's on the line. What's going on here? Yeah,
it's true. Well, I look forward to the video series of Seth Payne breaking down the history of football.
I'm going to do a 10-piece series on. It's basically going to be like a Kenneth Burns documentary on the fullback. Yes,
perfect. Yeah, have that Ken Burns effect, like the zoom in on the photos and everything. Yeah, it would be great. All right, who else has been petty? John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays. This audio actually, this is from last year, this audio, but it's resurfaced now because Schneider took a shot at Cal Raleigh. Well, depends how you interpret it, but this was John Schneider talking about Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, last year, and ever since then, Raleigh has just torched the Blue Jays, including in this postseason. Here's what the Blue Jays manager said about the big dumper.
John, what about Cal Raleigh makes him so tough to pitch to?
He's not very tough to pitch to when you execute your pitches. He's hitting 200, but it's. I know he's done damage against us, and I think if you execute, he's obviously got big, damage potential, and he's got a lot of strikeout potential too. And when you execute your pitches, you usually get the job done.
Yeah, not that hard to pitch to.
Yeah,
great. Thanks a lot, Schneider.
By the way, in his career against the Blue Jays, in 23 games, he has 10 homers. He has over 1,000 or 1.0. He hit a home run in Game 1 the other night. So that's why people are running with it now of like, look at this guy. Last year, talking about how he's not hard to pitch to. He should be the MVP this year now.
I'm sure he's clarified those comments like 5,000 times, but it doesn't matter. You know what, John Schneider? The lesser of the John Schneiders, by the way. John Schneider was the blonde-headed guy in the Dukes of Hazzard. And John Schneider, the baseball manager, looks not quite as easy on the eyes as John Schneider, the Duke of Hazzard, but one of the co-Dukes of Hazzard. I appreciate him being like classic baseball manager in that moment of just saying a whole bunch of bulletin board material all at once.
Yeah. And by the way, John Schneider, when I was in baseball, I knew John. We He used to kind of be a drinking buddy. Great dude. Saved someone's life in spring training this year, someone who was choking like at a restaurant. Really cool guy, but he's also someone who always speaks his mind, and so I know a lot of people in the league kind of get annoyed by him because of things like this, where he's calling out Cal Raleigh, who then puts together the greatest season we've ever seen from a catcher a year later.
Did you ever have a moment with him, like when you're out having a beer or three, like where you got grumpy or got mouthy with somebody?
No, honestly, I don't think so. He was a cool guy. He was fun. So that's why I know, like, I always see people in the baseball space now talk about, like, you know, how annoying he is or how much people don't like him. I was like, oh, man, he was a really cool guy.
I've always liked him. He's one of those guys. He's one of the managers I actually like. I like seeing him take a mound visit or go out on the field or anything. He just feels like, I like that guy's like me.
Yeah.
That's just I like this guy.
Exactly. That's what was cool. He was a regular guy. He would just go out to the bar with us, you know, simpletons, and we'd hang out and have a good time. So it was good. Hey, Mike Tomlin, I do love this audio. Mike Tomlin was really bitter or salty yesterday when talking to the media. We have two clips from Tomlin, but he's not happy about this intra-division trade involving Joe Flacco. Here's what the Steelers coach said yesterday.
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
It was, it's like frank honesty from a guy inside the division who, what's the comeuppance going to be for him this year? When they face the Browns again, probably nothing at all. It is still, if it were teams, if this had happened in the NFC East or something, I think people, like the shouting shows on ESPN and everything, would have had a field day with it. But it's a weird move. And especially going back to, those two teams haven't made a trade since I think that was the first trade since the Browns, the new Browns came along. And part of it's just bad blood from from Paul Brown being fired by the Browns back in the day and everything. Like, this is like family hatred from the Bengals towards the Browns. I think there's a lot, and it just seems like such a. Have some pride for yourself. It's almost like just don't admit it to a divisional foe that you're down this bad. That's the part of it that the analytics have run amok a little bit.
I just think that for Tomlin's, from his perspective, especially a guy like Mike Tomlin, it should be the case of it doesn't matter. We could beat anybody. So I don't know what he's fretting about. Of Joe Flacco, of all people, going to the Bengals, that's going to make things tougher on the Steelers this year.
Maybe it's his way of kind of playing nice or buttering up the Bengals and just saying, oh, no, taking your opponent seriously. They're like, oh, man, oh, now we got this guy to deal with in the division. Oh, no, what are we going to do? Oh, boy, yeah, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. It's master gamesmanship by Tomlin.
Yeah, given that rat poison.
It's masterful, pettiness, but as a way of complimenting somebody else.
It also allows me to bring up the line that I also used at the time of the trade last week, and one of my favorites from the movie Moneyball, where obviously it's based on a real story with the Oakland A's, but the Yankees traded David Justice to the Oakland A's, and the Yankees continued to pay David Justice. And Justice was being a real jerk when he first got to the A's, and then in the movie, Brad Pitt, playing Billy Beane, says to him, the Yankees are paying you to play against them. That's how little they think about you. So, drop the ego. You're not the same guy you used to be. And I think it's similar for Flacco of the Browns traded you to go compete against them. So that's how little they think.
Yeah. I don't. And Flacco goes from a situation where he had a horrible offensive line to an even worse offensive line. I like Flacco. I don't think Flacco's ego is up at the point where he probably even gives a damn at this point. Yeah. He's probably happy to be. It's not like he thinks he's going to take the job from Joe Burrow after Joe Burrow returns or anything.
Right.
He's probably happy just to get out of that festering cesspool.
By the way, here was more Tomlin yesterday. He still wouldn't let it go. He brought up Flacco later on in the press conference.
The quarterback coming in within 8 days of showing up has to start 2 games for a new team. If you speak to how hard that is, or maybe it's veteran guy.
Doesn't appear to be hard for Joe Flacco.
All right, next up.
Yeah, Flacco had 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, like a surprisingly, I guess, competitive effort by what you would have expected versus the Packers. And the Packers can make life miserable for you defensively. So
it wasn't bad. By the way, what you can't see in that clip for Tomlin is that was the last. He storms off after that, and on his way off the podium, that clip cut it. He said something like, "You guys annoyed me today." Something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Tomlin wasn't having it.
I mean, Tomlin's in that spot. He's in a tough spot where I feel like he's not popular with anybody in a city where he's obviously won a Super Bowl, but also been competitive every single year. And I don't see it ending well if it ever ends. I mean, the Steelers, they just don't fire coaches, and I think that's part of the fan base there is probably. The annoying, you know what? They're like upper middle class kids whining about how they don't have a BMW or something.
Yeah.
That like, all right, yeah, I get where you're coming from, and ultimately, like, you're a city that expects Super Bowls, and it just doesn't feel like you're any closer to it. But you're also sitting there on one of the best records in the NFL as of right now.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's kind of similar to what I was saying earlier about Sean McDermott, though. Like the last 8 years, there's been that ceiling that Tomlin keeps hitting, and you got to bring, if you want to break through that ceiling, you might have to bring in somebody else. Stop settling. Before we go here in this edition of Pettycast, we have to get to a staple here on this show. I've heard you guys play him plenty of times before, but it's little Nicky Turturro, who is very upset, famed Yankee fan, and he's very unhappy with the Toronto Blue Jays. Here was Turturro he recorded this video in a booth at like Olive Garden or something. I don't know where he was eating, but here's what Nick had to say yesterday.
I tell you, baseball, playoff baseball is so unbelievably unpredictable. They bang around Rodon, Max Fried, 18 game, and then some guy named Bryce Miller shuts you down? What the Blue Jays? You get shut down by a guy I never heard of? Wow. That's it? That was the World Series beating the Yankees? Now you just dropped the ball? Wow. Unbelievable. I'm just saying, Blue Jays. Don't mean anything. Just be Yankees. You don't get no freaking... That's your joy, beating us? Now you lose to the freaking lowly Mariners? The Seattle Mariners?
He sounded like a passive-aggressive Long Island mother-in-law. No, that's unbelievable.
For me, as an Italian from the north, there's something comforting hearing the way he says Mariners. I do like. I'll give him that. I do like how he says Mariners. Yeah,
the Seattle Mariners.
That feels nice. But the rest of it, I mean, I can't stand this guy. And this goes back almost like to Giannis and his brothers with this whole like nepotism idea. If your older brother wasn't John Turturro, I don't think we would ever heard of Nick Turturro. Now the best thing in his career is these stupid videos on social media of him getting worked up over the Yankees. And I know it's anecdotal, but I remember I had a friend at a Yankee game once in the bleachers. Nicky was there. It was supposed to be a big deal, hanging with the bleacher creatures. And then he left mid-game. So, like, how big of a fan are you if you can't even stick out? I think it's all – I think a lot of it is just an act.
Know your role. Like Bill Murray's brothers. Bill Murray's brothers, you only know them as, oh, that guy? Oh, yeah, that guy in ground. Like, oh, that guy's Bill Murray's brother. They get roles as actors, but they're character actors, and they're these minor parts. But they know their role, and they're not trying to be social media stars or what have you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But seriously, what the hell, Blue Jays? Honestly, what the hell? Everything was set up for you on a destroy Mariners. And at the very least, could you score some runs? The Mariners had to fire every last round in the chamber to make it out of the last series with their pitching staff, and you show up and you just do nothing. Other than George Springer gave you the one moment of hope and magnificence with a first pitch leadoff home run, and then you just die. I am very disappointed in the Blue Jays. They let us down. Yet again, they let us down.
Yeah, their pitching staff, I don't know how they won as many games as they did. Their pitching staff was not very good, and it's showing up here against the lowly Mariners, the Mariners the last couple of days. By the way, that's the other thing. The last thing on this, too, is that pettiness of a team that beats you, and then you try to knock them down of of that being the World Series. Like, congratulations on beating us. That's the best you can do. That whole idea of you beat the big bad Yankees.
Yeah, now you got to sit here and grudgingly acknowledge, like, all right, okay, you're doing far better than we did. Okay,
right? Yeah,
fine,
they still beat you, so don't try to put them down. But anyways, classic Nick Turturro. That's our Pettycast for this week. Coming up, hey, speaking of baseball, what can the Astros learn from the remaining teams in the playoffs? I do have one lesson that has stood out from each team that's still left in the postseason, and I'll share those with you when we come back. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Football, baseball, basketball.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What can the Astros learn from the 4 teams left in the Major League Baseball postseason? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, filling in. Sean will be back tomorrow. And alongside Seth Payne, of course. You can always join the conversation. 713-572-4610. My Michael Irvin take last segment apparently didn't go over well. I said I agreed with him. I just don't like all the athletes always saying, I could dominate today.
What was where was the disagreement with that? Or what were people upset about?
I think they just didn't hear the fact that I did agree with that.
Oh, yeah. Did they think you were bagging on Irvin as a player himself?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
They said, damn, hindsight. Is it true? Is today's sports more soft than ever before? Damn, the feelings. So on and so forth. I detect zero lies with what Irving said. Yeah.
I do think, without going back and fact checking myself or anything, I do think the willingness to play through injury in all the sports has changed a lot. And part of it is that the organizations themselves have really taken on themselves to load manage, do all these things. And it's one of the things that people aren't happy with it in general, just because it does feel it feeds into all of your notions that, man, things are just too soft these days. It helps me a little bit. It keeps me from saying, oh, these athletes are soft. If I remind myself that, man, as often as not, it's the organization itself telling a player that he needs to take a break. So now I get mad at the organizations, and it helps me feel better about the athletes. And instead of turning into a grumpy old man and saying these kids are soft, I'll say, no, they want to play, but the man is keeping them down, damn it.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, who wouldn't want to work less and get paid the same? Greg Popovich is the one to blame for tanking, not necessarily. The players have certainly leaned into, or not tanking, load management in the NBA. The players have certainly leaned into it, but that started, at the top of the Spurs organization. It wasn't Tim Duncan coming to them with the idea, so, yeah.
But it is, and basketball's the one where it bothered. Because basketball... Baseball, okay, guys are going to miss games, and it's been that way for a long time. There's 162 games. Basketball, you specifically want to see that star player that night, and he's being load managed. That gets your goat. That rubs you the wrong way.
For sure. No, load management's terrible. It's probably the worst thing that's happened in the NBA in a long time. But yeah, I still blame Popovich. Hey, so oftentimes, especially, I think this happens more so in the NFL. I referenced this yesterday, that a team will win a Super Bowl, and then a lot of other teams in the league will try to copy them, hoping that they can mirror the success. I don't know if it happens as often in other sports, but I figured, why not? Let's look at these 4 teams left in the Major League Baseball postseason, because I do think each one of them could actually teach maybe a little bit of a different lesson to the Astros front office. So let me run through these and see what you think, Seth. We'll go one by one. For the Dodgers, I mean, simply, I think it's just spend money. I've always said this about the Astros. They should act as a big market team. I mean, Houston is a top 5 city. I think we're number 3, the biggest city. But also just in terms of the success the Astros have had in the past decade, I think leads to them being in the conversation when it comes to spending money as the Cubs, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, and yet they've been trying to cut payroll the last couple of years. Act as a big market team and be aggressive. They did nothing at the deadline for the pitching staff, which I hated for the Astros. The Dodgers, meanwhile, they had all sorts of injuries this year. They went out. They got 2 pitchers at the deadline. Jack Flaherty's been pretty big for them down the stretch, so be aggressive.
It's the hardest thing with baseball, though, is if you think about it, for one, the Astros have had the biggest the 2 biggest payrolls they've ever had the last 2 seasons, and they've got a 148 record over the last 2 years, while spending pretty heavily. When you look at the actual revenue that teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees bring in, I mean, it's 50% higher than what the Astros bring in. And there's still a huge gap between those top tier teams and then teams like the Astros that they're in the big market chunk, but they're at the bottom part of the big market chunk, and they just don't. they just don't have the ammunition, I think, to go out and do it. I think Crane has always spent more aggressively than people want to give him credit for. The one thing, so I don't think they're ever going to be able to spend the way the Dodgers.
No.
I
agree with that.
Unless Crane sells to a billionaire like Cohen is with the Mets, because he's just got more money than just about anybody else in the world and uses the team like his plaything. The one good thing this year is that at the very least moving forward, they're finally clear of the disastrous offseason of 2023. All that Abreu dead money is coming out. All that dead money is coming off the books. It's just that you're still somewhat limited in how aggressive you can be.
Yeah, and
the current payroll.
Right. And to clarify, I don't expect them to spend $350 million like the Mets, but just this idea of not talking like, oh, we got to shed some payroll, we got to cut back on what we're spending. I think you should consistently be able to be in the top 5 spenders, but not necessarily on the level of the Dodgers.
Yeah, you'll go. You know what we need Crane to do? We need to get to that point where you see with pro sports owners sometimes realize that life is short. We need YOLO Crane. We need YOLO Jim Crane.
That's right.
Just start selling off. I want to see that he's sold off one of his businesses or something.
Yeah.
That, and like he's just at that point in life where he's like, what am I going to do? Leave this money to my stupid I don't know, my least favorite relative or whatever? No. I'm just going all in.
That's right. Yeah. Stop viewing it as like an investment and just view it instead as an opportunity to go win. That's the idea.
I want people in Crane's inner circle to be concerned about him. They're like, I don't know. He just seems to be throwing all caution to the wind. I don't know if I don't know.
You want him to go all Bill Belichick on the Astros?
No, not in that way. No, yeah.
Similar in the sense of people apparently in Belichick circles are worried about him and his changes lately.
Yeah, but those people are worried for legitimate reasons. I want the people that are greedily trying to get whatever pieces remain of his estate after he's gone. I want those people to be worried because they're losing out. And I want some second cousin to be like, I don't know, that's money he could have left me. I want him to just be all in on winning another championship sometime in his waning years.
Yeah,
yes.
That's all I'm asking for. Not that much.
He's not that old is the problem. Or at least if he is, he doesn't look that old. Jim Crane doesn't strike me as an old man by a long shot yet.
Yeah, no, that is true. He is
71. He's a pretty youthful 71.
Yeah. No, he looks good.
That's too young. These days.
Yeah.
He's got another viable 20 years plus of being an active owner. So he's probably not going to. We're probably not going to get YOLO Crane anytime in the next 9 years.
Yeah. Or Cena. The Brewers are the other team, of course, left in the NL. This is kind of speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but the Brewers have a bottom 10 payroll, and yet obviously they won almost 100 games during the NLCS. They've built from within. They have one major league free agent on their roster, Jose Quintana. They signed him to a 1-year deal for $4 million. That's it. Meanwhile, the Astros, I'm not saying go that far, but the Astros have had a bottom 4 farm system for 4 straight years.
Yeah.
So I know, like I said, kind of speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but I think you can be aggressive in free agency or in trades while also trying to build up your farm system.
I guess it would have to be aggressive in spending and not in trading if you want both of those things to be true. And that leads back to the whole question of, all right, exactly who are you going to trade right now from this farm system for some big name pitchers or what have you? They're few and far between, and I think most people feel like, we need to retain as many of these guys as possible. So I'm leaning more towards your side of YOLO Crane on the actual spending side of things. Luxury tax Crane.
Yeah.
And I know people, hey, listen, which immediately people say, like, man, he's always been pretty reluctant to pay into the luxury tax. It's not like he's never done it, but I think that this is where things that have never happened before happen all the time. And YOLO Crane might be out there. It might be in him.
I'm calling for it. We're starting a movement now. Real quick on the AL teams. For the Mariners, I say pitching can carry you. I know the offense has been better this year, but this is still a pitching team. Everyone's worried about the Astros' lack of runs they scored this year. I think the plan this offseason needs to be focusing on pitching because then you'll have a new hitting coach. You'll hopefully have Jordan for a full year, Correa for a full year, Paredes hopefully all for a full year. That should be enough to help the offense next year.
I feel like it's the curse of the back of the baseball card. Ever since Bagwell started talking about the back of the baseball card with Jose Abreu, we've entered this phase where you fast forward to 2025, and man, all right, these guys aren't playing like the back of their baseball card, and yet I want to believe that major league hitters are major league hitters, and the guys who are veterans should be able to perform up to the back of their baseball card, no matter who the hitting coach is. And everybody's got their own private guys that they work with in the offseason and everything else. That I don't want to say that Cintron and Snitker were just scapegoats. Sometimes you just need a breath of fresh air, new eyes to look at the problem a different way. But there is an element of, man, just Christian Walker, just play like the back of your baseball card. Paredes just needs to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Altuve is the guy I'm most concerned because the back of his baseball card is really, really long. And he's at that age on the back of the baseball card when there's a natural drop-off for a lot of guys. So just what's the upside in any given season with Altuve moving forward?
Yeah, it's a concern. But I'm just not all that worried with the lineup or the 1 through 9, more so the pitching.
You're way more worried about pitching than the
100%.
Yeah.
And then the last one, Blue Jays. It's okay to invest in your stars. I heard Bijani yesterday, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but talking about the Astros potentially trading Jordan in the next 2 years instead of contract. The Blue Jays gave Vladimir Guerrero Jr. $500 million this offseason. He's having a great postseason, and the Blue Jays had a great year. So you can invest in your own stars from time to time.
Yeah. And Vlad was I know Vlad was more, he didn't have the injury concerns. He just had more fluctuations in his play from year to year before he kind of solidified things, right?
Yeah, fluctuation in his weight too.
And his weight too, yeah.
So
what does he settle in at? What do you think he's weighing these days?
I don't know.
He's more on the pudgier side, right? Because he got real slim down one year, and then
hit 12 homers, and he's like, "Oh, I got to bulk up again."
Yeah, he's a guy that's just naturally better on the pudgier side.
Yeah, just like
CC
Sabathia.
Sport.
I know, really. Babe Ruth, one of the greatest, hitters of all time. So those are the lessons you could take from the teams left in the postseason. The biggest one might be the fact that Seattle and Toronto both hired new hitting coaches this year, and they both really improved in offense. Or the two teams left in the AL. Hopefully, that's the case for the Astros next year. Coming up, are the last two opponents for the Texans actually irrelevant? Have they already accomplished what they needed to regardless of opponent? I'll explain next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Trajan, well,
Pine.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Are the last two opponents actually irrelevant for the Texans? Have they already accomplished what they needed to? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean Pendergast alongside Seth Payne. You can join the conversation, 713-572-4610. Get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. By the way, Seth, we've had somebody take you up on the offer on the text line, and they said that they would love to take you to the strip clubs, and so because the strip clubs have some of the best food around.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's I wasn't even thinking about the I guess with those guys. We played the audio earlier of Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp talking about how hard it must be for a young athlete in Houston to avoid all the distraction. I didn't think they were talking specifically about just the strip clubs. I get that part of it. I thought it was more than just that, but maybe it was just simply that.
Yeah, I thought so too. A few texts.
I get it. I get it with the strip clubs. I'm more just I'm intrigued by the non-strip club enticements and variety and everything.
Yeah, a few texts came in at the time too, talking about how many good-looking women there are just in Houston. So you could walk out the front door and get yourself in some trouble instead of actually seeking it out by going to the strip club. But yeah,
I guess. When it comes to that side of it, if like Dallas, I think Dallas and Houston are a lot more similar than people ever want to admit. But when it comes to just nightlife and other things that young men can get into, like Dallas has those same struggles, but like maybe even more up. When you're a Dallas Cowboy, I had a friend of mine who played for the Cowboys once said that when you go out in Dallas, it's like you're the woman, like you're getting hit on the way women get hit on when you go out, if you're a cowboy, that it's just like you feel like the hunted prey all the time. And that's a whole I don't think it's quite like that in Houston. Maybe it is, I don't know. It's been a long time, man. I'm an old man. I don't and I was a married man when I got here, so I don't know. I never really experienced that side of it.
You channel, because we'll have a Ken Burns docuseries on the history of the NFL, and then we'll also have the fullback, and then we'll have the ride along. Seth going out and partying with
Seth wearing I'm gonna get Figgy's Google those video camera glasses. He has.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yeah, coming soon.
Everybody loves talking to a guy in a club who's filming you. Just like
with the big glasses on.
Yeah, with a big flashing light on the glasses. Yeah, I'm sure I'll see exactly what goes down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that Steve Buscemi meme from whatever TV show where he's saying, "How do you do, fellow kids?" He's dressed up like a skater. Yeah, exactly. So, Seth, obviously you played in the NFL for a long time. You've been in those locker rooms. You could tell me this is a ridiculous notion, but I had this theory. Because I was thinking yesterday about Drake May and the Patriots and how they seem to have just taken off with a game earlier this year and then have just, rode that momentum ever since.
Yeah.
So I looked into this a little bit because my theory, trying to be positive here, what I'm proposing is that it actually doesn't matter who the Texans played the last 2 weeks. The fact that we saw that offensive improvement and maybe just the fact that they gained some confidence could be enough for them moving forward. And if you go back and you look, there's a lot of teams, and maybe this is a chicken and the egg, that is just when the offense finally clicked, or maybe they had a good performance and that helped the offense then click moving forward. But if you go back and you look, there's a lot of quarterbacks that had that one big performance, like scoring 40 points in a game, and then they took off or the team took off from there. Again, maybe just a coincidence, maybe not cause, but I had this theory that for the Texans, maybe it's just more about that confidence and now the offense can hit a stride.
I think it's possible that there really is something to that. And I'm with you. For one, okay, when things do start to click, you have that performance and which one feeds the other.
Yeah.
The other part of it is that I always feel a little bit like whenever you have a good performance like that, like Henry Winkler in The Waterboy when he's sitting at the party and he's like, and now that you have that success, you can do it. It feels like such a mamby-pamby way to talk about it. Like I'm Henry Winkler and not the Fonz.
Yeah.
I want to be the Fonz. It just hits the jukebox and makes it happen.
That's right.
But no, you got Henry Winkler, the football coach, saying like, now you have some success. And the one football player says, or the water boy just destroys everybody for you. I think there is potentially something to that with the offense when we talked about it all off season long, all during training camp. CJ Stroud himself said it that, hey, there's going to be some bumps in the road when you're trying to install a new offense like this. And during training camp, I was worried just in those first couple weeks, especially when they weren't able to even really practice doing it the way you're supposed to do it because they're going up against a defense that's not just a good defense, but they're super competitive in practice. There's no guys on that defense that just figure I just got to make it through camp. No, those guys are out there competing every day. That it's hard to. It's like trying to learn how to tie your shoes, slapping your hand with a ruler the whole time. You're not gonna learn to tie your shoes because you never even get past the first rabbit ear. And that's how it felt with the Texans offense. I think in seeing the way it's supposed to be done and executing some of the things properly and getting that feel for all right, this is how it works when we do things the right way, I think there might be something very real to that. The challenge doing it versus the Seahawks is going to be twofold. One is that it's going to be a really loud environment, and communication issues have been some of the things that have that have really been a tough obstacle for the Texans offense. But two, I think they've made strides in the running game. They're going up against the second best rushing defense in the NFL right now, and they're doing it on the road. That's where the rubber really meets the road. And okay, if you guys just played bad defenses these last couple weeks, or have you made genuine improvements? And that's this is really the biggest barometer that they've had so far. If they've genuinely improved, then we should see something better than what we saw in those first 3 weeks.
Yeah, and to be fair, when I had this theory and I looked up, I didn't necessarily look at the next opponent or the next few opponents, but to provide some context, and you can go and look this up yourself if you're curious to try to test my theory. I mentioned Drake May, and again, as I said earlier, I know numbers don't play so well on the radio, so I'll try to keep this as succinct as I can. Drake May, in week 1, they scored a season-low number of points, season-low quarterback rating. The following week, they scored 33 points against Miami. They've taken off since. If you go back to Baker Mayfield in Tampa, started back in the 80s. They then scored 37 against the Texans. You might remember that game a few years back. And ever since, Baker's been like an MVP. They're 21-11 as a team, quarterback rating over 100.
I would add on to that Baker Mayfield this year. Because remember, when the Texans faced Baker Mayfield this year, they had just come out, the Bucs had just come off a game versus the Falcons. And Baker Mayfield, he looked better than his numbers showed, but he was 53% completion percentage, 167 yards, threw for 3 touchdowns. But it wasn't like an awesome MVP type performance. They just and at the time we were saying, and I don't know, the Falcons, is the defense even that good? Turns out the Falcons defense was really good. And it's just been a steady build where he obviously played well versus the Texans, but it wasn't necessarily like an awesome offensive output or passing game performance. And since then, when he's faced lesser teams, they've looked much more like the Jets were the team they faced after that, where it really took off. But and they faced more good defenses. But yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point.
Yeah, Jared Goff started 7-20 with the Lions. They whooped up on Jacksonville one game, scored 40 points. They've gone 36-10 since, and he's had a quarterback rating of 107. So, there's other examples. Sam Darnold took off really against the Texans last year. Has been great since. Even C.J. Stroud in 2023, that game against the Jaguars where they scored 37 points, he played great the rest of the way. So there's just examples. It might be chicken and the egg. I don't know. But you see teams that finally go off offensively, and then that kind of lifts them the rest of the way. Somebody poke a hole in my theory already a little bit, saying, hey, last year we scored 40 against the Patriots, and then the offense wasn't much different the rest of the season.
Yeah,
so,
no, 100% it could go that way. Yeah. It could go that. We're just saying it's a possibility.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a chance.
Yeah.
They had that little taste of success. Yeah.
It's a half-baked theory I had yesterday, and I did some digging, and I thought, maybe there's something to this. We'll see.
I hate that this is a long week because it's everything we know. It's not a big revelation. Every now and then I see somebody trying to act like they're making a brilliant point that, hey, the Texans faced 3 good opponents in their first 3 weeks, and then they beat up on a couple of bad. Yeah, we get it. We understand. That's why these next 4 games are so vital.
Yeah. Well, I see what you think about my theory. Seth said someone tries to
I
come
like
with
your
a brilliant
theory. I
point,
know. I
so
100%. No,
mocking-
it's
No,
it's 100% a valid theory. We just don't know until you're not doing what I just talked about.
Okay.
You're just trying to add some color and flavor to it.
Yeah, that's right. Got to wait not only the long week, because Monday Night Football, but all the way until 9 p.m. Central on Monday night. That's going to be a lot of fun for that one. Hey, coming up, let's do a little. Are they curses or blessings in disguise? We'll break it down next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Part of my routine when I go out to dinner, and you can just put it in ink, is
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's do a little, are these curses or actually blessings in disguise here on Payne and Pendergast? I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean alongside Seth Payne.
I'm after your Luke, I was not shooting down your theory about getting off to a slowing tape success and then it being fuel for other things. I am during a bye week I try to reevaluate things and think about like, okay, yeah, what's the positive side of this and what's the actual, like, where can you build from this, all of that. I'll get back to being negative about everything sometime around hopefully not on Tuesday morning next week, but sometime next week.
Yeah. You know, as I've said, I've built this reputation of being negative, but the last few days I've tried to bring some positive perspectives during the bye week here to try to get everyone feeling better about this team.
Are you trying? You're not doing that just because you're on this show, are you?
No.
You didn't have to try to like change yourself and get all gussied up or anything, just to try to match my energy. The notoriously positive and beaming and bubbly Seth Payne.
No, not at all. Honestly, I don't know where it's come from the last few days. Even last week too, I had some positive theories or outlooks, and usually I do skew more negative. But I guess it's just like the time away. You know, it's like when you further you get from something, the better you feel about it. It's like people always get back together with toxic exes because, you know, the further removed.
I'll tell you honestly, I don't know, like if somebody hadn't listened to me on the radio for 10 years and they'd just been listening 10 years and then they listen to me now, they probably wouldn't know who they were listening to. And part of it is that I got to a point where I just realized, like, I can't be like this anymore. I can't do it. I can't live out the rest of my life being angry about certain things and PO'd about other stuff. I gotta change some things, man, of my radio career eventually, but I couldn't live that way anymore.
Yeah, you know, as they always say, like, it costs the same to be negative as it does positive, or vice versa. So you might as well.
Yeah, you make more money being negative, though.
I also think
that is a tried and true. That is a maxim of sports media.
And also, yeah, for sure, in sports media, no doubt. But also, like, as I've always said, if you keep the expectations low in things, then you have the ability to actually be pleasantly surprised, where vice versa. It's better than being disappointed all the time.
Yeah. Aim low, kids.
Yeah, that's
all
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, I don't want to get all existential on this, but there is a certain element of truth to that. Yeah. Don't delude yourself into thinking that something that you really want is the thing that's going to make you happy, at least. Know that. They're like, a lot of times when you're shooting for the stars because you think that's what's going to make you happy, you just remember that, like, no. You better get happy before you achieve that thing, because once you achieve that thing and you realize, like, oh, I'm still miserable, then it really, the world will come crushing down on you.
Which leads us perfectly into blessings, or curses, or blessings in disguise. Because you know what? Along the way, you might find those blessings in disguise when it seems like the world's coming crashing down on you. Let's go through these. We got a buzzer. We got a bell. Seth, get your opinion. See what you think. Having the bye week this early, will it be a curse or is it a blessing in disguise?
Okay, this is an easy one for our listeners to forecast how I'm going to judge this, because the big argument about having the bye week this early being bad was that, oh man, the Texans just won 2 and got all this great momentum, and then now, boom, you have to put it on pause for a week. I'm really, based on one player and one player alone, I'm really glad that the bye week came this early, and it's Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley's been dealing with this oblique injury since week 1, and he hasn't been quite his normal self since then. The last couple weeks, not that they necessarily needed him to travel in either of these last 2 games, but he just stayed parked on the left side of the field. This is a game this week where they might want to have him travel with Njigba Smith, and I want him to be as healthy as possible if that's what they end up doing. So give it a ding, Ben. Yes, it's been a positive that the bye week was this early.
Blessing in disguise. I didn't like the bye week as early, but then same idea. The longer we've gone, the more positive I've become. I've talked myself into it that it has come at a right time to regroup, especially for the offense after doing some things the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Take one step back to take two steps forward this week, if you will.
Check in with me 12 weeks from now if the Texans have 7 guys that are dragging themselves through game to game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The absence of tight ends right now for this offense, would you say that's a curse or is it actually a blessing in disguise?
My blessing in disguise was going to be that, hey, Texans are using the 6 offensive lineman package with Blake Fisher as a tight end, and they're having some success with it. They got to get the run game going no matter what. So maybe this forced their hand into saying, okay, we're just going to get bigger, more physical bodies out there. But I just can't go there because you go in, and the 2 players that DeMeco himself may have gushed about more than anybody else were Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover. And immediately in week 1, you're out there and you're barely, in 2 tight end sets at all. And they have to make do when since then, when they do go with 2 tight ends with Dalton Schultz and guys that are just kind of new to the system and trying to figure out what you have in them. So now that's a buzzer. That's a buzzer. There's no use crying over spilt milk or anything. Neither of those guys are coming back. But it does. I know that people are justifiably skeptical that Nick Caserio would make a trade deadline move. That hasn't, as active as he is as a trader, he's not actively acquiring at the trade deadline all that often. But like a David Njoku or somebody like that, I could get behind a trade like that.
Speaking of Nick Caserio, I haven't gotten this in a while. People used to say this every time I was on these airwaves. So the text line just said a moment ago, I swear I thought Nick Caserio was filling in for Sean. People always say I sound like Nick Caserio. I don't know. I don't hear it.
Really?
Yeah. That's what the text line
always says. I don't get that at all. Wow.
Yeah.
You have a pretty good feel for how long to go with whatever you're saying. You were a solo host for a long time, and it's hard sometimes for solo hosts when all of a sudden you're in a co-host situation to figure out when to stop the monologue, right?
Oh yeah, I can monologue, but I tell you what, I think it's the opposite now. Where I did it for so long that I appreciate having the breaks. So like, just hand it off to you. I'll keep it short. You can go. Yeah. Fred VanVleet, torn ACL. Curious to hear a potential spin on this. Is this a curse or actually a blessing in disguise?
Why are you trying to poison my opinion there with that? I can't wait to hear it. You sound like that Italian grandma you were talking about earlier. Like, right. Oh, this ought to be rich.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of
in the long term. Look, it was going to have to happen at some point. You're going to have to make this transition into the point guard of the future. And Amon Thompson might have 2 or 3 years to work his way into that role. Reed Shepherd, perhaps. But now it's going to be a forced acceleration where, as an offense, I think they're going to have to be more diverse and use a little bit more ingenuity than they otherwise would have if you're going to be running the offense through multiple different guys. But then also the accelerated development of Amon Thompson and Reed Shepherd, I think, is going to be a good thing. But in the short term, I can't go there. It's still it's devastating in the short term. Now it might only end up being like 2 months of short term malaise, but it's like the first 2 months of the season aren't going to be as smooth a transition as they would have been with Fred VanVleet. So I can't go there yet. That's a buzzer. Not a blessing just yet.
Yeah, you were starting. Honestly, I wouldn't say I agree with you, but you were starting to sway me in the sense of like, oh yeah, that is an interesting perspective. The idea of kind of just like ripping off the Band-Aid. Let's go through this now. Let's develop Reed Shepherd if he's the guy, or see what Amon Thompson could be as the point guard. But
yeah,
for the short term, it's bad. Yeah, of course.
That movie on, I think it's on Netflix, but it was it's basically it's the 2 hours. It's based in reality, but it was the 2 hours before the first Saturday Night Live episode ever aired.
Oh, yeah. I've wanted to see it, but I haven't yet. No.
It's super stressful, and it's like it sounds like that's the way it always operates at SNL, but this is when Chevy Chase and all those guys were just like, it was a brand new show.
Yeah.
Nobody thought it was going to work. It was all these things. But there was a quote from Lorne Michael in there that said, the show doesn't start at 11:30 p.m., because we're ready. It starts because it's 11:30 p.m. And there is something about, and in theater, it's always like, you always hear this about like with plays that, man, it doesn't look like anything is ready. The dress rehearsal was a mess, but at curtain time, somehow everybody figures it all out. I feel like it's it's curtain time in a good way, not curtains. It's curtain time. It's opening curtain time for the Rockets where, your 2-year plan just got accelerated to game 1 of this year. Like Fred VanVleet is not going to be a slow, easy tutelage of the younger guys. Like these guys got to figure it out now. And by the way, you get Kevin Durant to help you out.
Yeah, true.
It's like if all of a sudden you say like, oh, and guest starring Kevin Durant.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because I could see both sides of the coin. Like in the here and now this year, it's definitely a curse. I think it's a huge loss, and I think it knocks them down a few pegs. But it could be, like you said earlier, get back to you in this case, maybe a couple years from now. It could be a blessing in disguise if it helps one of these other guys really develop for that. That's a positive spin on it, but that's certainly a tough loss for this year. Framber falling apart here in the last couple of months of the Astros season. Was it a curse or actually a blessing in disguise?
This, honestly, I hadn't thought about this until I'll credit Houston Stressens at Texans commenter for this segment, just because that's his whole gimmick, or not his whole gimmick. That's one of his kind of things on X is just, are you blessing or are you stressing? So like, hey, this thing happened. Are you happy about it or are you sad about it? And I hadn't thought about the Framber stuff and this dynamic until I started thinking about this very segment. The Framber-Valdez saga is one that would suggest that at some point he's going to reel himself back in and get back to being the Framber that we knew for the several years prior to this year's debacle. And yet, I think it also means there's going to be a bad Frambering at some point too. So I feel like we all knew this going into this season, that the organization might kind of have some reservations about giving Framber a long-term contract, that they hadn't really talked to him. Adam Spillane talked to Dana Brown during spring training, and he divulged that they hadn't really had any conversations. And I think that it's better for it to happen this way than if the Astros had figured out some kind of contract to make it work, and then it happened next year after you had already paid him the money. So I think ultimately for an aging pitcher, career, that this is a blessing the way that he Frambered this year. I don't think a vintage Framber wasn't going to all of a sudden lift the Astros to an ALCS championship or anything, I don't think. So yes, give it a ding, Ben. Blessing in disguise.
Yeah, it's almost like when you're in that relationship and just say, I don't know, one of the partners has to move away. You're going to try to do long distance, but you're not looking forward to it. And it's almost like when the person tries to have the other person end the relationship for them, or they start act just to make it easier, rip that Band-Aid off. You start acting out in hopes that the other person's like, all right, let's just not do this anymore because you don't want to be the one. So Framber making it easier to move on from him.
I feel like if you're in a rough relationship or something and all of a sudden she says, and by the way, I don't think you should talk to your brother or sister anymore. And I'm like, all right, well, that's, yeah, thank you. All right, we're officially done. That's it. I got it. Okay, right. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, so Framber tried to detach us from the rest of our family.
Right.
And we're like, no, Framber, we can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wish you the best, but just good luck with your next relationship.
Makes it easier to part ways. By the way,
I'll stalk you on Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. You can see how he does somewhere else. MLB.com put out their rankings of the top free agents for this offseason. I just found this funny. Number 1 is Kyle Tucker, former Astro, of course. Number 2 is Alex Bregman, former Astro, of course, if he opts out. And then number 4 is Framber. So 3 of the top 4 free agents this offseason were very recently Houston Astros.
I can't wait for all the forthcoming anonymous and executives and everything about Framber Valdez, because it's going to be fascinating. All it takes is one. All it takes is one team. One team that feels really confident in their sports psychologist, really. That it might be, remember the Yankee sports psychologist that tried to invoke the Boston Red Sox comeback versus the Yankees as proof that they could get it done? I feel like, I hope it's the Yankees. I really hope it's the Yankees. Do I want it to be the Yankees, or is that just inviting misery? If they do happen to get the very best out of Framber Valdez.
I know, I would hate that.
Which he showed it just this year. It was only a few months ago that we were gushing about Framber and how good he had been as of late. And, I want that smoke. I want it. Send him off to the Yankees. Do it. Pay him $30 million a year. Do it, you cowards.
Yeah, not very concerned. Joe Mixon, last one here for curse or blessing in disguise. Joe Mixon being MIA.
Yeah, this is a curse. I can't even filibuster about this one. This is it's 100% a curse. God, don't ever do this to yourself. Don't go back and watch any Joe Mixon highlights from last year. Because I'm excited about Woody Marks. I'm pleasantly surprised by Joe Mixon and how he seems to be getting more and more of his old explosiveness back. But neither one of those guys right now are anything like Joe Mixon was last year, even in a year where it was miserable for the Texans' rushing attack. So unless he comes back and it turns out they figured out what's wrong with him and he's 100% healthy for the rest of the year. Oh, good. Yeah, he actually got, you know what? Less wear and tear on his body in the first half of the season. As of right now, this is just an abject curse.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. On the text line, in regards to Fromber, people said maybe a blessing in disguise in one sense, but one more win, we would have made the playoffs. But that's short-term pain for long-term gains. Someone else said F Fromber, so there you go. And another text said Fromber has New York Mets at $50 million a year written all over him.
Oh, yeah.
I
don't know. Fromber in that media environment, especially.
Yeah.
I mean, man, I always chuckle kind of at how the Astros organization just like they really did. They get so rankled by Chandler Rome, and I don't know if they appreciate how good they have it. I mean, Chandler Rome gets a lot of crap basically for just asking the questions that journalists ask. And in New York, it's you got 10 Chandler Romes going after you. It's a different environment.
For sure. Yeah, I think Chandler does a great job, but there's one Chandler. He's the only guy around here that really gets under their skin or asks the tough questions like that.
Yeah.
No disrespect to everyone else on the beat.
No, and it's not even and that's just the different. Like in New York, it becomes almost a competitive environment among the journalists up there.
Sure.
It's a different. I'm not comparing it to other cities in Major League Baseball or anything. It is just different in New York, and you got to face the media. In baseball, you got to face the media every single day. That's the thing I think it's an underrated part of. I think something that people might not think is a big deal or realize why it's a big deal is as a baseball manager in an organization that you got to talk about every single day. It's brutal, man. Like it just becomes this overarching thing that you dread doing every single day, and it's something you got to fight through.
Yeah, they talk pre and post game every day, just to the local media, and then of course radio and all this stuff. It's wild. Coming up, it's time to power rank the power rankings here on this Tuesday. Where do different publications have the Texans slotted? We'll let you know next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Kirk Holmes. I've got them slotted number 1 in my power rank.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll power rank the power rankings here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean. He'll be back in alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610, or get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. I got an email, by the way, Seth. You're a smart guy. You're an Ivy League educated, smart man. I got this email. I did the Ancestry years back. I got this email about how my DNA results have been updated or have changed. And they send these emails every once in a while.
Were you exposed to radiation or something?
What?
How have they been updated?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what a money grab. I don't know. You got to, log in or something. I don't know.
Oh, they're trying to, they're like, hey, your DNA results have changed.
Yeah, probably.
So they're either admitting that they screwed it up the first time.
Right.
Or, I don't know. Do they tell you who you're related to? Do they give you kind of matches on?
Yeah.
It's probably something I don't need to know that.
I know.
Man.
I think that's what people don't realize when they did this stuff originally, like when consumers like myself would do it. That you didn't realize what you might uncover about your family. So you find out some of that stuff.
I don't need to find out that I've got some long lost half brother. I mean, my dad got around back in the day. I don't want to know. Okay, I just don't want to know.
Yeah, so there is that aspect. They didn't think through that there's no repeat customers. So I think this is their attempt to try to get you back to spend money elsewhere or other ways.
That's a good point. They probably, though, as they start to uncover more and more, genetic basis for different diseases and everything, that might be saying, you might, now I'm talking you into it. I don't know. You might be at risk of some disease that they realize now. You better go check. Better check it out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I might have to now.
Now, if they make you pay money to learn that, then I would sue their asses.
Yeah, they'll give you a few things for free, and then it's like to see the rest, you have to pay. So I've only gotten a couple traits for free, and one says that I'm a morning person, which I'm not, so they're wrong about that. But the other one kind of hurt, and it is kind of accurate, and it said you have a hard time building muscle. And I said,
oh, really?
Yeah, you don't have to throw it in my face. Jeez.
There's the one thing, when I was a freshman in college, I remember them talking about the Human Genome Project, which was, they were racing towards, mapping and sequencing all of the human genetic code. And boy, once we have that, then we'll know all this stuff. And what they did actually realize when they finally, because this was back in 1993, what they realized was oh, crap. It's way more complicated than we thought. Okay, never mind. Everybody settle down. We actually don't know. We've learned that we know almost nothing at all. If you know identical twins, that's the most interesting thing. Is identical twins have sometimes very different personalities.
Yeah.
And you see, okay. Having the exact same genetic code doesn't tell the whole story. There's a whole lot more that goes into it. And even then, with identical twins, they grow up in the same environment, same household and everything. It's just, there's a lot more variability to it.
It's true. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Did you find any surprising things, of your ancestry or anything? It turned out, it turns out I've got a Japanese grandmother or something that nobody told me about.
The only thing's that scenario that you said, it was like a second cousin or something. Someone reached out to me on the site and was like, hey, trying to figure out how I'm related to you. I was like, I don't know. And so I think that was outside of our family. I didn't know the people involved, so I don't know. But there was some drama in the extended family. That was about it. That was the only interesting thing. It told me pretty much what I already knew. So anyways, my DNA apparently is changing. The power rankings also changing a little bit. Call that a segue. And you guys always power rank the power rankings here on Tuesdays, as the power rankings have come out this morning. So in power ranking the power rankings and taking a look, sporting news would be first up, not number one on the power ranking list. They're last in this list. They have the Texans ranked 22nd after they were ranked 21st in last week's power rankings. So without playing, the Texans dropped one spot in sporting news.
I give the sporting news an F for effort, just because they look like, it looks like by and large they've pretty much just gone strictly by the record, and that it's all lined up that the teams with the best records are up there, other than the Chiefs. They made an exception for the Chiefs, but they didn't. They actually have. Oh no, they have the Packers at number 1 overall. But yeah, I'm having a hard time getting too upset about Texans power rankings right now and feeling injustices or anything until they actually beat a quality opponent.
Yeah.
That you can stick them wherever you want in that middle tier, and I'm cool with it.
I'm with you. With that said, Pro Football Talk next power rankings, Mike Florio over there has the Texans at 21st, which was the same as last week. He puts a little blurb. All he had to say for the Texans was, can they catch the Jaguars and Colts? So that's why they're at 21st.
Good thing is they'll have an opportunity, 3 more games against those 2 teams.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's his shtick. He just adds a little tidbit on each team, but that has nothing to do with the power rankings.
Are you? Yeah, you're right. You're 100% correct. That has nothing to do with the power rankings. Where are you on the Jaguars after last week's game versus the Seahawks?
I think the Jaguars will be pesky. I don't think they're going to fall into the tank, but I'm not overly worried about them. They're, I would say, around a 500 team, not a real threat in the AFC. They don't really scare me, but I don't think they're just going to disappear.
I think their defense is legitimately a good defense. I still don't know what the hell Trevor Lawrence is. After last week's game, I really feel like, all right, man, he's not the guy. I think there's a part of his game that just doesn't see the game the same way the genuinely great quarterbacks do. And he'll make all of these touch throws, but then he has wildly erratic throws. There's just an inconsistency to him. And kind of almost like a robotic feel to his game where I don't think he's going to be the chosen one at any point in his career.
Yeah, I'm with you. He hasn't played well. For me, the biggest thing is just the defense. They forced no turnovers against the Seahawks, and they lost. I don't think they can keep up this stretch of leading the league in turnovers. I am that person of the school of thought that turnovers are a fluky stat and that fumbles are 50-50. So I just think there's going to be regression to the mean for the Jaguars, the amount of turnovers they get, and that could change a lot for that team.
It's one of those classic things where it can help you rack up a bunch of regular season wins, but if you rely on turnovers in the playoffs, 2 things happen. One is that it is kind of random from week to week whether you're going to get them. And then the second is you're facing better quarterbacks in the playoffs who have less of a chance of turning the ball over you. So it's hard to make a run all the way to a championship just feasting on turnovers. It just doesn't play well in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I say the same about home runs in baseball. It's harder to hit home runs in the playoffs against the top pitchers. That's why the Yankees, I think, always come up short. So, that's where I am on the Jaguars. ESPN comes in third here in the power rankings. They have the Texans 20th in their power rankings, down 2 spots from last week where they had them 18th.
Yeah. Says they have the number 1 scoring defense, which is true. I can fact check that in my brain. And it's not like they've played offensive bottom feeders. Houston earned that ranking after playing the Bucs, the Rams, and the Jaguars. Those teams are a combined 13-5 on the season. That's a good point about the defense. I think this early in the season, I'm real reluctant to lean too much into the defensive performances just because of that very thing. Sometimes you can rack up some great defensive performances versus bad teams, but they've done it against not the absolute best teams in the league, but they've done it against quality opponents, and they've made really good quarterbacks really have to work for it. And wherever they end up in terms of scoring defense, it's I'm getting just more and more rock solid faith in the defense as long as they can stay healthy.
That's the thing I've been saying about this division is that when you look at the Colts, they've been a surprise in the sense of how good Daniel Jones has been. That's been the best part of the team. The Jaguars, they've been a surprise in terms of how good the defense has been or how many turnovers they've gotten. Those are 2 things that could regress to the mean because they are surprises, but the strength of the Texans this year has been the defense, and that's not a surprise, and the defense shouldn't go anywhere. So, again, if I'm trying to be positive, you can make the case can Daniel Jones do this all year? And you can make the case of, the Jaguars, can they get these turnovers and play this well all year? For the Texans, you don't have to worry about the defense, and instead you ask, can the offense be this bad all year? The offense might improve as the year goes on, and so they can only get better while the other teams might take a step back. That's my glass half full approach. In these power rankings of the power rankings, honestly, they're really all tied at the top. ESPN, I mentioned just now, has them at 20th, has the Texans at 20th after having them at 18th last week. Well, so does Pete Prisco of CBS Sports, has the Texans 20th after 18th last week. And then Sports Illustrated also has the Texans ranked 20th after having them 18th last week. So not a lot of creativity in these different power rankings this week.
The one that's more objective is that I'm intrigued by is the fact that Pro Football Focus has the Texans as the 13th best team in the league right now. Yeah. And I think they go based strictly on grades and everything else. So, like whatever level of there's a lot of it falls back onto what you were just talking about, I think, is just how good is the defense, and can it be the kind of defense that actually carries you far above and beyond what an inferior offense. So, like, my hopes still remain hinging completely on, can they really get it clicking, and is it a bona fide improvement on offense?
Yeah, some progression to the mean for the Texans based off of those PFF rankings. So there you go. The power ranking of the power rankings, Sports Illustrated, CBS Sports, ESPN, all the kindest to the Texans, though not a lot of creativity. And I guess a little out of sight, out of mind. The Texans dropping in all of those power rankings during their bye week while not playing. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up, we'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop, get the question of the day, but I also might have figured out an answer to Seth's question from yesterday of why the Seahawks have been so much better on the road than at home, and I'll share that theory next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
We are in the heart of football season right now.
22. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I might have the answer to a question we were wondering yesterday about why the Seahawks are so much better on the road than at home. Get to that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, back tomorrow alongside Seth Payne. And you can always text the show, get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop, Reggie and John, in a few minutes. Get the question of the day as well. But we had a question yesterday that we were wondering about the Seahawks and why they've been, I think it's 10-1 on the road under Mike Macdonald, but not as good at home after having a great home field advantage. I tried to get in touch with Chris Myers to see what the answer was from the production call. He was screening my calls, though, yesterday.
He just kept teasing it over and over again, and then nothing. It was just it was like all the promises I make to my family about vacations we're going to take and everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the year we get an RV. I promise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Chris Myers. I'm stuck here in a Yugo. Yeah.
Exactly. I know that well. Growing up, it was always, this is the summer we're going to go to Italy. We'll go next year. Okay, this is the next year. We never went to Italy. So.
You never went to Italy?
No, never did. So, I'm very familiar. And by the way, I'm really into like conspiracy theories and such. I'm knee deep in trying to figure out what's going on around here in Houston with all these bodies in the bayou. So I'm all for it. But unfortunately, I think this theory for the Seahawks is it's less interesting than most. I went and I looked and I crunched the numbers. All sorts of people are wondering online, why are the Seahawks better on the road, not as good at home? They haven't been very good at home since 2021, and I think part of it originally was just they were not that great of a team at the end of Russell Wilson and Geno Smith. It's more interesting now because of this stark contrast of how good at home. Anyways, when I crunched the numbers, this is what I came up with, and this might explain it. In home losses, so games they have lost at home the last 2 years, their opponents are a combined 65 and 47, 18 games over 500.
Yeah.
But in their road wins the last 2 years, their opponents are a combined 51 and 77, 26 games under 500. So it might just simply be the way the schedule has broken the last 2 years, that they've played bad teams on the road, good teams at home, and they haven't been able to beat some of the better teams they've played.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things where they can tell me all about Mike Macdonald's record on the road versus at home and how they haven't taken advantage of that home field advantage in that really loud stadium all they want. DeMeco's not buying into that one bit, and I don't like CJ Stroud's not going to be buying into it when he hears that noise and he's trying to make an audible, because Luke, I don't know what they do, and I was talking to Cecil Shorts about this the other day, about there's something about on that field, like whatever the decibel readings are, wherever they measure them on the field or whatever, it's just different. It's the way the acoustics are in that stadium. It is really hard to communicate when you're down on the field. So for the Texans, that dynamic, it really comes up against one of the things they've struggled with, which is making the right calls and then getting the calls communicated at the line of scrimmage. We've just seen too many instances of the offensive linemen being on different pages, where it's clear that one group of guys is running one, two guys are running the other play, and you just can't have that versus this Seahawks pass rush, because they've just got studs across the board. So that's another reason I was happy that the bye week was this week, is that that's the kind of thing that you can really just focus in on. You're practicing the same plays you've been practicing since training camp. Get the communication down, get loud, get the nonverbal stuff down, and just don't let that be the thing that keeps you from performing on Monday night.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the answer Texans fans are looking for, but I think it's just happenstance. I think it's just the way the schedule has played out, and comes down to the teams. And we'll see if the Texans can handle it or not, if the Texans are one of those good teams that the Seahawks have struggled against or not. By the way, on YouTube, somebody said Payne and Morrow, as in pain and sorrow. Payne and Morrow. That would be a great podcast of nothing but negative views. That comes from Jacob.
Jacob? Yeah. What the hell are you talking about? I don't think there's a perception of me as being particularly negative. Is there, Jacob? Show yourself. Tell me. Explain yourself.
You can bust out the old you just for the podcast, just for the negative podcast.
It's one of the most frustrating things in trying to. It's not frustrating. I mean, it's just a fact of human nature. But man, that you can say one thing. You could do the exact show, say the exact same thing to two different people, and one person's going to accuse you of being ridiculously optimistic and a homer, and the other person's going to say, like, why are you so negative all the time? Why are you saying my favorite thing to do, Luke, and this is fun. It's a fun little experiment to run. Something that DeMeco Ryans says, say it almost verbatim, and to see how many people like get pissed off at you for being overly negative, and then as they're defending DeMeco Ryans and his team. It's just it's whatever filter people are hearing it through.
Yeah, it's true. I do like the name or the idea though from Jacob. Thank you.
The Pain and Morrow, Pain and Sorrow,
Pain and Morrow. Yeah. One thing I've been wanting to get to the last 2 days, it's just been hard to squeeze it in, but this In-N-Out versus Whataburger controversy that's been stirred up again by one of the Houston Texans on social media. I don't know where you fall. Kalen Bullock posted about, I guess he was in California during the bye week, and said In-N-Out is, and he used way better, and I don't even think he mentioned Whataburger. I think he said, alluded to like that Texas one or whatever, however he phrased it. I should have the tweet up in front of me to reference it, but yeah, putting In-N-Out over Whataburger, I disagree personally. But my other thought too was like, how does this compare? Is this similar in the same vein to the whole C.J. Stroud hats thing of like not aligning yourself with your city?
Yeah, I for one, I think this is something that people consistently said when C.J. Stroud was wearing first a Mariners hat and then a Yankees hat, and a lot of people got rankled by it. And every time I say that, people will claim that nobody got rankled by it. No, you're wrong. People did get rankled by it. So whether you think it's stupid or whether you 100% get it, people did get rankled by it. A lot of those people, he grew up a Dodgers fan and he was wearing a Dodgers hat, they still wouldn't appreciate him wearing a Dodgers hat to a Texans game, but at least it makes more sense. Mm-hmm. There are some people that were almost more offended that he was doing it haphazardly, almost like with no regard for their feelings. I think when it comes to In-N-Out versus Whataburger, I think most people would be pretty forgiving of just like, all right, you grew up eating an In-N-Out burger and that's why you like it, and it's no skin off our back. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I think I can speak with, I don't know how you feel about this, but I grew up neither around Whataburger or In-N-Out Burger.
Same.
And I think I can say somewhat objectively that personally I think Whataburger is just a better quality product. I think it's just more, it tastes more like something you'd actually find in a restaurant as opposed to a fast food joint, where In-N-Out Burger just feels like, okay, this is another fast food hamburger.
Interesting. Yeah, I would put I prefer Whataburger over In-N-Out. I had In-N-Out originally a number of years ago when I was in California. I was like, I got to try this place. And maybe it was just too built up in those, going back to what we were talking about earlier, keep expectations low so you won't be disappointed. And it was pretty underwhelming for me. And Whataburger, meanwhile, kind of lived up to the expectation more so, I guess. I certainly prefer Whataburger over In-N-Out.
Yeah, I don't know if I've met anybody that went to California for the first time and tried In-N-Out back when they were only in California, who was blown away by it or thought like, oh yeah, this is something different or something special or whatever. I think it's Kalen Bullock grew up eating In-N-Out burgers, so that's what he's going to associate with, the times after go to In-N-Out Burger, or when a family member brings you there or something. It's just what you grew up with. It's like how everybody thinks that the music they were listening to when they were 18 years old is the best music in the history of pop music, and nothing will ever be the same.
That's right. Hey, where I grew up, we would call sandwiches, we call them grinders, and so that's what it's got to be, a grinder. And if it's not, when I see there's a couple places here in Houston that call them grinders, and those are the preferred destinations.
Is a sub a grinder?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's a hoagie?
Same thing. Just we didn't use that word. We didn't use the phrase.
You guys
hoagie.
did? Okay. Yeah. Is a hoagie? Is that like a New York thing or a Boston thing or a?
Yeah, I think it's more New York, okay. New Jersey, maybe the rest of the tri-state. But yeah, we were grinders.
I grew up where we called soda pop.
Oh yeah.
And I got that beat out of me real quick. Because you go play, you ask for a pop anywhere else, and they look at you like you're from another country. Like, what the hell are you talking about, a pop?
Yeah, I know. That's one that sounds so old school, so oldie when you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, pronounced.
Which is interesting because that's what I used to do the same thing, Seth. I did the same. I used to call them Pops.
Pops.
Oh, you did? You called it Pop?
Oh,
like
yeah.
A soda was a Pop?
A soda was a Pop. Yeah.
I didn't know that was. I thought that was only like the Midwest and like certain pockets up north. Okay.
Well, that's because he used to go down to the fountain with his best gal.
with my best gal.
Well, Lopez knows this. This isn't a brand name thing or anything, but this is the thing that drives me the most insane in Texas is when people will try to correct you and say, no, it's pronounced New Braunfels.
Oh, God. No.
Oh, people from New Braunfels say New Braunfels, but there's people in Texas that'll be like, I can tell you're not from Texas. Sorry, Seth, it's New Braunfels. Like, no, it is not.
It is not.
I've done my research on this, you bastards.
That's right, it is not.
So a text did come in about how we were pronouncing Whataburger incorrectly, so somewhat similar. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, as those voices you hear are the fellas of In the Loop. John and Reggie in the house. I even moved over for you.
Look
at
you.
Yeah, give my man his socks.
Just throwing it out there.
Let's take a picture for Sean Pendergast. Post it.
Yeah.
How about that? Literally everyone who sits in for Sean moves over. Seth, when he's in, moves over. That bastard.
I do get it. He has multiple screens working. I understand, but I figured I'd be kind enough to move over.
Yeah.
I'll ask you about the question of the day in the moment, but one thing that Seth and I didn't get to today was kind of the misery index. Do you think what fan bases or how many fan bases in the NFL do you think could actually feel good about their teams today?
Ooh.
Because I think
there's a lot of 4-2 teams whose fan bases are actually miserable.
Yes.
Like the Buffalo Bills right now.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a great question. I would say less than 50%.
Oh, for sure, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I think it's only a handful right now that like really feel good about their teams compared to where they were at the start of the year.
I think of the division leaders in the AFC, I think only the Patriots and the Colts probably have fan
Steelers
bases
probably do.
I don't know if they feel all that great about it because I think Steelers fans look at that team and think like, all right, like you guys are different right now. I think Steelers fans are pretty smart and know that like, all right, we can't feast off a turnover margin forever.
They're plus 12, but yeah, I think my friend in a group chat put it to me this way, where like everybody's on fraud watch.
Yeah.
Damn near everybody's on fraud watch. There's no teams that we look at that we go are definitively great. There's some teams that we go, they seems good, and then even in the moment that they're good, we're getting more and more teams that are susceptible to the age-old any given Sunday or Monday or Thursday or Saturday or Friday. You get what the point.
I think Bucs fans probably feel pretty good. And I think that I think Seahawks fans probably feel pretty good.
Sure.
I know they've got questions, but I think just like Sam Darnold's found money at this point.
Yeah.
They'll be feeling good until Monday night, 9 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah, that's right.
The positivity of Payne and Morrow. That's right.
Yeah, our positive podcast.
Yeah.
Before we hand things off fully, question of the day for today.
Last night could have been legendary, man. Absolutely legendary moment for the Milwaukee Brewers, but they lost. That incredible double play, which I'm guessing none of us have ever seen before in our lives.
No.
8-2, 8-6-2, 5-8, something like that.
Yeah,
double
sounds
play.
correct, yeah.
So a great, incredible moment that would have been legendary, but you lost. Like the example I had was Carlos Beltran back in 2004.
Oh, yeah.
8 postseason home runs.
That's a good one.
4 in the NLCS. Astros were in the NL back then, kids. And the Astros lost.
Yeah, that's a good one. I forgot about that to the point of your question. I was trying to think because Reggie did give me the heads up earlier, and I don't know about the one that came to mind first, and it's not one of my teams, but I always think about it is the Julio Jones catch in that Super Bowl with the Patriots along the sideline, where if the Falcons did not choke, I do think that goes down as one of the greatest catches in Super Bowl history.
That's a good one.
Along with some of the other, like the Mario Manningham in the back of the end zone, that sort of stuff. But then they choke, and now you know it as the biggest choke in Super Bowl instead of whatever Julio Jones did.
Yeah, that one comes at 28-20, where obviously the Patriots have already shown a little bit of moxie, and the Falcons are trying to hold them off. And Matt Ryan has to climb the pocket. He finds Julio Jones with the defender in front of him, just perfectly placed, and Julio goes up, manages the toe tap, and keeps a drive alive that felt like it might have stalled at that point. I might be doing a little bit much because it was 2nd and 9. But it was like, all right, this is a big play, chunk play needed to keep you going. And so, yeah, you're very right. That would have been one of those that goes, whew,
Yeah.
That is what they used to stem the tide, except the tide kept coming.
Yeah, put it on field goal range, you go up 2 scores, and they go backwards, so on and so forth. So, yeah, that was the first one.
Okay, I've got 2.
Mm-hmm.
One, and these are unique because it's a double whammy, or at least one of them is.
Mm-hmm.
2014, that DeAndre Hopkins catch versus the Giants, it was a 53-yarder.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys remember it.
I'm trying to remember. Go ahead.
It was a left-hand, one-handed, like backwards catch. He caught it over the head of Prince of Moon. But so it was an incredible catch, and it ended up being a loss for the Texans. But also the catch itself was negated.
That's right.
Because DeAndre
Yeah.
Hopkins had it lined up illegally.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like his own penalty negated his own incredible catch. But then he had another one in 2018 against the Dolphins, and I'm pretty sure the Texans won that game, but the catch was negated again. One of the most incredible one-handed catches you've ever seen. Like DeAndre did that thing where he pinned it against his leg as he went to the ground and maintained control, but he gotten flagged for pushing off on that play.
You know what's funny is that I hadn't even considered the possibility, the subsection of answers in this question of the day that is negated by penalties. And I feel like I just go back and watch the 2024 Houston Texans.
Yeah, any of them.
And let's see how many flags get thrown on some of these plays.
Yeah, the other one I thought of was, and it wasn't the same game, but this is all falls into the same category. UH beating Duke last year. That incredible way that they came back. They probably didn't deserve to win. They won the game. It would have been just an incredible moment, but they ended up losing.
That's a good one, yeah, because I was thinking about that. As I've referenced before, I grew up a Minnesota Vikings fan and a family of Vikings fans. Like, you had the Minneapolis Miracle, which I think will live on, but then the next week they just lost 38-7.
Yeah,
and
something
so,
like that.
You kind of do forget about it, or it's just not as special because it's like, they got killed the next week. So, yeah, it's a good question. I look forward to hearing the answers that roll in about 40 minutes from now when you guys get to that question of the day. In the meantime, Seth, hey, it's been a pleasure the last 2 days. Sean will be back in tomorrow, but it was a joy working with you.
Yeah, great job, Luke. Everybody follow Luke on his social media things.
Yeah.
He's at Luke something.
Something like that. Yeah. Sean will be back in tomorrow. In the meantime, we're done for the day. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, on Odyssey Station. And In the Loop begins now.
Yeah, damn, Skippy, you start now. Happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed in the loop. Shout out to Luke. Shout out to Seth. Shout out to all you fine folks listening. Let's get it started. And always get involved with the program. We need that. We want that. We desire that here. Do that by a few various mediums, or media, I guess is the way that you would do that, plural. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. That's always open for you. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And yeah, man, there's a lot of different places where you can catch us outside. I mean, YouTube, Twitch, those are obviously there for you. Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, your smart speaker, just let them know.
Spotify, any of them.
Spotify's got us.
Yeah.
Really?
Spotify
Is that just the podcast, though?
It might be.
I was like,
you can listen to us anywhere you can listen to it. You can listen to us,
and we appreciate you as you do that. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans later on in the program. I believe about 12:45 is the time that I will mark there. Let's have a little fun. We'll do a little college football on a Tuesday. We'll move that up in the show in order to accommodate DeMeco as well.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
I don't know that he cares, if we're going to be honest.
He knows our rundown.
I do wonder. I like the idea of DeMeco in his office, like, hey, let's get through this. I need to go back. What time Reggie and them on?
When's the question of the day?
Yeah, let me see what time Judge John Lopez come on. Is this a thing? Is a subsection of, like, is a type of segment that I would like to do here, if you don't mind, John Lopez, because we're coming out of the bye week. I think we're officially out of week 6 now, with Monday Night Football getting run yesterday. Both games, which I'm very, very tired of, and of course we have next week as well.
Yeah.
But we're headed into week 7. But week 6, as a bye week for the Texans, obviously gave us an opportunity to just kind of think about the league at large. And one of the things that I was thinking about, or that I was looking at, was a thing that was just kind of one of those novelties that you go, huh. And I think we all do this where we see something, we go, is this a thing? And it was inspired by your Week 7 opponent, the Seattle Seahawks, particularly a certain player that played for The Ohio State University. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Ayo.
You didn't have to do. I was like, we not doing the call and response.
I'm
here.
feeling generous.
Okay,
today.
One of many receivers, from the Ohio State
By the
University.
way, we're going to get into that even further. But like Jackson Smith and Jigba has been an absolute menace, and he's basically the focal point when it comes to that offense. And I don't know that anybody anticipated him being this to this degree, right? They traded away DK Metcalf, and you were like, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba and the Pips.
And honestly, I think even during the draft, I think people kept trying to put him as just only a slot receiver.
Right.
Every time you bring, he's only a slot receiver.
Well,
I don't know
hold
if
that
was
thought, Biggie. Hold that thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, you've heard some of this when because I asked you as well, like, is this a thing? So let's do a little bit of an experiment here to illustrate points. Can you pull up the receiving leaders in the National Football
I'm looking
League?
at it right now.
All right. I would like you to do a segment that I like to call reading here,
Yes.
John Lopez.
Yes.
Who are the leaders? And when as John Lopez goes through this, dear listener, I want you to think about who are the type of receivers that you're seeing at the top
Body
of
type,
production.
type of role they've played traditionally, all of that.
Can I guess?
Yes.
The first thing I think about is like Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
Sure.
Just the big body receiver types.
And you would be incorrect. Well, kind of correct.
I was like, we know that those dudes are tough.
Kind of correct. But the number one receiver in the NFL today, as we sit here, is Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I gave you that one. I told you up front that he has been
number
he's been
two.
cooking.
Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Which it should be no surprise, and it's actually kind of a surprise. That
Was he
he's
kind
number
of a slot guy? Did they look at him as a slot guy?
I think so.
Yeah, we were talking about it when Cooper Kupp was still there. Like, how do you get these guys both activated with both of them seemingly being most productive in that same space?
Yeah. 3, George Pickens.
All right.
From the Cowboys. Big dude.
That's a big dude.
That's a big
an
dude.
outside type of receiver.
4, Emeka Egbuka. Hope he gets well soon.
There you go. There's your other Ohio State right there again.
Yeah. I guess I got to say IO. 5.
You don't have to. There's no obligation of that.
It just leaves you hanging. There's a grammatical term for that you have to finish. Like, you have to finish something if you know it, and you have, like, if I say liberty, liberty, liberty,
liberty.
Of course, there's a grammatical term where people are just forced to finish. What that they have to look up, and I'll let you guys know. 5, Jamar Chase. Is the 5th leading receiver. Then Amon-Ra St. Brown, 6. Here goes your Justin Jefferson, 7. Drake London. I'm talking about receivers now.
Yeah.
Drake London, then Zay Flowers.
Yeah, and it was at Amon-Ra St. Brown where I was like, all right, okay. All right. Because for me personally, and I think I've espoused this kind of thought process at some point during our time doing this show together, that I had kind of had a thought about Amon-Ra St. Brown that I was like, I'm not as high as everyone else is on him because I wonder if he is the type of receiver that forces defenses to adjust the way that they play.
Yeah.
And looking at this, I go, is this a thing? Because if you look at a half decade ago and maybe definitely a full decade ago, the receivers that you think of as the ones who terrify defenses and are the most productive are the Calvin Johnsons of the world, right? Guys that fit that type of mold.
Andre Johnson.
Andre Johnson.
DeAndre
100%.
Hopkins.
We were just talking about Julio Jones, right?
Yeah.
Like, those were the ones that you thought of. When you look at a lot of those names, even some of the guys that were like, oh, kind of big body, they get their stuff all over the field. They get their stuff a lot of times in the middle field.
They get lined up in the slot.
Of course.
And we knew that, like, that lineup, but also just the type of guy. Like, those types of guys that you go, hey, man, this is just a slot guy. Also worth noting, not all those guys are the fastest guys in the world either, right? It's not just the pure physical, big body, fast dudes. Like, it is these technicians. It is these dudes that would previously have been looked at as a level of, I don't know, market inefficiency or what have you, at the top of production in this league. And so I go, is this a thing in the league? Not just, hey, this is a thing that's happening, but what does this say about the league? And how does this translate to the Houston Texans, who have a guy who maybe profiles more as a little bit of the old school style of guy, who, although we're seeing him get a little bit of movement to where he gets in the slot a bit. In fact, the touchdown that he scored a couple weeks ago over the middle of the field, he was the third option in, and he was in the middle, a nice kind of inside route, in-breaker, ball right, perfectly on time, placed well at the goal line. But it's like, guys are getting the ball in the middle of the field and from these slot positions, and it made me think immediately about Christian Kirk and Jalen Noel.
Okay, so this made me think about defenses.
Okay,
interesting. Because I think what we're looking at here, and hear me out, as people like to say, if you are a big-bodied, sort of not one-trick pony, because even players like Nico Collins can move around a little bit, but if you are, by and large, a big-bodied guy on the outside, defenses today can limit you. They can just flat-out limit you. But if you're not, if you can go inside, if you're good off of motion, if you can go outside, if you can you come out of the backfield, that's a lot more pressure on the defense to stop you. By the way, Nico Collins, 38th in receiving right now.
Sure, and well, let me ask the question: Does that at all concern you or bother you? Do you make anything larger of that, or is that just?
I mean, a little bit. It has to, right? Because so much. And in terms of being the guy, the one proven commodity on this team, but I think this is about defenses because these guys are all over the field putting pressure on defenses. Defenses trying to adjust, and then you adjust to them, and they're in motion. And as I just laid out, they're kind of moving around all over the place, and you can't automatically say, "Oh, there's Nico. Here's the cornerback. Here's the safety. Boom." I think we can limit him. You're not going to limit him a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that with anything in sports, when you see something rise, it is a reaction to the other side of football, and particularly in football, right? We talked about this at one point, the larger trend of maybe seeing more running of the football when you hit, the Iron Dome over top. Shout out to Vic Fangio and all his proverbial sons in the league of everybody putting these too high shells up. And now teams are like, hey, you're getting light. You're playing exclusively nickel. Your safeties are off the ball. We're going to run the ball and see if you have the ability to thump with us in that way. I think that you're also seeing some of that here as well, where you're right. Like, again, too high shell. We're limiting the ability of the super fast receiver on the outside going deep. We're limiting the opportunities when we have a safety and a cornerback looking at those big body wide receivers of you just kind of going up and bodying. And we're going to try and see, especially when you have only a couple of linebackers who maybe aren't as great in coverage, and then, smaller guys in the middle of the field. We're going to try and take advantage of that, especially as the league is no longer thumping in a different way. You don't have Jason Sehorn out here hitting dudes like Michael Irvin had to deal with and things of those natures. So I think that you're right. There's a reaction that you have this here. This is clearly are making their money, right? Teams are making their money passing the football, at least to the highest degree, with these types of players and activating them. And some of this is like you got to activate Nico Collins, which we've seen some of that to some degree. But it does make me go, we should be getting a decent amount of production out of your slot type guys.
And you're not.
Not yet.
You're not. So because even Nico Collins at 38, look at the guys ahead of him. 37, Lad McConkey. Another one of those guys.
My guy, Ladarius.
Yeah, one of those guys that can move. 36, Deebo Samuel. Guys that are versatile in how you can be implemented are the wave of the future. You can see it right here in the numbers. I love that you brought this up because I hadn't even thought of it. I just see the numbers and say, okay, well, that's a receiver that does this. But when you start looking at it closely, you realize what do coaches like to say? We got to figure out a way to get these guys the ball, these players the ball. Figuring out a way is a lot easier when players can go inside, outside, backfield, motion, all that stuff. Whereas, and it's not necessarily a shot at Nick Caley's offense. It has been productive lately. But what I think it does illustrate, you're not getting what you need out of Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk was brought in for that. Now, and Jalen Noel, obviously on a curve, grading him.
Well, yeah, and there's some qualifiers that we need across all of this when we bring this back home to the Houston Texans. First and foremost, I want to go back to the Nico Collins. I was not surprised to not see him be represented high because this offense just flat out was not fully functional in the first 2-3 weeks of the season. So I don't know all numbers of 5 or 6 weeks through the season to reflect his prowess with that. Similarly, Christian Kirk missed the first couple of weeks of the season as well. That's going to put you behind the 8 ball. And then Jalen Noel just hasn't had much opportunity. But when we've seen him get into the game, Christian Kirk also has not been
that's my point
as much like now we have to go qualitative as opposed to like the numbers and the quantitative part of this. It has not looked as impactful at least as I have imagined and honestly as I'd seen with, to be fair, a higher quality of slot type receiver that we're seeing at the top of this. But I am interested to see how quickly he evolves in this and in the system and this comfort, especially coming off of a bye week where hopefully you find a little bit more of a jump than you would in any other week-to-week situation. Because also you're stifling a guy that seems to have some capability in Jalen Noel by not putting him on the field right.
This is correct. But Christian Kirk, 3 games, 10 catches, 16 targets, ranks 138th in the NFL in receiving. What that tells me
That's total yards. Let me see if I can find one that's a little bit more kind of
a little more friendly.
Yeah.
but I think, if we're just trusting our eyes on this, have you seen Christian Kirk really fight for the ball in traffic? Really be able to, and it sounds critical of him, but I think it's just his body type, the way that he's never really been a guy that can, that can get open a number of different ways, even though they've used him inside and out, mostly inside. So maybe it's just a matter of the game plan, the offense, sort of adapting to him a little better.
And I was watching the QB school quarterback, former quarterback, and he breaks down film. He actually did a pretty good breakdown of C.J. Stroud versus the Ravens. And one of the things, there's like a play where it's very evident that Christian Kirk has like an option route, and he decides to take it deep. And in that moment, what C.J. Stroud probably needs is a dude who's just open to the flat.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm looking for. I don't think I need him to be the Zay Flowers and the Amon-Ra St. Brown and, of course, the Jackson Smith and Jigba, even though that could be helpful, clearly. If you get somebody who's going to put up those type of yards, yeah, give me that. I do, though, want to see him find his full home in this offense because clearly that slot is a very important portion of what's happening in this league. It's clearly a very important portion of what this offense looks like. And right now he's not at the full extent of that. Some of that is to be expected with, the late coming on. But also, I think that's clearly going to be important for C.J. Stroud, who's already doing – he's starting to maximize what he's capable of doing and what I think his portion of this. I think now you look at some of the pieces around him and say, what are you bringing to the table to help elevate this offense? Because it's super important with this stretch run that you're coming into.
And last thing on this with the receivers and how they're using them, we do have to go back to the style of offense that they run. Even though they put up, 44 against the Ravens, it's still an offense that is not going to be a lot more chunk plays, downfield throws. It's a pick your spots on the big throws type of offense. So it also ties in a little bit with Nick Caley and his approach, too.
Yeah, so this is going to be something, again, I was like, is this
It is.
I think it is as well, and I want to see how the Texans ultimately relate to it, whether it's getting Nico Collins kind of slot opportunities, which I know isn't necessarily the fullness of this, but that's clearly a portion of it, and we've seen the early developments on that, so I'm actually willing to give that a check. I think also seeing Christian Kirk develop as more of a threat there, and hopefully, I think the thing that we've all been clamoring for, seeing a little bit more of Jalen Noel. Getting some opportunities there because this is clearly an effective portion of the NFL at this moment. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next tonight, you get the third preseason game in the Houston Rockets preseason schedule. We are a week out from the season opening. What do you need to see in these last 2 preseason games from the Rockets? And I think I need to walk back a comment I made last year about a particular Houston Rocket. We'll do all that next.
How good? All day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed. It's Radio 610. Again, the number to text, 713-572-4610. Remember for the 832, and I did make mention of this, Christian Kirk has played in 3 games. Most of those wide receivers have played 5 or 6. Which
it's early.
And that was early, and that's why I was like, "Look, I'm not going to hold it against him."
We got to make that a question of the day.
That is, yeah. What are your favorite in the loop isms or 610 isms? Right, that might be a fun one.
Early
that we circle back around to at some point. But yeah, but that's what I was saying is like qualitatively, there is still some things for Christian Kirk to show, and I think there's still a level of figuring out what the system is because I think for him also, don't forget you go back to training camp where he was like. Slot receiver, particularly in this offense, is one of, if not the most difficult positions on the field outside of quarterback.
Yeah.
And he's had to jump into that without these few weeks. And honestly, because he got injured a little bit late into the into training camp as well. Yeah. Like he missed a little bit of the finishing touches on that as well. And we've seen with our own eyes this offense grow over the first 5 weeks of the season. So there's still some picking up. But I think my point was not necessarily to come down on him, but to be like, hey, I'm watching that space, especially with that trend that seems like it's going on there in the NFL. A trend that is absolutely going on with your Houston Rockets is they're winning preseason games. What does that mean for you? I don't necessarily know. However, there's only 2 more of them before a week from today, they open up the NBA regular season against the reigning NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder on their home floor at the Paycor Center there in Oklahoma City.
I forgot they won the championship.
Right?
I was just thinking like, who won? I don't know why I thought it was Boston or something.
Yeah,
because that was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I'm off. My memory, it can be incredibly terrible. In fact, I'm sure you guys have seen it a number of times. But the one thing that I don't
remember,
the one thing I can go back, I see what you're doing. The one thing I can go back really far on is NBA champions. I could take you all the way back to '89. I don't know why that. Actually, I could take you back to '87.
I was about to say, who was the last 5?
The last 5? Okay, we're actually going to do this. So you had Thunder 2025.
Dude,
you had Celtics 24.
Like, I would lose a lot of money.
Look like a freaking idiot.
Get these guys off the air.
You had Nuggets 23. You had Warriors 22. You had Bucks 21.
Sure.
So there you go. Those are
I'll take your word for it.
I trust you on that one, man.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, but none of them played on NBA on NBC. That's the opening tip-off. Again, next week, the 21st. We've got what that's going to look like. It's going to be Mike Tirico on the play-by-play. Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford are the analysts. Carmelo Anthony, former Houston Rocket,
be there for the start of
on
it.
the studio.
That's for dang sure.
That'll be really fun. But before we get there, there's 2 more preseason games that you got. You got the Pelicans tonight, in fact, in New Orleans. Actually, is that at home? What do you need to see from these Rockets still in these final 2 preseason games to make you fully confident going into that matchup to start the season versus the Thunder?
Well, as you know, I don't watch NBA preseason games. I keep up with the development.
Not even with Kevin Durant on the floor? Not even with the story that's out here?
I checked in on Kevin Durant. You're right. Was it Friday?
Yeah, jerk.
Was it Friday? I checked in on that. I want to watch. To me, it's about the regular season. But obviously, in this business, you got to keep up with everything and see.
I think it was. Was it Wednesday?
Was it Wednesday?
No, I'm talking about the first one.
Oh no.
The first one was
Durant.
That
the first one with Kevin Durant.
But it is worth remembering also that shout out to Danielle Lerner, covers the Rockets for the Chronicle. They're taking these 2 games as dress rehearsals. So
that's important.
So this isn't just any other preseason game. It is worth noting.
So here's what I want to see, and this has really just been in the last 2-3 days where I almost feel like we're overthinking this whole point guard thing. I really am.
Okay.
Reed Shepherd is the number 3 pick. And it goes back to me, like, what do you do really well naturally? Like, what are you naturally gifted at?
Okay.
He's a naturally gifted shooter, a naturally gifted distributor. That's your point guard. If his off-season work in the weight room and defense has improved at all, it's Reed Shepherd. And I want to see that. I want to see, him on the things that he might have improved on. Amen Thompson obviously can do some things. Obviously, you can run through Kevin Durant. You can run through Şengün. But if you're talking about like a classic defensive-minded, run-your-half-court offense coach like, Ime Udoka, then it's Reed Sheppard.
I actually disagree.
It's Reed Sheppard. Reed Sheppard's your point guard.
I think you came to the answer that it feels like the earlier preseason games are starting to give us. I need to see how this works in full dress rehearsal fashion with Point Alperin.
Mm-hmm.
This is the sub tease that I gave, which I have to give an apology. Last season there was a point where I was like, hey, he might be more baby Sabonis, like Domantas Sabonis. Yeah, I got to walk that one back. Like the Eurobasket, the things that he was able to do there, the progression that he has had in his career, Alperen Şengün, over this summer, and the early things that we've seen from him as a passing hub and as an offensive hub, I think I need to see them lean fully into the idea, and it feels like they are to some degree, that Alperen Şengün is your hub, and you actually try and do this kind of like what the Nuggets have done.
I think they're going to do that some. I think they're going to run through Durant some. I think they're going to run Amen some. But your starting point guard is Reed Sheppard to me. I think it's a common sense thing, unless he's just, and we'll find out soon enough, first 15, 20 games, unless it's just an incredible liability, on the defensive side or however you want to relay it. But yeah, they're going to run through Şengün, and he's going to be integral. He's going to be very key. But I think in terms of and they're going to run the big lineup too. I think they're going to do all those things. But, day in, day out, walk them out there, get started with Reed Sheppard as your point guard.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've definitely lost belief that is what you should do for a large amount of minutes, which obviously I think is when you're talking about starters, you're not just talking about who's out there on the floor to start. You're talking about who has the lion's share of minutes at these positions. And I actually don't think that Reed Sheppard is that. I think that he probably profiles more as a seventh man right now than he does as a starting point guard, which is a little frustrating. But I think as an organization, and if you follow these Rockets, hey, with the idea that, hey, you have a number 3 overall pick that doesn't immediately become a foundational piece in your starting lineup, because look at Jabari Smith Jr. Like, that is also one of the things I need to see is just more Jabari Smith Jr. and also more in the right ways. I think that he is definitely finding, and shout out to B. Scott, who made this point. I don't know if it's Thursday or Friday last week, that he is becoming a little bit more of a creator unto himself. Like, I saw him turn some corners that previous Jabari Smith Jr. I did not anticipate. He talked about, increasing his handle and getting better at that. And I'm seeing evidence of it, because sometimes the talk of what did you work on in the offseason is just that.
It's just crap. Yeah.
You're seeing the evidence of it. I want to see him be more of that. Now, there's some of these where he's taking, 180 pull-up, turn-around jumpers from the mid-range, and I'm like, hey, dog, you're not full Kevin Durant just yet. But I do want to see more Jabari playing with this level of confidence, because I think that could be another huge point where you go, who are the bucket getters, especially if you don't have guys that are creating for you and setting the table for you. Having more guys that can get their own thing is going to be important. You clearly have Kevin Durant as that. Amen, when he gets downhill, can exist as some of that. Alperin clearly can do some of that. If you now add Jabari, who can get his own shot, this becomes a little bit more tenable, even if it's not as assist-oriented as maybe you want.
Where's the pulse of this offense? You need a guy that ultimately will bring the ball up, distribute, be able to knock down the shot, because they're going to, obviously they're going to be worried about some other guys on the floor. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong that these are all going to be L chunks of just about every game. I just feel, that this is your point guard. Let's see how it rolls, and then you can make a change. And a texter on the YouTube channel pointed out, the starting point guard might not even be on this team. So that's a possibility as well, and that's December 15th, so you'll have time to figure it out.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
One thing that I wanted to get in here, and I kind of backloaded it because I'm a little bit of a coward, I want to see them tighten up on defense, right? This is going to be a team. They're not abandoning the identity that we are going to be heavily defensive. We're going to get these boards, and they've leaned even heavier into the double big lineups, acquiring Clint Capella, who's obviously gotten his time. Steven Adams still going to get that time as well. Now, it was the first 2 preseason games. It was the Hawks and the Jazz, but it was also the Hawks and the Jazz.
Yeah.
And those teams scored 113 and 127 points respectively. Now, you put up a whole bunch of points yourself, but there was times where you were running that zone with those double bigs where people were getting into the heart of it way too easily.
Yeah.
I want to see that tighten up because you need to be that strong defensive team if that identity works. And I think you clearly have the pieces for it. Don't get lax on the execution of it. That's something that I would like to see in these two games. But it begins tonight, 7 p.m. versus the Pelicans. Obviously, that's going to be on Space City home network, as Rockets games often are. Excited to see that, especially because I'm going to be hosting a watch party for the season opener next Tuesday as well. So I'm excited to get some Rockets basketball going here in the city of Houston. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. And inspired by, funny enough, postseason baseball. 713-572. What are some incredible moments that would have been legendary but are lost to time because the team lost? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio couldn't have given a more glowing review of the job. 222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, question of the day, Tom. Ladies and gentlemen, what are some incredible moments that would have been legendary? Which team lost? 713-572-4610, the number to text. Appreciate you getting involved here. And this was inspired by a little bit of postseason baseball, NLCS happening, NLCS happening out there between the Dodgers and the Brewers. And early on in this game,
first inning?
Was this the first inning?
First inning, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember it was still 0-0 at this point. And, I mean...
First or second?
All right, now I'm just going to have to watch the video again and make sure. But
well,
yeah.
we have it. We have
or
it.
third.
We have...
No, this is in the fourth.
This is in the fourth.
This is in the fourth, right? So this is the fourth. Max Muncy's at the plate for the Dodgers, still 0-0. And the bases are juiced. So the Dodgers threatening to break this one open to some degree, what has been a stalemate to this point in Game 1 of the NLCS. And this is what it sounded like.
And Muncy skies one to center field, hit well. This one's got a chance. To the wall, he leaps. It's in and out of his glove, but he caught it. And now chaos on the bases. Might have a play at the plate. The throw, not in time. No, he's out. He's out. It's a force play at the plate, and he is out.
That was incredible. And frankly, I don't know how the Brewers didn't win after that. You know, just suck all the life out of the Dodgers. For those who didn't see it, deep drive, going to the wall, hits his glove, bounces off the wall, and then he catches it, but it's not a catch because it hit the wall. So the wall, obviously part of the field.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, they thought they were tagging up. Then they start running to home plate, throw to the shortstop. Shortstop throws to the catcher. Boom, out at first on a force out.
Yes.
On a force out.
That's why the play was that Joe Davis on Fox who or no, that's not Fox because that's on Turner.
Yeah.
But it's like, he's safe because he didn't tag him. Like, nope, it's a force.
It's a force.
It's a force play at home. And so you get out of an incredible jam and you keep this thing going.
How do you not win that game? You suck the life out of the Dodgers. You make this incredible play. You're at home. The crowd is juiced. You come to the plate, and then you end up losing the game. So it's
that'd be a play he'll talk about on this podcast 40 years from now.
Yes, it will be. But what he'll be saying is
greatest play I ever made.
It's kind of a footnote. It really is kind of a footnote, and maybe that's what we're saying here on the question of the day. What are some incredible moments that would have been legendary, but your team lost? You know, it ended up being just a footnote. That's one, and it started me thinking about other plays. Couple came to mind on 3-5-7-2-4-6-10. On a personal level, 2012, Johnny Manziel goes into Alabama, beats Alabama. 2013, Alabama comes to Kyle Field. Aggies are losing. On their own 5-yard line, you remember the play?
Yes.
On their own 5-yard line, Johnny Manziel runs around like the maniac that he is.
That's right.
From the end zone, throws the ball to Mike Evans, 95-yard touchdown. I don't know if that tied it or drew him close, but either way, that 95-yard touchdown, everybody's like, holy smokes, he's going to do it again. But they ended up losing that game.
Why are you surprised? That was the play. That was the Texas A&M play. Johnny Manziel got into the huddle and he was like,
I'm going to run around,
throw it to Mike. All right, on one, break. Like that was the play. No, that was incredible play. And I remember that because we had gotten to the point where we're like, oh, okay, so like this is Nick Saban's problem.
Yeah.
You get a mobile quarterback and you will eat his lunch. And he was like, we are ending this now. We are stopping this.
But then it
right
changed
now.
his demeanor.
100%.
About quarterbacks like that.
And again, I think it's one of those things that he absolutely loves is moments of coaching where he gets an opportunity. Oh, I get an opportunity to be mad and coach something. Let's do it. That's absolutely one. You know what's funny? The one for me, and there's a lot of them obviously in Houston sports history, but the one that comes to my mind immediately when you talk about this isn't even something that is particular to one of my sports fandoms or anything. It is just NBA basketball. It is Western Conference, I think, semis. I can't even remember what year it was. It might have been 2004, interestingly enough, as 2004 comes up a few times. It is Lakers. It is Spurs. You remember the significant seconds?
Oh, yeah, Fisher.
Yeah, Derek Fisher hits just a incredible turnaround mid-range jumper that goes nothing but net, and he didn't even look at the rim.
He just ran to
the
locker room.
Yeah, they end up winning by 1 point. You want to know why they were down by 1 point? Because on the other end, when the Spurs were down by 1 point, it is Tim Duncan guarded by Shaquille O'Neal with Karl Malone coming over to help and hitting a turnaround mid-range jumper.
Yeah.
That is just absolute cash.
Yeah.
Like, not only is this a difficult shot, you're being guarded by two of the greatest, one of them with the asterisk, players of all time in the NBA. And it's like, no, we're just going to put this up and make it because I am an incredible player. And Tim Duncan, one of the best to ever happen. And nobody thinks about that because Derek Fisher.
I totally forgot about that.
Chucked up some trash.
Yeah, the one I think about was 2009. It was the Cavs versus the Magic. And LeBron hit that long game winner, that crazy game winner, which they were down by 24.
Yeah.
So the Magic blew a 24-point lead. That's kind of sound familiar.
Yeah.
But LeBron hit that game winner, like incredible shot. But they end up losing the series.
That's what we're talking about. Like, it's kind of a footnote now. People don't even talk about it.
That's more of a personal accolade at that
and
point.
sometimes it's not just in the same game. It's just in a series like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You've heard me talk about Mike Scott a million times. I mean, the most untouchable run of pitching I've ever seen in my life. And they ended up losing that series in 86. So
A great point that came in on the text line. Alluded to the 2004 NLCS Game 7 at in St. Louis. Leadoff batter is Craig Biggio, and he goes yard. Like, this should be all the energy in St. Louis. Game 7, and
your boy was there.
You were?
Yeah.
And so you'll remember this, that you got Roger on the mound and everything. So once you lead off homer, you got to be like, psh,
Clemens pitching.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah.
In fact, you go up 2-0 because you have a sac fly, I believe, in the third, and then you get all the way to the sixth. Roger Clemens doing his damn thing, not allowing no runs on the board. And then here comes an Albert Pujols double after. Actually, let me start in the bottom of the sixth. They go single, and then they go ground out. So it's 2 outs, man on third. Albert Pujols hits a double, so that scores a run. We're tied at, no, actually, I think it had been 2-1 before that point. So, at that point, it becomes 2-2. And then there is a home run that scores Pujols and Scott Rowland. And then it's like all of a sudden you go from we have a lead 2-1. Roger Clemens is doing what he does. We're getting to the sixth. We're probably going to hand it to the bullpen relatively soon to, we are down. Yeah. We are on the road. I imagine this. You probably could speak to this. How did the building feel at that moment? Yeah. That's rough. And it all started with Craig Biggio lead-off home run to establish the way that this game should have gone.
And it's a footnote now, both of those things. How did we miss? Texters haven't missed this because we've got a bunch of text on this. Block punt, 24-0. Boom, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Block punt, let's go.
Yeah. I got another one. Actually, this was 2007. Remember a thing called the BCS National?
Good.
Yeah, it was. It was Ohio State versus
computers
Florida.
making decisions. It was a beautiful time.
Yeah, but it was Ohio State versus Florida. The kickoff of the game, Ted Ginn ran it back like 93 yards.
That was a play.
I was at work. I used to work at a group home, so we were all watching the game. Everybody in there standing up, jumping up and down like, yeah. And then Ted Ginn is from, he's from Cleveland.
Yeah.
He one of us. So we like, yeah, there go Ted Ginn, yeah. Yep, they lost that Lost that game.
Yep, they lost that one. Another one I thought of was
might have been the only touchdown in that game.
they got worked.
Think about it.
They got worked.
Yeah.
Last year, I mean,
Yeah.
UH beat Duke. Like a game that Duke probably should have won, but UH's defense and their big plays down the stretch, and that's going to be a footnote because they ended up the same thing happened to them against Florida.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
Some other ones that came in, somebody was talking about just generally the 16-0 Patriots. I feel like people think about that, though. Like, that one doesn't get lost in
Not like they
history.
would have.
No.
You wouldn't have been talking about the 72 Dolphins, who, by the way, they've already popped champagne.
That's true. I hadn't thought
They've
about
already
that.
popped
Yeah,
But even with that Patriots, that team was so dominant, man. Like, it was no way they were going to lose,
But
man.
they did.
Yeah. Like, I've never seen a quarterback and receiver duo like that with Randy Moss.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
Brady.
The only person for whom I might feel sorry is Randy Moss. All them other jokers.
That was
kick
legendary,
rocks.
man. And then everybody thought Randy Moss was washed, too, because he had went to
or a
Oakland.
problem or something.
Yeah, it was legendary.
God, Randy Moss. What an incredible player. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL with whatever the hell that was on Monday Night Football, derogatory and congratulatory, but then also this Amy Adams Strunk thing. We got to talk through this because the Titans are in a bad way, but I think I want to juxtapose it with the Texans. We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. How about we do this now?
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in Loop. And yesterday we made mention of the breaking news of the day, really. It was the NFL news in that we have a first head coach fired in the National Football League, and it's in the AFC South. It was Brian Callahan, not Bill, although Bill did announce that
Bill said, I'm out.
I'm out too.
Letting y'all know I ain't hanging
gonna
around.
fire my son. Y'all got to fire me too.
It was like, kick rocks.
You know what?
Yeah.
I quit.
Yeah.
You can't fire me. I quit.
Oh, yeah, that's probably how it worked out.
You think they would have wanted to keep Bill? Because in theory, like, his bona fides are there, but the production wasn't there, weirdly enough.
Yeah,
but
yeah, you can't keep him, man.
Brian Callahan fired.
I'm sure he felt a type of way too. Like, y'all did my son dirty.
Yeah.
Right. But hey, I don't know that they did him dirty.
Hey, it is what he getting paid.
They might have done him a favor. To be honest.
I mean, Justin Simmons was out here criticizing his teammates for not showing effort. Like it was very clear.
He said it was a bad week of practice.
Yep.
Yes.
Like, damn.
Yep.
It's very clear that they lost. He lost the locker room, which is harder to do in football than any other sport, I would posit, with the authoritarian nature of like the dynamics, and there's just so many more dudes.
Yeah.
But he lost the locker room. Clearly, the schematics were poor. There's a lot of reasons why you fire him, and those were clearly there. Now, why the owner would want to do that, we don't know, because Amy Adams Strunk, John Lopez's favorite woman in sports, she was not at the press conference yesterday to discuss the firing of the head coach, and people took issue with this. There's been 4 firings in the last few years by the Titans, 2 general managers, 2 head coaches. Funny enough, not at the same time.
She's going to be on her 5th head coach and 4th general manager in 11 years.
Is that a lot?
That is a lot.
Okay.
That is dysfunction.
And Paul Kaharski, who covers that team there in Nashville, pointed to something very interesting when he said why Amy Adams Strunk should be at the press conference, something that I saw with my own eyes when I was up there in Nashville. They have city and state funding for the new stadium that they're building right next to Nissan Stadium right now, and it is very far along in the process. And she is continuing in Paul Kaharski's words in parlance, to field horrific product and face no consequences.
Yeah.
Close quote.
Yeah. Look, Amy Adams Strunk. Well, let's hear the exchange that Kaharski had, first of all, with leadership minus Amy Adams Strunk.
Right now.
Where? What do you mean?
Where's Amy Adams Strunk right now?
Yeah, she's at her home.
Why isn't she here? Right now.
Where? What do you mean?
Where's Amy Adams Strunk right now?
Yeah, she's at her home.
Why isn't she here?
I'm here representing her.
Amy Adams Strunk is a weak, cowardly, inept, empty suit that, frankly, is probably the best thing that's ever happened to this division. But when you don't have when you preach accountability, and you do that in football, about as much as, if not more than in any other realm, and then you are completely unaccountable after, as I mentioned, you're working on your 5th head coach and 4th general manager in 11 years, you are dysfunction personified. You're weak. You're inept. You're cowardly. I hope she hears this, because there is no other way to put this. A shout out to Paul Kaharski for making her accountable. And, oh, by the way, while you're at home gardening or whatever the hell it is you're doing.
Why gardening? Why is that how dare you? How dare you put water on that basil plant? You coward.
While you're at home doing that, on the one hand, on the other, you're asking the people that you are doing a disservice to give you money for a multi-billion-dollar stadium and then putting that product on the field. And it just got me thinking. Actually, as much as I despise this woman and what her family has done to this city and how they've continued to steal from this city and are petty, and I could tell you stories that would curl your hair about some of the things I've heard going on behind the scenes in Nashville, not just this year, but over the years. She is an embarrassment to the NFL. Let's set that aside.
Oh, okay.
All right?
To the NFL.
She's an embarrassment to Nashville, to the family name, which is saying something, when you're an embarrassment to that family name, to everything that is right, that the NFL wants to see right. She's a coward. She's a coward. You have to be accountable, and the last thing she is accountable in this case. But let's set that aside.
Okay, sure.
Because I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, let me set that aside.
He's like, and that's not even my point. I just wanted to say
honest.
That said, it does make you think about what you have in ownership here and what you want in ownership. And it kind of got me thinking about, we're not too far removed from, they weren't inept, and cowardly, but they did hide.
It was sometimes
they
where
did hide.
I think you was on this very radio show saying,
I was.
Where is Cal?
And I'm not hiding from that. I did say, where is Cal?
And, you asked the question because you didn't see him at the point.
Yeah, exactly.
But they took accountability too, man.
Thank you.
Like these are billionaire owners, like all over. They could easily be like, "Well, I don't care what they think."
At some point,
I pop out when stuff is going good.
At some point, Cal and Hannah, or both of them, or whatever, said, and they whether they were talking to each other, talking to whatever, said, "This isn't right. This is not how we should be doing this." And they fixed the problem by getting rid of Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien, and then they went not only into the public, they were proactive.
Even when the team was bad.
Yes, even when the team was bad.
The team was bad, and they were still out there, man, sweating their butts off.
Yeah.
At training camp, shaking hands, cooking burgers.
Yep, and the burgers is always talked about, but it's really a lot more than that. That's sort of like the face of how they have transformed themselves. But more than that, they realized we have to change. This is not right, and they made the changes behind the scenes. Well, it wasn't even behind the scenes, it was on center stage. But they also embraced and brought in people that they listened to, in terms of the H-Town. Embracing H-Town and Houston, and really being proactive in terms of getting out there in the community. They did so much more publicly. They answered questions at events. They did all this stuff. It just got me thinking about, I don't think Amy Adams is ever gonna change, because have I mentioned that she's a coward and weak and just a bad person?
I'm pretty sure you have. Earlier, you sounded a lot like, when you were talking about Callahan, it sounded like you was quoting Rocky. If I can change, then you can change, and everybody can change.
But I see, the thing is, these are rich owners, man. They don't have to change for anything. So honestly, it's kind of shocking that Callahan was willing to change, do all of this stuff that no other owner, you could go all 32 teams. Look, Jimmy Haslam for the Browns ain't cooking no burgers for nobody, man. He ain't getting out there with no fans to try to do a redemption type thing to kind of get people on the side.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I think it brings a better appreciation for recognizing a huge flaw in your organization and something that is detrimental to you, and changing, and flat out changing. Now, it's a lot easier now that they started winning, but Figgy brought up the point. They weren't winning when they decided this ain't right. In fact, they were a laughing stock.
You had David Culley, and then eventually you went to Lovie Smith. Those were not good years.
Sure, and I think ultimately the objective is the winning part, right? Like the fans enjoy the proximity with an owner that appears like they care, or at least shows that they care, or what have you. But people are in it to see a winning football team, right? Like I think we can be honest about that and not obscure that fact. The problem with Amy Adams Strunk is that she's doing neither. Yeah. Right? Like, pick a struggle is what people have gotten common to saying now. And so, right now, the struggle is both having not just a bad but an inept football team, and then also not having any level of accountability and not looking or appearing like you care at all about the struggle that you are putting your fans through. And thank God that's not over here, right? Yeah. Like, thank God that is not where this Texans team exists.
No, it absolutely is. And it does make you think also about, some of the things, almost like a referendum on some of the things that the Texans are doing here, as much as they've turned things completely around. You'd like to maybe put in the suggestion box
for the Texans?
For the Texans, because they listen. they
do.
They both
listen a lot.
They listen a lot. They listen a lot to us. Trust me on that. Like anything you'd like, 713-572-4610.
I like this. Go ahead and hit the suggestion box.
Hit the suggestion box, and we can forward it.
I'll let you forward that. You put that one on your account.
Because I really, the thing I admire the most about the McNairs, and even when I was just torching them, and they heard me torching them, I always said, they're good people. They were just embarrassed. And I think they're really good people, and they do the right things. But, I criticized them harshly. You did. Everybody did. Well, not you, Richie. You weren't here, but most people did. But I feel like they're an ownership group that listens, and that's kind of at the core of all this. Amy Adams Strunk doesn't give a damn what you think.
And I think that's a lot of owners, too, man, just in general. When stuff is going bad, like, they don't care what the fans think and all that stuff. Some of them just, hey, this is a business. I'm rich. Hey, we'll try to get it. It's my way type. It's a power thing.
Yeah.
But I just really appreciate Callahan. I know this is kind of a love fest at this point, but I appreciate them just getting out there and saying, "Hey, we want to win." I think with them just getting out there, kind of showing a little bit of emotion, I guess, that they want to win. They really trying.
Yeah.
I think that kind of won a lot of people over because that's when you stop seeing the sell the team Cal and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Where a lot of fans, a couple years, they were still on their side a little bit.
All right, we're going around the NFL here. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL and get started today. All right, we had some Monday Night Football yesterday, and 2 games happening somewhat concurrently. Not what we'll get this upcoming Monday, unfortunately.
Why not?
Buddy, I'm going to complain about that all week, and then I will drop it after that. But I will
They
complain.
start at 6 and 7, and
Correct.
And we're going at 9?
Correct. And
what are they doing to us?
I will say it did make it so I even though I had both of them on, I had to pay attention to one of them more than the other. And I'm sure a lot of people with one television chose one. I feel like the right answer was Atlanta Buffalo, right? Like we ultimately got a really, really interesting finish with Bears Commanders there. By the way, the Bears have won consecutive games by a score of 25-24. I don't know what to make of that. I will just leave that right here.
Got to be a scoregami.
Is that a combo scoregami?
I don't think that's how that works, gentlemen. But
teams in NFL
show me
history
another team that did that.
Yeah.
Just a oddity. It's the first time that a team has done that back-to-back, though, of like scoring the same score, particularly 25-24 consecutive games. But no, it was definitely Atlanta-Buffalo, a game in which you brought in a 4-1 team and a 2-2 team, and I imagine just by those scores, you'd have been like, all right, this should be easy work. And so seeing the Atlanta Falcons jump out early and ultimately win 24-14, then as it was happening, it was also not shocking at all for me.
Yeah.
Did you have that same experience?
Well, after I saw the progress of the game, yes. But yeah, the outcome was shocking. I expected the Bills to win. I also, and this is just on me, I didn't know that the Falcons were such a complete team. Number 1 in the NFL today in total defense.
Correct.
Number 2 in total offense.
That's right. And it's been that. Like,
did you know that?
No, I definitely. I mean, I know they got Bijani Robinson, but I definitely didn't know the offense was number 2.
Are you kidding?
Right. And I legitimately, I went back and I looked, and some of this is like, also they had a fantastic game here. I was looking at DVOA, one of my favorites. You know me.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I had completely forgotten that the Atlanta Falcons have been number 1 in DVOA defensively. Like, they have been an elite defense. They got turnovers in this game, 2 of them, 2 interceptions rather, of Josh Allen. And honestly, they just made Josh Allen look problematic. Like, they just kind of made it look tough. And I saw DJ Bieniemy make a point that I agree with, is that this style of defense
I
that
the same thing.
run,
Yeah.
it gives Josh Allen issues. And I think that gives me a little bit of I guess comfort in the idea of when you see them at home again here in Houston later on in the season, you might be able to make him look foolish. I guess as much as you can look at a 180-yard, 2-touchdown, 2-interception game as looking foolish.
Yeah, and not only that, it did kind of have me thinking a little bit about the Seattle game upcoming, simply because the Falcons were coming off a bye week. And me thinking, all right, Texans are coming off a bye week. You have all that extra time to prepare for a quality opponent. Maybe it makes you just a little bit better. And to your point, Raheem Morris's defense, is an awful lot like DeMeco's in terms of how they play the game. So it kind of gives you some promise there. The bad, if you want to use the word bad, man, I started thinking about, boy, if the Texans only had a running back that could, like Bijani. And I know that's asking a lot.
Yeah, that's asking for a Lamborghini
but if
at
you
this
had
point, man.
But if you had just like a stud young running back,
Well, you might look. But the thing is, everybody want a running back in the 4th and 5th round and all that stuff.
That's a mistake. It's a mistake.
Sometimes you got to jump out there, man. If it's somebody
hold on. We're jumping out the Gen 14 that's 3-2 right now and still figuring.
No, I'm talking about the running
out.
back.
Yeah, and
I'm talking about the running back.
I think there will be opportunity to add running back. Yeah. When of the last 2 years would you have liked to use premium draft capital?
No. What I'm saying is, if there is a running back that you identify, that is head and shoulders above the rest, which happened with Bijani, get him.
Okay,
get him.
The question I have, if we're going to do this as an indictment of the Texans, when was the instance where you would have made that selection?
It's not an indictment. I said if the Texans had a running back like that, or they could have.
But see, the problem is whenever you bring it up, it's you could get one in the 4th round.
Right.
Sure. Like, you can't even have the conversation of maybe getting somebody in the 2nd round because they say, you could get
or first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I ain't even saying what you're.
I mean, Ashton Genty this past year.
Ashton Genty, you were not going to get close to, but I understand.
Right. The point is, if you can do it,
I would say the 2nd round.
This is Trader Nick too, by the way.
Yeah.
Trader Nick needed to get to a place where he needed an offensive lineman, and obviously had a little bit of a tough time making that deal. I hear you in general. I think also that is one of those things that's easy to do in hindsight, but on the front end of this, we've seen teams go in for an incredible running back. Now you have to be like Marshall Faulk type guy, which I do think Bijan Robinson clearly has a capability of. 170 yards on the ground, add another 68 in the air, including an 81-yard touchdown run, which was the longest rush that we've had all season long. Like, that dude is absolutely a monster. We knew he was coming out of Texas. But we've also seen that team has not necessarily been able to use that to their benefit and give them winning football. Like, it all comes within a context. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that there's more context necessary there. But he absolutely stunted in this game. I do wonder, though, how much of this is Bijan being incredible. Tyler Algier was solid up until for a decent amount. He had a nice big run as well. How much of that also do we look at the Buffalo Bills and go, oh, yeah, I forgot about that big flaw in the middle. Now, they were missing their starting defensive tackle, but they were already one of, if not the worst run defenses in the league to begin with, missing a defensive tackle, and you go, hey, there's a big hole there, and that's a game that's way more winnable than it looks like when we look at the remaining 12 games of this Texans schedule. No,
look, it was just it was one of those that can kind of encourage you based on the bye week and the defense. And there's nothing wrong with having a little FOMO, on some of these running backs like that.
I was doing the same thing with man. Like, I don't think they needed a running back when they drafted them, and they did.
Yep.
Someone was asking. Anthony Richardson goes on IR with that eye injury, so the Colts will be looking for other options. Brian Branch, Lions, we mentioned after that game with the Chiefs, he hits Juju Smith-Schuster in the helmet with an open hand slap. He will get suspended for a game. Now he is going to appeal that suspension, but I know there was people in the moment that were like, well, Aziz, they be talking about him, repeat offender and all this. Brian Branch seemingly getting a similar kind of reaction from the National Football League. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to college football on a Tuesday as we'll talk to we'll hear from DeMeco in the 12 o'clock hour. Let's talk a little bit more about the weekend that was in college football, because there was a lot of ranked teams that lost. We'll talk about that and more next.
How good was 2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, programming note, again, DeMeco Ryans will be talking to the assembled media. 12:45 about is what we're looking at. So you'll take that live. You'll hear that live here on Sports Radio 610. In order to accommodate that, let's do a little bit of college football on a Tuesday. A weekend that was kind of wild, and it was capped off with a couple of jobs coming open. One of them on a smaller scale. Happy trails, Trent Dilfer. Thanks for stopping by the college
also
football
Oregon State, right?
Coaching booth. Oregon State also.
Yeah,
they did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But the big one was James Franklin. We talked about this yesterday. Vacating his post after a 3-3 start versus for Penn State. They lost.
Vacating his post.
That's right.
Good Lord.
They got him out of here.
That is soft pedaling that.
They got him out of here.
Or some people I like to say, ired. instead of fired.
Yeah.
IRED.
Yeah.
They got him out of there after losing to UCLA
I like that term, actually.
and Northwestern in successive weeks.
Yeah.
Now, where do you want to start on this weekend? Because I think there's a lot of things, and interestingly enough, like we have college football tonight.
Yeah, there's like 3 games.
We are in Tuesday, Wednesday college football territory just because of the landscape where with TV and stuff, with all the shifting landscape, we're getting
It's
more
football every day.
We're getting more of the powers on Fridays and Thursdays, where previously that had been like the MAC and some of the smaller conferences space. So they're moving further even more so. I think Sam Houston is playing tomorrow night.
Oh my gosh. Did you see how Sam Houston State lost this week?
No, but at least they're giving Sam Houston State fans new and inventive ways to lose.
My gosh, I don't want to get into it. We can talk about it with B. Scott.
Okay, fair enough.
On Friday. But New Mexico State, Liberty, Arkansas State, South Alabama, Florida International, and Western Kentucky. How about that? 3 college football games today. But the big one was Penn State vacating James Franklin's job.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I'm going to start saying that. I wasn't fired. He wasn't fired. They vacated his job.
They got him out of there.
Anyway, and I started to listen to all these lists, and I know you've looked at them too, Reggie. Like who's it going to be? Who are the leading candidates?
Bill O'Brien.
What are the odds make? I actually did see him after the show. He was on one of the lists that was out there. But I also started listening to some of these press conferences. Like Matt Rule was asked about it.
Yes.
Didn't say squat. I'm happy to be here. This is what did he say? I think he called this a mecca or something like that. I forget what he said, but never said yes, never said no.
He can say all the buzzwords he want to say.
And there was a lot of that going around as well from Fran Brown, Syracuse coach, something similar. You never, the old denial or something along those lines. Someone is lying because someone really wants that job, and in the the back channels is angling to get. Who do you think's gonna fit there? Who do you think's gonna get it?
Matt Rule seems like just an easy decision to make. However, there is actually an underlying issue with the Matt Rule hire. James Franklin gets fired in this job. Why?
Well, the big games.
Right? He hasn't won the big games. Can I take you to Matt Rule's record against ranked opponents?
Look at this.
Now, admittedly, this is in Baylor. This is at Temple. Now this is at Nebraska. These are not currently powerhouses necessarily, and definitely not in the times that he's taken them over. However, even with that context, Matt Rule is 3-23.
Ouch.
In his career versus ranked teams. The total wins that he's gotten against ranked teams in the last 10 seasons, 2014, he got a win against number 21 Eastern Carolina. 2016, he got a win against number 21 Memphis. 2015, he got a win against number 19 Navy.
East Carolina, Memphis, and Navy?
That's right. Combined 0-18 at Baylor and Nebraska going against ranked opponents, mind you. So those wins roll at Temple.
The right answer seems to be Curt Cignetti. I mean, it just does.
Is Penn State a better job than Indiana right now?
Well, I don't think Penn State is a great job. We talked about that yesterday. But it's got to be better than Indiana. Yeah, I would think it's got to be better than Indiana.
By the way, this is a fun factoid when you talk about the Big Ten. Obviously, James Franklin gets fired. That points me over to Iowa, whose head coach, Kirk Ferentz, has outlasted the 56 Big Ten coaches. Just over there trucking along. No offense, beating the hell out of teams. Actually, no offense usually, except when they play Wisconsin. Did you see this score between Iowa and Wisconsin? So, and this is very, very mean to say. Obviously, we love J.J. Watt around these parts. However, his alma mater, not a good place.
No.
They used to be, I mean, if you had to characterize Wisconsin, they were a good team, even though they weren't always an interesting team. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yeah, that was a Big Ten type of school.
They were trouble. I would just describe it. They were trouble. They would every once in a while get to the Rose Bowl, win the Rose Bowl. I think JJ's year. I think they did. And they were just trouble. They're not trouble right now, and that's a big issue. They love their football in Wisconsin, man.
So not only are they not good, they're also not interesting right now. That is a great way to get Luke Fickell fired at that job.
Glad you said that to kind of put a bow on this whole Penn State opening. I think what they really need is someone interesting, someone who has won big games and maybe not with the same level of talent and pedigree as Penn State. And I think that points to 3 guys. One of them obviously is going to pain me very much. I think Curt Cignetti fits that. Lane Kiffin fits that. And Mike Elko. Mike
Elko's name's been thrown out there.
He fits it.
You think he'll dip out?
I don't think so, but you could say that all you want.
Money?
And then no, money's not the issue. He's from the Northeast and all that. So I don't think so, but you got to be fair here. And I think he wins games, has been winning games that he's not supposed to against ranked teams. Obviously built the program, has won everywhere he's been, Duke, all that stuff. And Cignetti is the same thing, maybe to a larger degree. Kiffin is an interesting cat that just built an amazing program and has beaten a lot of ranked teams.
Yeah, and speaking of John Lopez, I actually bring you a gift here. I know that I don't often give your Texas A&M Aggies enough love, so I will try and do a little bit of that here today because the Aggies obviously get another victory. This team has just been very good. They beat Florida 34-17. In fact, there's reporting that Florida is thinking about they're closing in on the decision to fire Billy Napier. I think Newsweek had that this week. But when you talk about Texas A&M, they are great, not good at defense right now.
Their third downs, amazing.
That is the point that I was coming to. In SEC play, opponents are 2 of 32 on third down versus Texas A&M. They are 0-3 on fourth down.
Yeah.
They get you these late downs, you are not doing anything against this defense.
Cassius Howell has made so much money this year. I think he has 8 sacks already, the number 9 in your program. But he's not alone. They have another kid, number 50, and his name is I'm drawing a blank. He's more of a third down specialist. When they put those two guys in on third and fourth down, it's a problem. It's a big problem.
Is there a team that you're concerned with the rest of the A&M schedule as I read it out? Now, they're going on the road for 3 games, but at Arkansas?
Just if they come up and bite you. My answer is no.
You can just say no.
My answer is no.
We don't have to
come up and do that Arkansas Fayetteville War Memorial State way, that craziness. No is the short answer. At LSU is the one.
At LSU was the one I was going to bring up. But then when you consider the fact that this defense has been really good, and you look at the way that LSU's offense has actually been a little bit dicey.
Yeah.
Nussmeier has not looked like the guy that we anticipated coming into the season.
Mike Elko has a plan for Nussmeier that has been a big issue for him.
At Missouri?
That would be probably atmosphere, LSU, team, Missouri.
And Missouri has been
good.
They're 5-1.
They're good.
They're good. Eli Drinkwitz also a name that you might need to consider a little bit in that Penn State discussion. Can I give you a little bit of cold water for the Missouri side of this?
I would love some.
Do you know where Missouri has gotten all their wins this year?
Not off the top of my head.
At home. You want to know why I know that? They have not played a road game yet.
Really?
They played 6 games this year, and all of them are at home.
That's incredible.
I mean,
I didn't know this was allowed.
It's the rest of the games on the road.
I know
that's going to be
7
tough.
in a row.
Yeah.
Well, somehow they convinced the SEC to let them schedule 12
Aggies are going there.
Hey, week 7, they're going to be, all right, thank you for the season.
Senior night, week 7.
It's been great, guys.
No, in reality, these next 3 games are going to probably define, just how much of a – God, this sounds so weird to say. National championship contender that the Aggies are.
They're number 5 right now, and
they look all right, man.
Yeah, number 4. Apologies. Yeah, they are only behind.
Did I just say that,
dude? They're when we're looking at what teams are good. The 3 teams ahead of them all have number 1 votes in the AP Top 25. Number 1 is Ohio State, deservedly so. They're hammy, also deservedly so. They beat Florida State, a team that I have a stat on that will make you laugh. And then Indiana, who are clearly like a real-life, big-time program right now, or at least a really good team. And then A&M, right? Like those are, I think those are the teams I look at and I go, those are the good teams in the league. I don't know how you feel about Ole Miss. I'm still figuring out my feelings there.
Yeah.
But like I look at that and I go, those are the teams that are good in college football right now. And A&M is firmly in there. You've got to think that obviously playoff is very well in their sights, but going deep into the playoff and making a run, like that feels like it's in there in the possibilities for them.
I'm just amazed at myself. It's been 12, 13 years since I said anything of the kind that I just said. Ole Miss is really, really good. I think they were sleepwalking through their last game. And I think Ole Miss is going to be in the mix for a title. Texas Tech is a team you do not want to play. You don't want to play Texas Tech.
They've been steamrolling people,
They've just been crushing folks.
Someone has to show up and play them in the Big 12 championship game, and I feel sorry for whoever that is. I don't think that there's anybody in their class in the Big 12 right now.
Yeah. Alabama is a team you don't want to play right now.
Yeah, my favorite moment of the week, I made this note and I almost didn't get to it. Did you see the Caden Proctor Wildcat?
Mm-hmm.
They took the screen pass to the offensive lineman and made it, just snap it directly to him.
That guy is, he's touching the ball, man.
There's a lot of fun stuff
I think
happening.
Georgia Tech's team you don't want to play. I'm not saying they're a national championship contender, but they're really good.
I need you to put together your teams that you don't want to play, and we'll get to that on Friday when we get our college football preview going. But that's a little college football on a Tuesday here. I might throw you a few nuggets later on in the show, but we continue on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including the AP men's basketball top 25 came out, and Houston obviously is there, but postseason baseball continues to roll on. We'll talk about that and more next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio couldn't have given a more glowing review of the job DeMeco's done so far, exclusively with Payne and Pendergast.
He's one of the best coaches in our league. The way he communicates, the way he relates to the players, he's very aware, he's very perceptive. He just has
presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get to what's popping here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, the programming note that I want to make mention of again, DeMeco Ryans will be speaking to the assembled media at about 12:45, so we'll carry that for you live when we get ourselves to that point. Another note that I want to have is Rockets preseason game 3 of 4 is happening tonight. They're playing against the New Orleans Pelicans. I got to be honest. Obviously, there's a lot of Rockets things I'm interested in. We talked about that earlier. We could talk about it again. I'm really interested in seeing Skinny Zion. Like, I really want to see what that looks like actually in this game here. So I'm excited for this game that is obviously, again, at Toyota Center. But big thing, I want to see even more. I'm in Shangun as this hub. I'm very intrigued, and I'm actually very excited about the early returns on putting the ball in his hand, because did you see the 1-2 play? Well, actually, you probably didn't nearly as much, but the 1-2 play that Alperen and Amen have in like the reverse, where you have this big little, this forward guard
outside in almost.
Yeah, but it's not even like, obviously the cutting of Amen Thompson with the passing awareness that has continued to grow of Alperen Şengün. It pairs together really well, and it's creating really good looks for both of those. I want to see that grow and be fostered continually.
Well, and you mentioned it. They're sort of, at least early on, maybe a half or whatever it might be, kind of looking at this as a dress rehearsal. So even just early on to start the game, it'll be interesting to see how they play that.
Yeah, and this team is getting really big, right? They're playing really sizable basketball. So, I just want to see more of that, obviously more Kevin Durant. And they're treating this like a dress rehearsal is one of the reasons why this is really interesting. I think one of the things also, they're going to try and focus on getting corner threes as well. Like, they're going to try some different lineup combinations, and they're going to try and get some more shooting from the corner. Durant obviously is going to do that. Dorian Finney-Smith, who is not really going to be available for you here in the preseason, it's going to be a little bit later into the season, maybe a few weeks in the season, if memory serves, where you get him back. But this team is going to attack those corner threes, the shortest three that you can get. And I think for a team like this Rockets team that had a deficiency shooting threes, let's say it like that, getting those easier threes will be good. And getting them to have to guard the corners will also create for your slashers and your drivers on this team.
Yeah, and just the amount of shooting that they're going to be getting from Durant, the amount of passing they're going to be getting from Şengün, assists, ball movement. It's just going to be fun to watch this team. You know how they operate the half court offense. You know, from the corner threes to running it through Şengün, through how much. You know, and you and I disagree on this. How much, of a rotational guy is Reed Sheppard going to be? It's just going to be fun to watch.
True. Yeah. How much does Reed Sheppard continue to put on tape? Right. That's going to be a fun thing to see. So tonight, versus the Pelicans, it'll be your Rockets preseason game 3 of 4. These last two tonight and on Thursday evening are going to be the dress rehearsals, getting them ready for the season opener. A week from today.
That's right.
A week from today versus the Thunder.
Dang.
Some other things that are popping. Shout out to Kelvin Sampson and the UH Cougars. They just continue to be the best program in all of Houston sports right now, right? Like they hold that mantle, do they not?
They absolutely do. Just a powerhouse. That's the thing that you have to kind of not come to grips with, but just sort of appreciate. The Houston Cougars basketball is right up there with Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky, UConn, all the blue bloods. They are.
I'm not sure if I'm willing to go that far just yet.
They are. Look at their last 5 years.
Yeah, but I don't think that you determine blue bloods off of a 5-year span.
Why not?
I think that the blue bloods is more of an indication of a longer span there, but they're absolutely amongst the best in the league.
The 70s and the 80s, and then
there are decades in between
in between, but now it's back. I mean, that's what happens.
Right, and I think now we're being pedantic, and that's all my fault, so I apologize for that. But
it's your fault.
Clearly, they're very, very good, and they're right where they should be, I think. They're number 2 on the preseason AP poll. Now, of course, preseason polls only do but so much, but it's an acknowledgement of what this team has done, but also they continue to bring back incredible talent, only second to a Purdue team up there. Florida still rated highly. UConn still rated highly. So when you talk about being amongst those teams, they literally are So, yeah, salute to Kelvin Sampson. Continue to get that respect. And I have no doubts that they'll live up to that. When we talk about preseason polls, one of those things is you often see a team where you go, well, they were a preseason, and now look at where they are. I have no doubts that they'll be able to hold up that kind of
they
play.
are just there year in, year out, as long as Kelvin Sampson is there. One just real quick note on the basketball top 25, and this is going to change a million times. Of course, we all know that. But number 8, BYU, and number 10, Texas Tech. Interesting to me. They are those are two programs that have capitalized on NIL to the extreme. Football and basketball, they are spending money and they're reaping the rewards.
Now, I do want to give Texas Tech their credit, and of course, this NIL world is not brand new. I know that they have more investment, Texas Tech does, in the last couple of years, but they have been building a basketball program in, I guess, more of what we would consider rather a grassroots way. But like their basketball program, this ain't out of nowhere. Like they've been building this up. I think isn't, but you add money, and that's a superpower.
Yeah, I was going to say you can't stay there these days unless you're
100%. Hey, man, this Mariners thing. We had both championship series going last night. It'll only be the NLCS today, but yesterday the Mariners absolutely shellacked the Toronto Blue Jays. Like we saw in Game 1, obviously coming off of a 15 inning instant classic. We were like, oh, maybe the Mariners will lose because of that. They ended up getting a win. I was like, all right, cool. They won, but still it was close. This one wasn't. 10 runs, 10 hits in this one, and it was not particularly close. This Mariners team hits the ball so incredibly well. Like, this feels like Team of Destiny type stuff from my perspective.
They have an Astros vibe working. And not only that, but they are a very good sleep-deprived team. They are just – the last 3 games have been in, a span of 74 hours or something like that. They're just 3 wins in a row and crushing the ball, getting the pitching they want, they need. Mariners have that look, don't they?
That's the thing is, like, they look decisive in every facet of the game against the Jays right now. And they still have a rotation where you go, you're scared about the next guy that comes out there, too. The Pens come in and been good. Like, this is just, I am preparing myself for, World Series, they're going to be in it. And then beyond that, I think that.
Oh, they're a young team with a great farm system.
Yeah.
They're going to be around. They're going to be around for a while.
All that, here come the Mariners. They're here.
They might be here.
Not they might be. They are.
Yeah, they are.
They are here.
Yeah.
Want to leave you with this. The Kinder Texas Bowl announced their 2025 Gridiron Legends class. I want to get your take on what you think of this class. In this class, Robert Griffin III, Steve McKinney, Broderick Thomas, Kevin Smith, Ralph Cooper, and longtime Houston High School coach Chris Massey.
Pretty dang strong class. Robert Griffin III, obviously, especially at Baylor. Good Lord. Steve McKinney, I think 3-year starter, obviously Texans Pro Bowler as well. And I saw this when I was looking at the release. I always knew he had a bunch of McDonald's. After post-career, he invested in his McKinney Group or whatever it's called and opened some McDonald's. That guy's got 26 of them.
Nice.
26 Good McDonald's Steve McKinney owns. Broderick Thomas, another legend, well-deserved. Kevin Smith, Super Bowl Kevin Smith. And shout out to Ralph Cooper, man. One of the all-time radio legends in the greater Houston area. Well-deserved for Ralph. Good dude, good friend. And Chris Massey, if you don't know, I think 3 state championships at Katy as an assistant coach. And then where did he go from there? Was it one of the Clear Lakes?
Ocho, text and let us know.
Yeah, Ocho will let us know. Yeah.
I love bowl game, like kind of Hall of Fames or legends, things like this. I know that it's not going to be something that everybody gets into per se, but like when they actually do the galas, and it's always a fun portion and part of
it's a reunion.
The lead up. Yeah, there's also that part.
Because a lot of their former teammates show up and old school previous winners, etc.
From the 8-3-2, the Astros have trained this division very well how to become winners. First the Rangers, now the Mariners.
Rangers, yes, and
Mariners did a little fluke, but the Mariners absolutely built this thing up.
A strong division, huh?
Yeah, it is.
It is looking stronger and stronger by the minute. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about C.J. Stroud. Let's do a little bit of tiers for you. What is C.J. Stroud's dog rating amongst current starting quarterbacks? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Those shenanigans next.
All right, let's go ahead and do this. We were just talking about UH Cougar.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope that it is going swell. About 45 minutes away from hearing from DeMeco Ryans. He talks to the assembled media coming out of the bye week for your Texans and gearing up for a very important late night Monday night matchup versus the Seattle Seahawks. One of the few teams in the NFL that you look at and you go, ooh, this is fun. This Seahawks team has been building in the couple of seasons that they have had Mike McDonald as the head coach. Defense looks really solid. Offense is doing some fun things with Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba and such. And so, yeah, this is going to be a very fun one. I'm looking forward to breaking this down as we go. And so that starts with hearing from DeMeco Ryans at 12:45. Mark your calendars if you do that. Do people still do that? Do people still mark that? I feel like
I do.
I think of people
online on my phone.
Oh yeah, like a digital calendar.
On my phone, yeah.
I was thinking about like a physical paper calendar.
Do you even have a physical calendar?
Ain't no way.
I do not. I know people that do.
Yeah.
I know. I used to keep those planners. Remember the planners?
I couldn't make myself use a planner.
I used those for probably 25 years.
You're an organ.
I'll forget everything.
Yeah, my wife has a fancy little binder that she put together herself.
Yeah, the little black. Yeah. I use that for 25 years. But now it's all on the phone because I'll forget stuff, man.
Yeah,
I just will.
I had to use my Google Calendar recently because I had so much going on. I'm like, I actually got to put this in the calendar.
Yeah. So I've been bad about that. Transition. Let's talk about
and now
I got nothing for
completely different.
Yeah, I got nothing for you there. Transition. CJ Stroud. I think. Let me ask actually. 713-572-4610. Where are you now with CJ Stroud? Because I was talking about this with you in one of the breaks yesterday, I think. Yes, last season I talked about CJ Stroud in kind of just the conversation we've had personally. Like, I feel like this might be a year where people start treating him kind of like Patrick Mahomes. Not that he's like the same level of player, but the team start putting that too high safety. And ultimately, that's kind of what we saw. I do wonder if the quarterback could have a little bit of that not exact comparison to his Dak Prescott, where people got to that place where they were like, are you worth the money, was the conversation we were having earlier. So I'm interested to see where people are with him. And let's see where we are with him, because you have set up this this framework here of a dog rating. Can you explain to me? I would like to go to the John Lopez glossary of what
you got to pronounce it the right way. Right. Is he a dog?
What is his dog?
Does he have that dog in him?
What does dog rating mean?
I have 5 tiers.
I don't know about you saying it dog like that.
Dog.
He's got that.
He's
dog
saying it like
in him.
he's from. It's definitely a deep south.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. New Orleans. By the way, that documentary I finished.
Oh,
which one? The Katrina one on Netflix. Anyway, and you know, this is a combination of the conversation we had about C.J. Stroud and something I mentioned yesterday about Baker Mayfield coming off of the games his game on Sunday. You know, I was like, people throw around the word dog a lot. I'll just go all.
Why you talking about Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah, I was like, hey,
man. Shout out to Laramie because he does it.
He said Davis Mills was a dog.
Exactly.
You don't know Davis. Davis might be a dog for real.
The combination of what you think about C.J. Stroud and too many people just casually throw around the word dog too much or dog too much. I created 5 tiers of dog.
You know what you sound like?
Who?
You know that meme with the little boy who be like, can I pet that dog? That's what you sound like right now.
I like it. So 5 tiers of dog at the quarterback position in the NFL. I think it's going to be fun to talk about, and if you agree, disagree, whatever.
713-572-4610. Just go ahead and send disagree right now to get ahead of it.
Alpha dogs, dog-ish, dog tendencies, more bark than bite, and puppies.
I feel like this was all born out of the last two. You came up with the last two, and you're like, we got to figure out.
We got to figure out a way to get these into the segment.
More bark than bite was where you started. You were like, oh, the whole thing is here.
All right, alphas. These are the alpha dogs.
Alpha dog.
Leaders of the pack. You don't want to cross to that side of the street. Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield.
Alpha dog with Baker.
100%.
Interesting.
100%.
Interesting. Go ahead and get.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and get in your bag before we break.
Literally, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford, and Josh Allen. To me, those are the 5 absolute dogs in the NFL.
Yeah, and what's funny is I feel like I generally agree, especially if we're just talking about dog and we're not talking about just the remainder of everything else entirely. Baker Mayfield has always had a chip on his shoulder to a point that's actually been annoying to me because I get it, right? Like there was absolutely a point in time where Baker Mayfield with chip on his shoulder, very much fair.
I was a walk-on at OU.
All that.
Walk-on.
right. Like, but I think that's fair,
and
right?
Texas Tech.
Yeah, he was at Texas Tech and he got his job took, right? Like I think there's a level of, and he was a diminutive quarterback. That is not something that is looked upon fondly in those spaces. Like, no, you had an opportunity. You were the number one GD pick in the National Football League. If you don't cut this out right now, and then he got the adversity that allowed him to be that particular rankishness to be okay again when he goes to Carolina and he's going around trying to find a job, and now he has found the perfect landing spot, and it all fits because he's playing at a level where and he's playing with the veteran savvy where it really works. He's picking up third downs and third and longs in a way that nobody else in this league is doing. I think on third downs. He has the most third down pickups with quarterbacks, and he's tied with Jalen Hurts for this.
So no complaints about the 5 alpha dogs?
No, I don't think so.
I kind of hesitated, believe it or not, with Matthew Stafford a little bit, but nah.
Let's go back to his Detroit days and everything.
Well, I think you don't even have to go that far. I think we could talk about the injuries that he's fought through in the wild. Tough guy.
I think it's fair to have him there.
Now, let me go through dog-ish, and maybe this – I'll go through the other 4 tiers, and maybe you can – because I almost put a certain someone in dog-ish, but spoiler alert, I did not.
Okay.
Dog-ish, Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, and Justin Herbert. They're, by and large, they're dogs, but they've had their issues.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Let me go through them, and then as you see them,
I feel like I'd pull Jared Goff down. No, okay, you know what? I think I like doggish here because the thing that I always bring up is just if you bring his eyes down with pressure, he is just an entirely, and not even in the same way as other.
But again, they've had their bad moments.
When he does have protection,
he's a dog.
That's a problem.
This is where I put C.J. Stroud. Dog tendencies. C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, brace yourself. Daniel Jones.
Okay. Actually, I think I might be a little bit more upset with this next one.
Kyler Murray.
It's a shame what they did to that dog.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
It's a damn shame what they did to that dog.
Brock Purdy, Drake May, Joe Flacco, Jackson Dart, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Jaden Daniels.
I think I like a lot of this. Joe Flacco, I feel like I could build a 6th category, which is just old dog. Like he's just aged out of this. And no, I actually like a lot of this. The Kyler Murray gets a little uncomfortable for me.
You may have noticed I just erased it. I actually had him in the next category at first, but then I moved him up.
Yeah, I probably might have him a little more in the next category.
Next
it feels
category,
like it falls apart a little bit more than it should. And then Daniel Jones, I might be able to feel this.
He's got dog tendencies.
You know, he's a. All right, I feel like he's been failed. He's been failed by his coaching staff, but I don't know how much I want to put
I think it's kind of fair to have him there because I know every time we think about Daniel Jones, we think about his last moments as a Giant. And right now, this is year 1 as a coach. I could kind of get with it a little bit.
All right, I'm actually feeling pretty good. Y'all have not thrown me under the bus or told me I'm stupid on any of these just yet.
Can I press pause and go back to the very top? Because Patrick Mahomes, we ran right past it. Somebody said he wouldn't be near where he is if he would have been drafted to a bad team. And with all due respect is the way I'll preface this. Duh. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
He's a system quarterback.
Well, that's a little bit much, right?
This is something that we've come to
quarterback.
This is something that we've come to understand. It is now just honestly a flat this is basis of quarterbacking, which is circumstance matters, which is why I'm willing to give you the Daniel Jones dog tendency.
Yeah.
Circumstance flatly matters.
And you know what? Deshaun Watson would have been a Hall of Famer if he got drafted by the Chiefs too.
Yeah. Well, who knows with the other stuff, but yeah.
Wait, hold on. Where is Lamar Jackson here?
I had him in doggish. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me? Yeah, because I was like, disrespect for Lamar Jackson. I was like, damn, I didn't even realize his name
right behind. Well, because you cannot deny what happens.
Which is, here he getting on his Nick Wright. Go ahead, Nick Wright.
And you can't deny it.
Go ahead, Nick Wright.
I'll say it. tell me and deny it, hasn't been able to win in the postseason.
Quarterbacks wins aren't a quarterback stat. And we could point to a number of games in which he has been failed by other teammates. In fact, the last couple of times that they've gone out of the playoffs, you can point to Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews particularly. And we're just doing a thing where we're like, you're the quarterback, so you got to hold this.
But again, there's got to be a gray area in there.
But shouldn't
there's got to be a meeting? There's got to be a point.
All right, so Baker Mayfield, Alpha Dog, Lamar Jackson,
Yes.
I was going to take it a step further. Josh Allen couldn't win in the playoffs either, man. He didn't get past that
That's fair.
bump of the road either.
That's more than fair. But the fact that Josh Allen,
Lamar got more MVPs.
Josh Allen has by himself won huge games. I think in the postseason when it counts, more than Lamar Jackson. Again, prove me wrong.
I think they should be in the same tier.
In the postseason, by himself, Josh Allen has won more games.
We're talking about the quarterback that be leading the game in passing yards and rushing yards. We're talking about that guy?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Again, you are dying on this hill, and I get it, and I don't disrespect it.
And I'm not saying that Lamar Jackson is perfect, but if perfect is the metric here, there's a lot of guys we got to take out of the alphas category.
Well, none of them are perfect.
That's what I'm saying. We're trying to hold them to
I think Lamar and Josh Allen should be kind of on a similar level, at least.
Okay. And then that's why I put these tiers out there to have the discussion and disagreement. I can't. At some point, you are right, but at some point, the dog has to step up, and we've seen it with Patrick Mahomes, lately with Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford, and Josh Allen. Have we seen that from Lamar Jackson at that? And again, he's on the second tier. It's not like I put him at the bottom. But anyway, let's get to the more bark than bite.
Yes.
Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, and Cam Ward.
All completely accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them on an ascending, some of them on a descending, but it's just like, show me.
Yeah.
I think you could recategorize this as show me.
Mm-hmm.
Show me that you got some dog here.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen it in enough of a way in any of these guys.
And then the puppies. They're so cute. They got that wet nose, the little soft feet. Tua, Justin Fields, Dylan Gabriel, and Spencer Rattler.
I noticed you have not ranked your favorite quarterback in the league, Jackson Dart, here. Where would you put him?
I had him in dog tendencies.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, Jackson Dart, dog tendencies. And he might be with a bullet. He might be climbing that ranking.
So you have CJ in that middle dog tendencies. Can you walk me through the fullness of your thinking there?
I wanted to put him with dog-ish up there with Jared Goff and Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson. But I don't think he's done enough yet. I mean, I think he might be dog tendencies with a bullet. He might be rising as well. But you can't put him up there with those guys. Can you? I mean, or maybe you can. Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson, Jalen, and I know we're set the Lamar Jackson discussion aside.
Sure.
Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, and Justin Herbert. I can't.
I mean, your whole benefit of, oh man, this offense looks really good in year one as CJ Stroud finally hits the scene, and we're talking about him as an incredible quarterback. You've seen him win playoff games and, of course, do things that help them win playoff games and not just to win themselves, but you've seen him be fantastic in moments that are above what you would expect at that point in his career. And then last year, we were looking at him trying to hold up the entirety of an offense on his shoulders without the support of the talent of the foundation of an offensive line. And I think we acknowledge without the support of actual good game planning and play calling. I think that there's an understanding for the hazard that he's had to carry in bringing in the dog.
Figgy, ultimately, I put him here because it's been 5 quarters, not 5 games.
In this particular season.
Yeah. I was kind of looking because I kind of take issue with Jordan Love a little bit, but I feel like maybe Jordan Love probably need to be in dog tendencies, in my opinion, because I feel like him and CJ are kind of similar.
They've been compared their whole career.
Yeah, he might be a little better, to be honest, but I think they're kind of the same.
Yeah, you have the Jordan Love up here, I imagine, because of the NFC Championship
larger
run.
body of work and the playoff run. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can see you on that. I need to get my eyes on. I need to look at the game logs here for CJ Stroud, and I think that there have been those moments for him. I mean, the very first playoff game versus Cleveland, I think is, and maybe that you've seen this. It just kind of all needs to culminate in a way that is stronger. And I think, to his credit, if you talk about a dog within the system, right, that they've given him, he's picked up and he is absolutely run very quickly with what you have here. I mentioned the quarterback school breakdown of C.J. Stroud in this game versus the Ravens, and there is something to be said. Obviously, I wasn't here last week. I don't know exactly the full extent of what you guys broke down from that game, but there's something to be said for you battered the Ravens. There was still some gaps in which there were still things to clean up. Go ahead and ring that bell for DeMeco Ryans there, right? Yeah. There's still pass pro issues here. There's still instances where your receivers are not making the right choices at times. Not to say that they're often making the wrong choices, but there's instances where they're not making the right choices on option and choice route type things that he is helping them look right on, right? Yeah. Remember the Bobby Slowick dynamic of, he's got to make me right? And just in a general sense, I feel like you're seeing a lot of C.J. Stroud making things right now.
You're starting to.
Yeah.
You're starting to.
And that's I think there's something to be said for the fact that he is picking this up early with the adversity that we have all acknowledged and really put on the organization and saying you've chosen this adversity early on the season. And he's gone through that very relatively quickly and said that I will already begin making things right within this. I think there's some credit that needs to be given there.
And just to recap, because a lot of texters are saying things like, where's Joe Burrow? I said current because he's
fair.
Current
starting quarterback.
Where would you put Joe Burrow?
I mean, Joe Burrow is – we talking about dog?
Yeah.
He's alpha dog.
He's an alpha,
top
right?
tier, yeah.
He's alpha dog.
And just to recap, because somebody asked about Justin Herbert, this list, alpha dogs, the baddest dogs on the street. Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen. Dog-ish. They're right there, but they're not alphas. Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Justin Herbert. Somebody asked about Herbert. He's in this one. Dog tendencies. C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, if he plays this week. Drake May, Joe Flacco, Jackson Dart, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Jaden Daniels. More bark than bite. Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward. And the cute little puppies, Tua, Justin Fields, Dylan Gabriel, and Spencer Rattler. And somebody also asked on the text, who's the baddest dog of them all?
I mean, I think historically we're just like, this is Patrick Mahomes, man. This is Patrick Mahomes territory.
It's got to be.
Yeah, like that. I like this exercise. Yeah. I like this exercise.
Is it bad I want to put Cam Ward where the puppies is right now?
You do?
Because he ain't showed me anything this year, man.
So many mitigating.
And I know it's early, and I know the coach was bad and all that stuff.
I don't mind that
You know what? Cam Ward might just need an incomplete. Like he's.
I would take that.
He's 5-6 games into his career, and he's had a coach. Not he's had, but a coach has been fired. I mean, like I don't even know how you are supposed to grade what he looks like at this moment yet. But yeah, this is interesting. I want to ask the question of like what you still need to see from CJ to move into that doggish territory, and maybe we return to that later on in the program. But thank you for bringing that context together, because if there's one thing that we love, it's lists, man. A list, some tiers.
Who doesn't love a good list?
Gets you going. All right,
tweet it out, man.
Yeah, tweet it out.
Okay,
because I'm sure that won't set streets on fire. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get our lunchtime confections.
Yeah, we will. Right now.
Info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we didn't really talk about this a lot. It was mentioned, but we didn't really talk about this a lot yesterday, but it is a confession of mine.
Okay.
So there was it Rappaport, the report about Davis Mills? The Bengals contacted the Texans about trade for Davis Mills.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't.
It was actually contacting a lot of people all over the league.
Right.
One of them was the Texans.
Is this a bad confession to have? I, as much as love that dude, I think he's incredibly valuable to this team. I think you could have fleeced him, man. I think I wouldn't have had a big problem with that trade. Graham Mertz, they drafted him, looked okay in the one preseason game, all that stuff. I would much prefer Davis Mills, but you could have gotten maybe a second-round pick.
I don't know if you're getting a second.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The Bengals gave up a fifth for Joe Flacco. You think you're getting 3 rounds better on that, huh?
For a guy that could start for you?
Sure.
For a long time?
I would. Well, it's only for this year to Joe Burrow get back.
If you had said third, I'd have let you rock.
Okay, let's say third, because I don't think it's about that. I think it's about you could have gotten a premium pick for Davis Mills,
right? And I think
they could have got a fourth.
They could have gotten higher than a fourth.
Really?
Yeah. I think they could have gotten a third. Yeah, just set aside the second. I think you could. I mean, Nick Caserio is really good at this. That's the one thing you can't deny. But if you could have gotten a third, I would not have had a problem with that trade. As much as we like him.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't think nobody
Yeah,
would.
a third, I'll drive him to the airport.
Yeah, but look at the social media, like, no way, he's too important. No, he's not that important.
Well, look, you did just play a team that had a backup quarterback that, as soon as he got in there, was very clear that there was no chance in hell, right? Like, there was a snowball's chance in hell that this was going to have, that you were going to get a victory there.
Mm-hmm.
There is something to be said that I feel very comfortable with Davis Mills stepping into a football game. And when you are where you at least purported to be, or what you thought you would be coming into the season, and where hopefully you can find yourself back to being one of those types of teams, you better have a guy that you can turn handing the football to for a moment. The problem is, I do wonder how much that hits you right in this moment. Now, Graham Mertz, I don't have that same feeling. So there is.
We don't know. Yeah.
I know that I don't have anything. Close
we don't know how good he's going to be.
No, I know, and that's fair. But I think that is also something you have to take into advantage. Not knowing what he's going to be as a backup matters, because that's the point of a backup. Is somebody that you can have a level of confidence in.
Yeah.
So I understand that hesitation there, but actually, you know what? As I talk my way through it, I actually don't want to make the trade just because you have a lot of draft capital right now. It'd be a different thing if you didn't.
To me personally, I just never understood the big love fest about a backup quarterback when you have a franchise quarterback that's pretty much healthy. Now, it'd be one thing if you were that franchise quarterback was always hurt, or something like a Joe Burrow or something like that, where you need somebody consistent that can step in. But I never really had that question about C.J. Stroud as far as being healthy and missing games and stuff like that.
Right.
I just never understood the conversation of you got to keep him just in case C.J. Stroud get hurt.
Right.
Anybody can get hurt. I mean, if that's the case, we should sign him to a lifetime contract. Yeah.
Here's my philosophy on it.
Sure.
If you have to play any backup quarterback, your entire season is different. You are not going to reach the goals that you think you're going to reach.
Just for how long is always the question. How long?
No, I'm saying if it's two games, that's different. But if you have to turn to your backup quarterback, change your expectation. It ain't going to happen. So my philosophy is that's a team that could have traded for him to become a time starter for years. So you could maybe have, not gouged him, but gotten more, like a third-round pick or even higher.
But also, one thing you got to remember, they talked to a lot of teams about this, and they ultimately settled on Joe Flacco.
I think they probably had more confidence in Joe Burrow coming back this year rather than so they probably, if it was a thing where he might be out for next year too, or something like that, then they could probably
No, that's fair.
But if they feel like Joe Burrow could come back maybe in December or something like that,
yeah,
Joe Flacco is just there to give them a puncher's chance so they can still stay in it a little bit.
No, it was just long story short, I wouldn't have had a big problem as much as I thought I might.
A third-round pick, though, I would have sent them to the airport myself. I would have drove them in my little Jeep Compass.
Yeah, like that's the thing is if you end up in a place where it's just like this is an offer you can't refuse because of the value that you be getting back, I hear you. I just don't know. I don't know that was actually going to be in the cards.
Now, if it was a thing where Cincinnati was trying to offer a fifth or a sixth, I'd probably be like, nah, I don't really need that. But if it was like a fourth, I would be listening. I talked to Davis Mills like, hey, do you want to go there?
It's business.
It's up to you.
It's a business.
These are my confessions.
I'm not going to move out of my apartment. However,
is your lease up?
Relatively soon, actually.
It should be. Yeah, you've been here for about a year.
Yeah, but also I feel like I should.
How come?
So you guys know I was out of town. I came back from being out of town. I walked in the apartment. It was 85 degrees in there, and I didn't. That was not an intention by any means because I know there's a lot of people. That's how you keep it at normal.
Usually have it on 77.
No, but the AC was off. This is the second time in a month that the AC has cut out. That happens. We live in Houston.
Yeah.
ACs get a lot of work. That's fine. Every apartment complex got like an emergency AC number because again,
generator, all that
you
stuff.
You can't be in without the AC.
Oh, you mean the number? Okay.
Yeah, the number to call. Right? You know what I mean? Like, hey, come get me out this heat because I mean we live in Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
Tell me why I called the insurance or the emergency line. I got no call back. It's just a voicemail.
Oh man.
I got no call back. I put in a regular maintenance request and they came and fixed it during regular business hours. I was just in there. I was in there hot. Capital H, capital O, capital T.
All night.
All weekend. What you mean?
Oh, man.
All weekend.
That's right, because you said business hours.
Yeah, you was in there.
Now, you got to get out of there.
Simultaneously, the water pressure at the apartment this week
you got to get out of there.
is awful.
Oh, man.
It's a nice apartment. I got it all set up nice.
It looks nice. It don't feel nice.
That sounds like a lemon.
I feel like I just got some unfortunate luck this weekend. However, the evidence is starting to add up, and I'm like, should I be considering a new place?
Yeah. Hey man, look at your lease. Gotta get out of there. You get a good place.
Yeah, man.
Very nearby.
Yeah, your contract about up, man. You could go to free agency, man.
These are my confessions.
So we talked about this about James Franklin and all that stuff, and I want to say the news broke October 12th, somewhere around there, a couple days ago, and I think we really, and I always had an issue with this where when people, every time you bring something like this up, and then people always bring he have a family,
Yeah.
And I ran across this tweet. Y'all probably seen this tweet too. So somebody tweeted sources, Penn State has fired James Franklin.
Right.
That's all he tweeted.
Right.
Somebody else on social media retweeted that and said, something to keep in mind. There's a lot of men who have to go home tonight and tell their wives to start to pack up the house. Tell the kids that this fall is their last time they will go to school with friends. This is real life stuff and it sucks.
Yeah.
Man, my confession is, man, this is a different, unique type of business where everybody who signed up for this, especially head coaches, I ain't talking about, equipment person or anything like this, but head coaches sign up for this. Their family sign up for this, unfortunately, too. I'm tired of all the, what about his family and all that stuff. This man is a head coach of a big-time college program. It's a possibility he could get fired any day.
They know it going in.
Yeah, you know it going in. I'm tired of the sob stories and all this stuff about a head coach. Oh, my goodness, his family. What to think about his family. And by the way, his contract is pretty nice, too. So I mean, it sucks that you might have to move or anything if he's moving because he necessarily don't have to move.
Look, it's especially the assistants who don't make nearly as much.
Correct.
As the coordinators or the head coaches. So it's not a lack of compassion. I thought you were going to go here. I mean, I get your point, and I don't necessarily disagree, but I thought you were going to go here. How is that different from the rest of us?
Yeah, no,
how is that different from all of us?
That's kind of where I'm going because – not to make ourselves feel sorry, but any industry. Like the radio industry, TV industry,
or even a lot of our listeners in whatever industry it is. You show up and they're like, man, cutbacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or I could walk out of here at 2:00 and they'd be like, hey, we decided to cut you.
Yeah.
Like, I got to figure it out.
That's where I was. But that's everything.
But my thing is, I know that coming in this industry, I know what it is. So I'm kind of prepared for this type of stuff. So I just don't understand why we got to keep bringing up the sob stories about, oh, this guy has a family. You know, everybody got a family too.
Yeah.
Like, everybody signed up for this.
You don't have compassion. It's just the way it is, man.
Yeah, I think it's look,
why we always got to put this disclaimer right there.
I think I'm with you on the to quote Don Draper from Mad Men. That's what the money is for, right? Like, I think that always is where we all go. I think it's just an opportunity to try to, as sports can kind of take us away from thinking about the humanity of it. I think there's a lot of people that can get to the place where they're yelling at players on the sideline as if they're just, these sports drones, and these people are just kind of these people that we talk about and we make fun of, and they're the punchline of our jokes is to remember the humanity. However, I think for the humanity and also go, we got that. Now we're talking about this other thing, also at the same time. But I appreciate what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's part of the game, man. Like, I'm sure these players don't like people being disrespectful towards them about fantasy football stuff.
Right.
But, that's part of the game. Like, they I don't want to say suck it up or anything, but they getting paid very well, and I'm sure they can handle it kind of very well, as long as you don't be doing no death threats and nothing like that.
Right.
No, that's never acceptable. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we should hear from DeMeco Ryans coming off of the bye week and headed into Week 7, where he'll match up with the Seattle Seahawks. We'll see about that next.
Texans GM Nick.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so there's a little bit of that's kind of breaking news. I don't want to make it seem like it's too big and get anybody too riled up. However, a little bit of breaking news in the NFL that is tangentially Texans related, only tangentially. I read this per Adam Schefter on Twitter, or X, apologies. Quote, Ravens are releasing safety Chauncey Gardner-Johnson after the safety's agent Kevin Connor and the Ravens officials came to, quote, an amicable mutual decision.
No, they didn't.
After the Ravens traded for a safety, we were looking for a cheaper path to play, or clearer rather, path to play, according to his agent. Close quote.
Still something though, right? Still something about him right now that is just rubbing a lot of people the wrong way.
Hey man, this is Deontay Johnson, Electric Boogaloo,
yeah,
right? Like
is.
this is.
Yeah, it is.
This is what is happening here?
Yeah, that is pretty wild. Kind of makes the Texans look good and bad, right? You know, for the bad in terms of what they.
Yeah, I was like, run me through your
in.
thought process.
Yeah, bad in terms of they got sold a bill of goods that was not they didn't back up. On the other hand, they cut bait. You know, they cut bait pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it makes it clear that, like, hey man, CJ Gardner-Johnson is agitating. I don't want to be too and agitating for something, not agitating just as a descriptor, but like they are agitating for an opportunity to play, which is weird though because there was an opportunity to play here,
right here,
but he was looking for more, and that similar to Deontay Johnson, right? They brought him in, and they were like, hey, we're gonna work you into what's happening here. And apparently that was not enough for him immediately. And so the Texans were like, all right, so you can move it along and find somewhere where it is. And apparently that place did not exist. And it seems like that's what's also the case here for CJ Gardner-Johnson. It really is a damn shame because we know CJ Gardner-Johnson has the talent and the capability. But this is something that we always have to keep in mind whenever we talk about.
It's a lot of these cats that had the talent. Hell, people said Deontay Johnson had the talent.
He did.
And he did. But it's there has to be the proper mindset. There has to be a synergy in all these things. So if you're just tuning in, CJ Gardner-Johnson has now also been released by the Ravens, and he is seeking a clearer path to play.
That is really, really interesting. And again, good and bad for the Texans because they did give up a lot to get him. You know, or they gave up something to get him.
While we're waiting for DeMeco Ryans, it's something I kind of alluded to yesterday when we were talking about this defense, and it feels like they're just we're done kind of like thinking about them in any level of figure it out type way. However, we come off of a bye week, and that gives another week for 3 names that can impact your team. Those names are as follows: Jimmy Ward. Remember, like he went on the physically unable to perform list.
I forgot about him.
But the ones that I'm actually thinking about, Jalen Reed and DeMeco Autry.
Yeah, I think those two are much more likely. Of course, Joe Mixon is in there at some point on the offensive side, but
is he? He ain't practiced yet. No,
I know.
Right,
is the brother alive at this point, man?
Is he alive?
Yeah, because last week when Nick Caserio jumped on with the fellas, Payne and Pendergast, he did, 3
or 4 weeks.
I'm pretty sure.
We'll find out if we know.
Yeah. So no, because even if like, all right, Joe Mixon, he's healthy, he's fine. The ramp up is going to take some weeks. Like you can't just throw him in here and be like, hey, go play the car crash sport at full speed when you ain't getting no preseason, no training camp. No first 5-6 weeks of the season. You're not dropping him in like that.
Yeah,
it just does not happen.
And obviously, we don't fully expect him to even play this year. But the other ones, questions that are probably going to be asked of DeMeco here in just a bit when we hear him live.
Yeah. DeMeco Autry and Jalen, because he has given up that those guys are returning to practice. The practice window should be nearing, because coming into the game last week, they were opening up the practice window. That's 1, 2, and this would be the 3rd week for them, right? Like if memory serves, or if my math is correct, we should be seeing those guys impact. Which of those guys are you more interested in seeing them, and which guys do you
interested? Jalen Reed.
Yeah.
I think, but interested to see what Jalen Reed might bring. He showed some stuff there for a while in the preseason.
But it feels like, and I keep wanting to be like, it feels like MJ Stewart has handled that other safety spot pretty damn well.
Better than I thought, to be honest.
But I think that fair.
Yeah.
I also think that this is where I'll start talking about the talent that you're playing against, because I think that is one of the four fair places to point out and go, how much has he been tested? How much have teams kind of picked at him yet? I feel like he's been able to stand in pretty well, but what does that look like? And with that, admittedly, a guy who does not have the the experience that MJ Stewart has in the system and in the league, but might be maybe more of a talent question mark.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The interest level is higher.
Yeah,
there, but the sort of the known commodity and how he might help and bolster, I think it's Autry.
Yeah, DeMeco Autry becomes even more important, I think, this week. Looking at the Seahawks, obviously not fully breaking this thing down, but one thing we know, Sam Darnold, you're going to need to put some pressure on him, and that's not something that teams have done particularly well. So, like, another pass rusher, in addition to probably needing a really good day from the likes of Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter, not just applying pressure, but hopefully maybe getting home. Adding a third real problematic guy on that defensive line is going to be huge, especially in third down type situations where that was the game plan. Bring him in and maybe give you another guy that rushes from inside that really applies that heat on the quarterback. I think he might have an opportunity, should he be ready to go this week, to really apply his trade.
You start looking at this defensive front, and Autry really can. I mean, Mario Edwards has played very well. Toji has played very, but obviously you got Rankins and Settle. Boy, he could really add some stuff in terms of like must pass downs. Bringing him inside or somebody inside. And just making life miserable for some of these guys.
Yeah. So from the 281, is Kenyon Green still sticking with the Ravens? Buddy, I have no idea, and it probably says a lot that I don't, because their team is ravaged.
They are just scrambling.
Yeah. But somebody else said when it came to the C.J. Gardner-Johnson from 361, we should have seen that coming if even Philly people can't tolerate him because Philly is more comfortable with obnoxious. That's fair, which honestly we're seeing to some degree right now. Look at, and AJ Green is an incredible wide receiver. You put up with anything, and not like saying that he has been a nuisance, but the issues that they have there continue to kind of amaze me. And I'm gonna be honest, this is kind of a pseudo confession. I'm back on my BS when it comes to Nick Sirianni. Oh, because again, how does this keep happening with him?
You didn't want to like him, but you had to.
Yeah, no, but how does this keep happening? Because I like, as an offensive guy, how do you have an offense coordinator come in and multiple times, mind you, and not know how to get to the things that you do well? They're not running the football well.
No. They're not playing well on offense, just period.
Yeah.
Yeah, just period.
And it's not like they don't have talent.
No.
Anyways, let's talk about DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. He steps to the podium right now.
Good break. Good little getaway. Too early to take. You don't control that, but no, it was a good break. Good getaway for sure.
Done so far. What are some things?
What's his name?
I'm messing with you.
Is that close? No, JSN has done an outstanding job this year for Seattle. Darnold has found a nice target to throw through, and he's made that entire offense go. Whether you're covering him or not, he's making explosive plays game after game. He continues to show up, and JSN, he's definitely having a Pro Bowl caliber year. He's doing an outstanding job.
What makes that Seattle defensive front seven so good?
They're starting up front with their defensive line, like the interior piece with their tackles, Murphy, Reed, Williams. They're really big guys inside, strong. It's hard to move those guys inside, so it starts there, and then on the edges, really smart players on the edge with Nwosu, with Mafe, with all the guys that they have, DeMarcus Lawrence, like all those guys done a really nice job on the edges. Their entire defensive line, I feel like that's the strength of their defense, right? And it's going to be a challenge for us to handle their front. It's all going to start there. Any team that's been able to move the ball versus these guys, you have to do a good job versus their front. And they're good in the run game, also in the pass game with the stunts that they run. They don't have to pressure much because they get a lot of pressure with their front four guys. So it'll be a huge challenge for us, challenge for our offensive line this week.
What do you remember most, DeMeco? You've been in that stadium a lot.
about even being there?
Yeah, it's a fun place to play because of the environment. I think when you think about football environments in different stadiums, Seattle is one of those stadiums that ranks pretty high to me when it comes to just, you talk about a rowdy bunch that's gonna be loud, the crowd noise is gonna be there, the fans are gonna be into it. Their players do a good job of, making plays and feeding into the crowd, getting the crowd hyped up. So it's always a fun place to play, always a tough place to play. It's challenging because of the noise, the environment, right? But you have to be able to block that out. And as many times I've been in there, when you can block that out and just focus on executing and doing the things you need to do to play good football, that's what's going to help you, right, to quiet the crowd.
DeMeco, been the biggest reason. With the exception of the, does somebody else want to?
Go ahead.
With the exception of the Bills, like a lot of the top teams in the AFC have already lost quite a few games. I'm just curious, what do you make of that? And is that possibly something y'all can lean on kind of moving forward, that it's right there is wide open?
That doesn't creep into my mind at all about where the other AFC teams are, what their record is. It's still early in the season, right? A lot of teams had a lot of really good starts to the season, but we all know, and that's our focus, it's all about how you finish the season. It's all about how your team grows throughout the season. Just because you have a great start doesn't mean it's going to be a great finish. It's just continuing to work, control what you can control, and you truly focus on one game at a time. That's all that matters. You can't focus on what the other team, the outcome of their games, it really doesn't matter, right? It has nothing to do with how you go and play, how you go and prepare. You don't do anything different because other teams are where they are record-wise. It's truly focusing on us and getting better.
What do you think is the biggest reason why your defense has played so well to the point where they're ranked #1 in scoring defense?
Our defense has done a really nice job because of the players and the work that they put in. We have outstanding players, outstanding men, not just players who go out, they work the right way every single week, every single day in practice. They work together, and when they play together, it's a tough unit to beat. Right, guys, we're on it mentally. We're not making mistakes. Like, we make people have to make plays to beat us. And we know that'll be the challenge this week, right? Just because we're covering them and we're in position. You've seen JSN many times, right? Guys are in coverage. They're on him. And he still goes up. The ball is up. You got to be able to make a play and compete on the football. That'll be the challenge this week. But I'm really proud of where our guys are. It's been a great start, but you have to keep working. You have to keep plowing because we know teams are going to give us their best shot.
What do you think about the season Jalen Petrie is having for you guys so far and what he's doing for the team?
Jalen is playing lights out for us. He is all over the field. He's asked to do many different things throughout a game, and he's the one guy who's very cerebral enough, smart enough to go out and handle whatever we ask of him defensively, whether that's blitzing, whether it's playing in coverage, whether it's playing back deep levels of defense. Jalen provides us that flexibility to be able to move him around wherever we need to put him each week. And so to have a player who is as smart as he is and as reliable as he is, it really gives you a comfort as a play caller. It gives you comfort to be able to know that if we want something to happen, you turn Jalen on. And when he's on, he's going to find a way to make plays in the backfield. He finds a way to get the football, right, the way he's attacking the football. I love to see that continue. He's doing a great job of being a true spark plug for our entire team.
Obviously, it's a different position, but does he remind you at all of you when you were a player?
Not at all. He's way better than me. He's I had one little position right in the middle, stop the run. That's about it. But no, Jalen is a tremendous guy off the field too. He was a Walter Payton Man of the Year last year. He was that recipient because of the great things he's done in the community, just all around. Talk about a great guy. On the field, off the field, like that's what it looks like in Jalen Petrie. I'm proud to say that I'm able to coach Jalen Petrie.
You studied your offensive improvement, and you and Nick and some other staff looked at what's working the last few weeks with the offense, and in particular C.J. Stroud. What are some things that jumped out to you?
The things that worked the past couple weeks offensively is just us being able to stay committed to the run game and run the football. Right? You can run the ball, you can sustain drives. That's the key. Right? And that'll be the key for us moving forward. We can do that. We can control the line of scrimmage, get positive plays and that allows Caley, right, to be able to open up the playbook and call whatever he wants, whatever he's installed that particular week. Everything is at his disposal when you can stay on schedule, and that's what it's been the past 2 weeks.
Seattle's been they're by far the number one team in the league, play action pass. What do you think makes them so good at that, and what goes into defending that?
And for Seattle, they're good at the play-action pass game because, Kubiak's done a good job wherever he's been as a play caller. He's done a really good job of establishing the outside zone scheme, right? And with the outside zone scheme comes the keepers off of the outside zone action. So he's done a really good job of marrying both run game and passing game, meaning they both look very similar. So the play-action pass game works because of the offensive line and how they come off the football, right? How they make the run look exactly like the pass. It puts the second-level defenders in a bind where are you stepping up to defend the run, or can you key it and diagnose it quick enough to understand that it's pass and now I need to drop in coverage. So they've done a really good job starting with Kenneth Walker in the run game. He's a really, really good running back in this league, and he's done a really nice job. And when you have him running the ball the way he runs it, right, guys are going to commit. And once you get guys to step up 2 or 3 steps off, and now Darnold's done a good job of getting on the edges, making good decisions down the field, and he's had a lot of guys open in those play-action passing concepts. That's why they've been successful as well. A lot of guys are wide open.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Back to
statistically,
DeMeco
y'all are playing some defense in your 3 years here. Why is it, do you feel like you all have made those steps, and what did it take to get to that point?
For me, the defense, what we've done, and we haven't changed what we've done. And again, the defense is credit to the players. It's nothing to do with coaches and what we do as coaches. It's all about the players and what they're doing on the field. That's why the defense is good. It's not a magical answer that's out there. Our guys have played well, starting with our front. Our D-lines played well, specifically versus the run game. After the Tampa Bay game, felt like we've done a really nice job of playing the run, and we've improved our tackling as the season has gone on. But if we continue to improve the things we need to improve, that's tackling, stopping the run, that's attacking the football. We do those things, and that's what the players have done. That's why we playing good ball on defense.
For an activation or
Can you talk about EJ's speed and just what you've seen from him as he continues to develop in this defense?
EJ's done a really nice job for us when it comes to the will linebacker position, having a guy that's athletic and fast, sideline to sideline is EJ. That's what he's provided for us. He can cover up space really well. He's done a good job of tackling as well, and that's why he's been out there for us. He's been making plays for us, and he's earned that right to get more opportunities. So pleased with where he is. He still has room to grow. He's still learning it and growing as we go throughout the season, but encouraged with where he is right now.
Plans for someone to be activated this week, say like a Jalen Reed or a DeMeco Ryans, or someone returning to practice that's a reserve guy?
Yeah, we'll see how.
Andrew's question with the play action, they live a lot in 12 and 21 personnel. You guys live a lot in kind of nickel package, which is kind of like that balance of going against a team that kind of lives in that 12, 21 package, and they can get some explosives off of that. It's kind of just like that balance for you determining, okay, how much do I go to nickel versus how much do I go to base? Like, what's just kind of that chess match for you as you get ready to prepare this week?
And for us, when it comes to that chess match, I'm not going to give all my secrets away to you, DJ, but we'll try to keep them on their toes as best as we can.
Coach, one of the units that gets a lot of criticism when they're playing bad is the offensive line unit. But as of late, they've been playing very, very well. And so when we got a chance to speak to Nick Caserio, he talked about how Titus doesn't get the amount of credit that he deserves. Can you just talk about how he has led that unit and has, over the last 2 games, helped them to take that next step?
I would say this about this: when guys get criticized on the football field, right, it's easy, right? It's easy to criticize offensive linemen, corners, right, and the quarterback because that's the easiest thing for everybody to see, right, when things go bad. But there's a lot of good that's been going on with our offensive line, and definitely I highlight that in our team meetings. And Titus is one of the guys he's been consistent. That's what O-line play is about. It's about playing consistent. It's about playing within yourself, not getting overextended, but doing your job. down without a lot of glory, without a lot of pats on the back, right? It's a very selfless position, right? And he's done a really great job throughout this year so far. He's improved. He's done a great job of anchoring the right side for us, and very proud of him, not only for his play, but Titus has also grown as a leader, right? Seeing him become more vocal, right? Communicating amongst the offensive linemen, right? That's what I'm most proud of with Titus. Besides the play, it's how he's grown into that leadership role, and that's what we needed from him.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There you go, DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, talking to the assembled media. When we come back, let's give our reactions to some of the things that DeMeco Ryans said coming off of the bye week. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Is there ever an
822-667-2390.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. DeMeco Ryans just spoke to the assembled media before we went to break there. Some interesting stuff within there. Quickly, I'll let you know that when asked directly if we'd see the activation of Jalen Reed or Denico Autry as they're both in their practice window. We'll see how the week goes.
We'll see how the week goes.
Thank
you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate that. I thought maybe we were getting to a place where we get a little bit. Nope. Nope. What caught your attention? Because there was a lot of things that he talked about within this game, from Jalen Petrie and his impact, and looking at Jackson Smith and Jigba, looking at the defensive line and the interior for the Seahawks, looking at Titus Howard and his development as a player and as a leader. Which one jumped out? Or what jumped out to you in the coach talk? Yeah,
I mean, obviously, he loves him some Jalen Petrie. That is no doubt. But that's not what jumped out. What jumped out is what's going to be the story of the game, the story that gives us a little more enlightenment on where this team is, and that's the Seattle front seven, specifically front three or four, versus this Texans offensive line. I mean, the defensive line challenge, that's what he called it, the defensive line challenge for the Texans offensive line. That he did, as you mentioned, sort of talked about Titus Howard being more of a rock in that offensive line, a little bit more consistent, but doesn't matter. This is the story. That is going to be a great defensive front that they face.
Yeah, and it's also situated to be an incredible test for this Texans team, because the issue that has arisen with this Texans team when there has been issues has been pressure from the interior.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it comes from for the Seattle Seahawks, baby. Yeah. Those defensive tackles are menaces, and DeMeco did a great job. Not that I think that he'd do anything different as an incredible defensive mind, illustrating that the interior piece is big and strong, and the strength of that defensive line, which is ultimately the strength of that defense. And then the edges, they just play smart football. They're not the best edge pass rushers or anything that are out there, but they play well off of that interior. And so it's a very interesting test for Ed Ingram, a guy that you brought in who's played pretty well, and we've given him credit, right? Even Nick Caserio was talking about what it seemed like was their interior kind of their in-house metrics and stuff, that he's been ranked very, very well in his play. Jake Andrews, who has done a decent job of like running the system, but you've seen cracks in his ability to make sure that he picks up things from time to time. Obviously, not anything that stops no show. And then Juice Scruggs, right? Like, this is going to be an interesting test. For all three of those guys, you have a very intriguing test. And when you get those big dogs in the middle, those aren't as easy to be like, well, just send a chip or add some help. Like, this is going to be a very interesting look at this offensive line, on top of the fact that you're playing in a loud, noisy environment. Which are they going to be on the same page on the offense? And
the big test is going to affect C.J. Stroud in the passing game, but it's how they run the ball against these guys. That's the stress test. Because if they get in, even if it's not negative plays, and we all know how much everybody, but DeMeco Ryans has talked about no negative plays, and it's hard to move the ball and all that. Even if you just go third and 2nd and 9, 3rd and 8, that makes it much more difficult for C.J. Stroud, and that's when you mentioned Jake Andrews and Ed Ingram and obviously anybody else on the interior, Laken Tomlinson. That's what's going to be the biggest test, not just. Can they protect C.J. Stroud? Can they put this offense and C.J. Stroud in a position where, they're not just teeing off on you?
Yeah, and you talked about running the football. That will get very tough with this defensive line, with this defensive front. Do you have any – because, DeMeco, when he basically was like, no, he stuck to this idea that the thing that's worked, staying committed to the run game. He has been hitting that particular note really hard, the complementary football.
That's not going to change.
Of it all. No, but do you think that is entirely true? Clearly there's truth to it, right? Being able to run the football has been beneficial for this team. Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, they found something there. But when you look up at this, this particular defense, is it possible, especially when you look at the game plan offense, at least as it relates to my recollection of the Patriots, there are instances where they were like, actually, we are going to have to throw the ball more in order to counteract what they have and hit some of their weaknesses. Any at all that this might need to be less about running the football, especially into what could be a very, very tough run situation.
The way you worded it, I don't agree.
Okay.
Is it going to be less about running the football? No. No, he is committed. That's what this offense is. We're going into week 7. They're not going to change. They're not going to just all of a sudden add 5 pages to the playbook. This is going to be a team that loves to run the ball, runs the ball a lot, sets up safe passes that, the proverbial live to play another play, all that stuff. They're not going to just all of a sudden start slinging it around. That said, I think they are going to maybe, mix it up a little bit in terms of trusting C.J. Stroud if there is a look on first down that begs for a pass. Yes, they're going to pass more, but they're not going into any game the rest of the year saying, I think we can sling it around a little bit.
Oh yeah, I don't think we're going to see any 45 pass games for this team, but I do I was thinking, and thank you for pointing this out for me. My brain was more of could it possibly be a pass to run?
That's what I think it could
type
be.
Game versus a run to pass.
Yeah, I think it could be based on the trust and the development that we've seen from C.J. Stroud to make those calls. But we know what their DNA is now. They're going to run the ball a lot. They're going to run safe passes, and if there's a break in the defense or an opportunity, then they're going to maybe there will be like 3 or 4 quote unquote shot plays a game. That's very different from some teams. That take a lot more. But you can still be effective if you pass on first down to set up those longer drives.
Man, it sure sounds like EJ Speed is not as shy.
I think he's there, right?
He gave some. I mean, DeMeco when he talked about EJ doing a good job, talking about him being athletic, fast sideline to sideline, can cover space well, all things obviously that you need in that position. He said that he basically pointed to the idea he's earned more trust and more opportunity to get some playing time. But he also mentioned that he still has room to grow. And I did wonder if that was a little bit of just kind of temper.
Is that coach speak?
Is that coach speak? Yeah. Is that kind of tempering some of this? Because they've still utilized, Henry a decent amount. Obviously, Aziz is going to be a mainstay because of his capabilities and his production. I do wonder, should this be a place where EJ Speed is now considered kind of your starter, or at least getting more of the lion's share of those reps?
I don't think anything is going to change in an off week. I think EJ Speed's still going to probably get a majority of looks on the defensive side, but clearly it's kind of getting puzzling with Christian Harris, isn't it?
Just him individually,
just in general, yeah. But I think he's going to get some opportunities, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean there is going to be a point where we need to spin this forward to this is supposedly a contract year for Christian Harris,
yeah.
And as of right now, it very much feels like just on off, yes, no, pass, fail, contract extension.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or unless it's very cheap and affordable.
No.
Which is you if you told me that at the beginning of last year, obviously before we found out that he wasn't going to play,
we'd be counting the millions.
Right.
We'd be counting those millions.
Football. Wow. Yeah. 713. I'm hearing you in that to be able to run. I don't know that I'll say that definitively. However, I do have my questions and my concerns about that. Quick passing is one of those things that I'd be interested to see if that is something that they ultimately go to a lot. I
think it could be.
This.
Yeah.
And then I really did enjoy DeMeco Ryans talking about the players. He talked about how the defense has done a good job because of the players. They work the right way. And some of that sounds like coach speech, but he gets to the point where he's like, look, man, we haven't changed much on defense, which, the defense is fairly, and obviously not to say that it's just the exact same thing. They do different things. They challenge in somewhat different ways depending on the team. But the defense is pretty standard. I think that what the elevation that we've seen is just the players playing better and playing more together, not having those big breaks that leave somebody on an island.
And just improvement in general from a lot of these guys. You mentioned EJ Speed. We didn't know what to expect from him. But hell, MJ Stewart has been playing. You haven't seen a big drop-off, and I didn't expect that.
Yeah, this is another place where it'll be interesting to see because, again, we saw the defense really lock in some ways because, we talked about the C.J. Gardner-Johnson change, but also we talk about the teams that you're playing against. That's also one of those things that let's see the defense.
Oh, it's huge.
Let's see this defense in a different game script type of thing. And I know we had the first 2 games and they handled themselves incredibly well.
Talk about a referendum.
Yeah,
this is going to be a referendum game.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good litmus test all the way around for this Texas team. Super excited for it, and we'll talk about it a lot over the coming week here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, appreciate you rocking with us here. More stuff to talk about. I want to dig deeper into the Jalen Petrie and see have we him enough back thus far in the season? But right now is the time where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so, and I got a question for you guys, and you could text in 713-572-4610. If anxiety had a ringtone, what would it sound like?
Anxiety ringtone.
Huh. Yeah, and that's in honor of me driving on the freeway, and this sound always gets me for some reason.
Oh,
I like this, Figgy.
All right. If anxiety has a ringtone, what would it sound like? 713-572-4610. Let us know. We'll talk about it next.
All right. Let's talk about that Weber Grill.
Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. If anxiety had a ringtone, what will it sound like? 713-572-4610. And this is in honor of me riding on the freeway. It was yesterday. I was on my way home from work, driving like normal, and you know people in Houston kind of drive a little crazy at times. Specifically, I got to call out the bikers out there. Salute to all the bikers out there. How y'all?
Now.
Yeah, y'all be look. They do a good job. I haven't seen nothing crazy, but they be weaving through those lanes and you know
on the line in between the lanes.
Yeah.
Oh, when they're lane splitting.
Yeah, they be cutting it close to the point. I'll be like, ooh, that kind of give me anxiety. Specifically, this sound right here. This is the sound I heard as I was driving.
Rockets.
It was so crazy. I didn't even see the motorcycle.
I
never saw it.
You rarely do.
I never saw. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was ongoing or in the same lane as me. I had no idea. All I just heard it. I'm like, oh. So it kind of got me thinking of different sounds.
Sounds that make you anxious.
Yeah, I actually have a list of a couple things too. That was my first one. My next one is this. I got to get a little. I guess. Yeah, let me go right here. Let me get a little nerdy real quick. So I used to play this game called Zelda. It was one specifically a Link to the Past or something like that. And whenever you kind of collect a whole bunch of hearts, and so that's kind of like your energy or whatever that is. And when you get low on hearts, this is what it sounds like right here, and this sound drives me nuts. Wait, here we go. You see that little?
Oh yeah.
So if you don't get no other hearts, you gonna go around like that the whole time.
You're just irritating everybody.
Yeah. So and then that means you pretty much about to die.
Yeah.
And wait, what did you play this on? Because I feel like also
Super Nintendo.
Yeah. See, it's one of them systems where you can't save your progress.
Yeah.
No, you can't. You could never say no progress back in the day.
That's the anxiety-inducing part. Is like not just I'm about to die. It's if I die, all this work that I've put in.
Yeah.
Or not.
You got to go right back to the beginning. And here's another one from another game, and I think everybody familiar with the game Sonic on Sega Genesis. And you know that level where you in the water and you trying to get back up to the top? This one.
Yep.
When you hear that sound, you like,
oh boy, I gotta go. It's getting faster.
You trying to jump up on that level and you keep falling back down?
I remember this one, believe it or not. Yeah. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, that one kind of get me too. Ones that kind of irritate me is the when people have a low battery on their phone and it's like 9%. When they get the single digits, that's when I kind of start.
Yeah,
I got to get a charger ASAP. It could be at 10. I'm good at 10. Once I get the single digits, I need a charger ASAP.
So I've been thinking about this. If anxiety had a sound for me, there's a very specific sound, and all the boaters and fishermen out there will know this. You go out fishing. You're in the middle of the bay somewhere. You park your boat, turn off the motor, or not park. You stop your boat, turn off the motor, go fish, and then you go back to turn it on. And if you don't put the throttle right on neutral, you just hear click, 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 and you immediately think, oh hell, my battery's dead and I'm stuck out in the middle of the bay. But then most people you have to put it right in neutral. Or else if you try to start it like anywhere else, just click, 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 click. Oh no, I'm gonna be stuck out here for hours. They're never gonna find me.
Oh yeah. See, I thought you were going with one of the ones. I thought you were gonna go with something Figgy when you were talking about being on a highway. And there's not one in particular, but any one of them car sounds, you start hearing that knock or something, you just go, oh yeah. Because it sounds like hundreds upon thousands.
Or how about the
dollars.
brake squeal? When you're stopping and you hear that, and you're like, oh, I need $800 worth of brakes.
Yeah, the brake squeal is one of them. Oh, actually, you know what it is? It's just that whenever you hit a pothole, because you're like, ooh, is that a whole tire? Because also, the brakes, you might be like, am I willing to deal with this squeal for a little bit?
Yeah.
That when that tire I get right now.
I ain't gonna lie, I dealt with brake squeaking way longer than I should. So it's kind of a little bit normal to me.
Yeah.
Some good ones are coming in here on the text line again, 713-572-4610. A number of people with a very good answer, which is whoop 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 whoop. Yep. Because there's a whole bunch of different levels of anxiety, which is, oh man, I already did my defensive driving. This one's just gonna be on my record.
Or why are they stopping me?
Here's
or,
this
oh,
money.
no, they figured it out.
Right. Oh, no, there's something in the car that should not be. There's a lot of different levels of anxiety to that one.
Sometimes you can have a clean record and ain't doing nothing wrong. Just as soon as a cop get behind you, oh, man, the cops don't turn around, man.
Sometimes it's just, damn, I'm about to be late. Right? Sometimes it's just like, this is going to take me 10 minutes, and I don't have 10 minutes right now.
Yeah, a couple other ones on the list is that default iPhone alarm sound.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
That one came up.
I wish I used to have that one, but that one.
Or how about the Windows crashing sound? That when Windows crashes, it makes a specific yeah, and they're like, oh yeah.
I don't remember the last time my computer crashed like that. Like, I feel like we've gotten to a good place where that one is not so anxiety inducing.
The chirp on the smoke detector when you need a battery.
Oh God!
See, that doesn't induce anxiety.
Start hitting it with a broom.
No, I'm like, all right, we need to get them batteries. I listen to too many damn podcasts where they smoke detector needed a new battery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, to that making you late. That the chiming of the railroad crossing.
Oh God. Should I?
No, you should not even be thinking about that.
I think about it every time.
Somebody wasn't listening to no PSAs they playing on this station, man.
Right. But you can hear the sound, but the little stick things haven't fallen down yet. I think I got this.
Some great ones, by the way, coming in from the 346. When Carrie Underwood starts singing on a Sunday, like that's
awesome.
Your Sunday scaries kick in because you like it is basically Monday now.
Oh yeah.
The weekend
is
over.
on. Weekend gone.
Yeah.
Actually, for me, it's the tick tock. Tick that 60 minutes come on, you're like, damn, we are out of here. The breaking news sounder, somebody said, gives them PTSD from the COVID days, like the height of COVID, where it was just as soon as you got there, everybody's like, oh Lord, what is
it now?
And then this one I love so much from the 404. Hearing Anita Baker, Sweet Love on a Saturday. Get up, time to clean, baby.
It's time to clean,
You got 4 hours of cleaning in front of you.
I think I outgrew that now because I just played Anita Baker on the daily.
Yeah.
So it don't really take me back to the time I had to clean up. But I feel that one. He texted those in, by the way. Just get them in, 713-572-4610. As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So I don't think, Reggie, you wasn't here when I confessed that I'm a big fan of these cop cam type of videos that been popping up on my TikTok. Every time I see one, I just stop and watch the whole thing. Sometimes they be about 8 minutes, and it's just people stealing from Walmart and just all. This one was a little scary. We talked about being on the freeway and all that stuff. So apparently a man crashed into a police car. And he had a bizarre reaction to this. So what you're going to hear is the actual car crash. You're going to hear the cop get on his little radio and pretty much calling in saying, hey, get an ambulance,
Yeah.
Everybody was fine and all that. And then you're going to hear the person that actually crashed in the back of the cop car. And by the way, he had somebody pulled over. So that could be a little scary, but this is how that sounded. This is part one to that.
Fairview 187. My vehicle's just been hit. Starting the ambulance.
Hey, what happened?
You tell me.
I need a new car.
Here, come over here, brother. Get out of the road. Here, have a seat real quick. Have a seat. You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
What happened, dude?
I don't know, man. I've been drinking.
You been drinking?
Yeah, I've been drinking.
Okay.
And I took some weed pills.
Some weed pills?
All right, we did a lot.
Okay. Anybody else in the car?
Nah, it's just me.
187. driver tells me he's been drinking and took some weed pills. No. Sit down. Okay. I don't want you to get hit, okay?
He's done.
Yeah. No, my favorite part is he crashed and said, "What happened?"
Yeah, right.
The cop said, "I don't know. You tell me." Tell me, man.
Right from what happened, I was like, yeah, you're just going to have to give something up, big fella, because we already suspect.
Yeah.
He was like, I've been drinking. I was like, there you go, big fella. And then he said, hey, weed pills. I was like, hey, we doing too much.
I didn't even know nothing about
you didn't need to give
weed
all that.
You didn't even have to say that.
The cop said, you tell me.
He said, damn, I'm going to need a new car. And I'm like, brother.
Yeah, you need a lot more than that.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's part 2 to that situation of the man crashing into the back of the cop's car.
Were you wearing your seatbelt?
I don't know.
Oh,
no. Airbag went off. Everything went off. What's up, buddy?
You all right, man?
It's a nice car I just crashed.
Are you the owner of that car?
Yes, sir.
What year is it?
2018. It was 2018.
Was it 2018?
Yeah. Hey, man, I ain't never been to car accident not like that.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, dude.
I got insurance. It ain't gonna cover that, though.
Well, I don't know, but that's not what we're concerned about right now. We're concerned about everybody's okay, all right?
Right.
I did that on purpose, sir.
Well, you hit me on purpose?
Yeah, I did.
Why is that?
I'm bored.
You're bored?
I'm bored.
Fairview 187. Copy subject.
What? He said, I hit you on purpose, sir.
I'm bored?
Yes, he let the intrusive thoughts win, and it actually took me entirely a different place. At first, I was going to be like, we're laughing, but obviously, like, drinking, driving, a real problem. I think that, like, that instantly became this is a mental health situation.
Well,
like,
it sounds like it now.
Right. At first, it was like drinking, but I was kind of interested in that because he didn't sound like he was slurring. Now, clearly, you don't have to slur to be drunk, right? And obviously, the start point from you driving is well before that, obviously. But when he goes, actually, I hit you on purpose, I'm bored, I was like, oh, that's bells. And it sounded like the cop was also like, yeah, we're going to need to take you to a different place.
Tell me there's a part 3. How did this end?
Yeah, it kind of got a little worse. I ain't played the rest of it, but he started saying some little bit of uncomfortable things about his childhood and all that stuff. Yeah. So, I'm not sure if he was drunk.
Was he trying to kill himself?
I have no idea. I didn't hear that part in there.
Yeah.
But so it was a little bit bizarre.
That took a turn.
Yeah.
Honestly, definitely took a turn. Hope he gets help. Kind of happy about the way it played out. Ultimately,
nobody got
hurt.
Yeah.
Like they were able to have a pretty civil conversation throughout this. I just hope he gets the help that he needs.
Yeah, the cop wasn't hurt. The young man wasn't hurt. He was kind of just sitting on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And the people that the cop originally pulled over wasn't hurt, so everybody was good.
And he got insurance, so we all gonna make it.
As he said, they ain't gonna cover that though.
Well, totally.
And that vehicle looked bad too. I'm glad.
We'll get a little something when they total it.
I'm surprised he got out the car that quick. Yeah. How bad that car looked.
It sounded like he was standing right next to the cop. He was like,
he
smash.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened, dog?
You tell me.
I don't know. You tell me. All right, I'll get you guys out of here on this. Got to give some thoughts and prayers and a rest in peace to R&B singer D'Angelo.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, are you familiar with D'Angelo Lopez?
Yeah, a little bit.
Really, what song?
R&B. I don't know what song.
Just try to call you.
Name 3 songs.
Yeah, what's the song?
Yeah.
Now, here's the song. I know you heard this song before right here. It's the long version. Come on, man.
Yeah,
it's the long version.
Why you asking me? You tell me.
Let me tell you about this girl. Maybe I should. I met her in Philly, and her name was Brown Sugar. See, we been making love constantly. That's why my eyes are a shade blood burgundy. The way that
I'm not gonna lie. The whole since I realized because
I think the song was about.
No, we made eye contact when we found out that D'Angelo had passed. Yeah. I've just been humming one of his songs in my head since. Like, I absolutely love his work. Like, raw emotion that comes through in his work. It's really sad. 51 is what
he's 51 years old.
Prostate cancer. Like it's one of those things where he just kind of dealt with it in silence and unfortunately lost the battle. So as always, bleed cancer. But yeah, always hate seeing somebody, especially someone of great talent that you connect with their work, passing.
Yeah. Rest in peace to D'Angelo, man. Way too young, man. Way too young.
51.
Man, you ain't give us no positives in here. We went from anxiety sounds to just maybe a mental health incident.
A lot of turns.
Hitting a cop.
Hey, that's what be in my brain sometimes, man. Maybe I need to get checked out or something.
I mean, just maybe, but also we'll see if we can cheer you up at some point. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on the show. Coming up next to the drive. Earlier, Lopez unveiled his quarterback dog
Got
tier
that dog
list.
in him.
What for you do you want to see from C.J. Stroud this week and also going forward to help you feel a little bit stronger about the dog within him? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
His trouble with dogs, I mean, he loved dogs.
Texans GM.
Can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Additional salute to D'Angelo, passed away today at the age of 51. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, Sean Bijani and Clint Stoerner. Obviously, Bijani in for Ron Hughley. Earlier today, Lopez, you were doing the dog. Quarterback dog.
Who's got that dog in him?
That's right. That is how you posited it. And you put of the 5 tiers.
His trouble with dogs. I mean, he loved dogs.
He does. He does love dogs. And I'm guessing the him there you're talking about is Laramie Tunsil. But you set up 5 tiers, and you had the middle tier comprised of quarterbacks, including C.J. Stroud. And so, obviously, that is not the optimal tier. You want some more dog in your quarterback.
Dog tendencies is what it is.
Dog tendencies, but clearly that would intimate that you would want some more consistency with such tendencies. And so, with that being the case, what would you need to see from one C.J. Stroud of, get more of those tendencies to show for you?
I'm glad you asked it that way, because it's not about like Baker Mayfield getting popped and popping back up and talking trash. I don't need to see
C.J. Stroud talk trash.
Well, getting in guys' faces, talking trash, slapping guys around, or whatever. To me, that's fine, and some people love that. More power to you. But I'm talking about moments and embracing them and taking advantage of them, making the most of them, which obviously Baker Mayfield also does. Patrick Mahomes is not necessarily. Patrick Mahomes is not.
I was like, who is Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes is not necessarily, a big time, flamboyant, demonstrative guy. He can be, but that's not what
he has moments.
That's not his MO. He just makes the plays when they count. That's what I want to see. And we talked about this with C.J. Stroud. He's not an alpha. He's not the doggish, which is by and large close to that. It's more dog tendencies. But really, I kind of struggled with him being more so than that. It's just we've only seen 5 quarters, not 5 games
of this year,
but this kind of play.
So we're not considering the other seasons where you've seen him make plays out of structure. We've seen him in scramble drill connect with consistently Tank. We've seen him connect relatively consistently with Nico Collins. We've seen him connect in scramble drill with a number of guys and have to make plays. Hell, maybe one of the plays of the season last year was in the postseason.
We need to prove that it was real.
Okay. All All right.
It was real for his rookie of the year, big time, took the league by storm. But then it was off the cliff, actually. Now we're starting to see, and no one in this room, and really, I don't think anybody really at this station has ever been doubtful of C.J. Stroud's ability. There's some people in this city that, and we're getting him on the text board occasionally, that don't think he's the guy. None of us have ever said that. It's just like, are you a dog? I mean, are you going to be able to carry this team the way it needs to be carried, et cetera?
It might feel like that's actually, in my estimation, I think that it's going to be more about the circumstance around him. Going back to that person who was like, well, if Patrick Mahomes wasn't in the place that he was, we wouldn't see that. But yeah, circumstance matters a good amount, and I think that's the thing that's been interesting for CJ. The circumstance has been kind of odd. Obviously, rookie year, you have all the rookie things, first-time head coach, first-time play caller, and he's a rookie trying to find his way in this league with the learning curve that is there for a quarterback. So there's that. Second year, we could talk about and we could revisit all those things. And then this year, it's only been 5 games, and through 3.5 of those games, it wasn't looking great because he's picking up a new offense, and you're seeing some of the issues that exist there. So yeah, we're seeing what it'll look like, and obviously, I think it's just time. Like, that was my ultimate point in asking this is I feel like it might just be more instances and more opportunities. I
don't necessarily disagree, but I don't think you can't just say, oh, this guy's right there shoulder to shoulder with, the Jalen Hurts of the world, the Dak, which, we talked about Dak Prescott having such a good year, all those type guys. He's getting there. He's got it in him, I think.
I found this to be interesting.
You think?
I think he does, yeah. That's not unfair. That's not unfair at all.
Oh, and I'm dead wrong here. I have to be comprised of Bijani and Clint Stoerner. I missed out on the fact that B. Scott from Hiram Clark is in with the drive. So it's Bijani and B. Scott, and they will join us here in a second, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Apparently, Josina Anderson is reporting that the Chargers are making preliminary inquiries on running backs and offensive linemen. We got a few weeks, maybe about 3 weeks till the trade deadline, so these things are kind of popping up. You look at that running back one, and you've got some running backs, particularly ones that it feels like you're not utilizing. That feels like that could be an opportunity for the Texans, no?
Running back?
Yeah.
Hell yes.
I mean, there's people around here that want the Texans to add a running back with all of the running backs that you seemingly have available.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about, as well. But
I feel like Dameon Pierce would be the prime candidate to try to utilize, especially because it feels like for the first time in Dameon Pierce's tenure that there's been a tacit acknowledgement that, hey, he is not giving us what we need, right? Obviously, a couple years ago, just got his job took. Right, last year it was one of those where we kept talking about it. They kept talking about we believe in Dameon Pierce, kept giving him burn, but we weren't seeing the fruit of that labor.
Yeah.
And now,
and then they tried earlier.
They tried early, and they've cut down his snaps. I feel like this would be the opportunity to send Dameon Pierce to a place that would better suit what he does. No, this feels like this could be maybe not the Chargers in particular, but this trade deadline could be the time where we see Dameon Pierce no longer wear a Houston Texans jersey.
I don't disagree.
I hate that. I was the biggest Dameon Pierce fan ever, but you kind of see with your eyes that this is just not a fit anymore. It was a stellar rookie season, but this has been one of the steeper drop-offs that I've seen from a Texan in a long time, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
Like we're now in year 3 of Dameon Pierce not meeting whatever high or low expectation you might have set for him. Like it was the rookie year, and then not much else since. Like Reggie just kind of laid out the timeline there of getting the job taken, and then they bring in Joe Mixon. You're not even necessarily a suitable backup, and now he's played himself in a healthy scratch. Like, and the one good thing about it, and the reason why it's worth bringing up, is the fact that he does have the rookie tape out there. So it's not like he's never been good before. It's not like he's been the bell cow over the last couple of years.
Well, but what that does is someone out there goes, well, maybe he fits our system.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he fits our system, and there's something to tap into there somewhere. So, it makes a lot of sense to, if like you said, if it's not the Chargers, for it to be somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that I find interesting, though, because, again, whenever trade deadlines come up, teams are looking at every player and particularly names and go, our team? Mine? Can I have?
Yeah.
And that's been happening a lot with the Texans. If you do move off of Dameon Pierce, would you be interested in making a move for someone like, say, a Breece Hall?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Joe Mixon, where's that dude? You have to operate like this, if you're the Texans, in my opinion, Joe Mixon will not play football for you this year.
Yeah.
And so if Joe Mixon this year, who are you going to roll with? Woody Marks, hey, nice story, rookie, productive. He's been a big part of why we've gotten the offense going, but I'm not hitching my wagon in a pivotal season like the Texans are in to a rookie.
Oh, I don't mind hitching my wagon to a combination of Chubb and Woody Marks. What I've said, and I mentioned this yesterday, that the guys get nicked up. And there is nobody behind them that you trust.
Yeah.
So maybe
Chubb already came in with a question mark.
No, yeah.
That's what I worry about. So I'm looking for a good, solid, healthy, fresh as possible, running back on the market.
Yeah, I think if you can get an affordable running back and you're a serious football team, and I think the Texans are still trying to be one, then it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Like you're still trying to win. And Breece Hall is not going to cost you a lot. He's at a position where not just one guy plays, and so you can have him be a part of rotation. You can allow him to separate himself and be that guy if it turns out to be the case. And you've got him on an affordable deal, and you see where it goes from there. Yeah, I don't actually see the downside. Like if an injured, rehabbing Nick Chubb, and I understand that that's Nick Chubb, there's a difference there. But if Nick Chubb in the context that he was in, interested you, then certainly should Breece Hall in this context.
Yeah, I think I'm actually along with you guys. Like the whole idea of my trepidation on the Breece Hall is like, how many gosh darn running backs can you have? If you're able to offload one, yeah, I'm right there with you, Bijani.
Yeah.
I'm very much operating on the idea that I won't see Joe Mixon this year.
I forgot that cat was 24 too.
Yeah,
he's only 24.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah,
that's young even for a running back.
Let's go.
You know.
I am super season basketball today. I know that B. Scott, you will be as well. Bijani, you will be as well. I'm excited for a lot of things, but most importantly, I'm excited to hear what's happening on the drive today with you fine fellas, all right? So make sure y'all live up to the expectations that everybody has of you.
No pressure. No pressure. Nothing to a boss.
The only reason I say it is because you're very much capable of it, and I know that it's going to happen. So we're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. And for the time being, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
We are capable. I mean, that's kind of how I got a wife. Like, I sold to her that I was once upon a time ago very capable of doing a job.
Yeah.
And
more than capable. When you outkick your coverage the way we have, man, it shows we are more than capable.
More than capable. But it's about sustainability. And
consistency.
I feel like I've kind of hit a bump in the road at times. And
who doesn't?
I need a little push. Need a little push sometimes. But I tell you what, I would be way more excited about Rocket preseason basketball if I knew for a fact that Kevin Durant was going to be playing Rocket preseason basketball tonight.
But it's cool, man. You want to see all of the Rockets who are going to be playing basketball for the Rockets this year, and you did get to see Kevin Durant last week.
I did.
And we talked about it. I feel like not long after the game.
Yeah.
Right. So we had a good time with that, and man, we had good vibes from that. I don't think that there's any kind of mystery as far as what Kevin Durant is going to provide to you and what he's going to mean to the team. You want to see what everybody else looks like. I'm excited about everybody. That's because it's one of the more exciting Rocket seasons that we're gonna get at least early on until they prove otherwise.
Let's go Rockets.
Let's do it,
Maldy.
Let's go.
I miss Maldy.
Maldy knew the vibes, man. One thing about until he went Fromber on me and did the extensions on his hair. It's really the only time that Maldy got sideways with me.
Yeah,
wasn't a glowing green light for base stealers either.
Well, you know what? Have we come to find out and realize that it's not necessarily all on the catcher? Okay? It's not all on the catcher.
Not always, but
it's just not. Like,
I don't know, man. Did you see the other night? I think it was game 1 where Cal Raleigh threw somebody out, and it was just like a perfect ball to J.P. Crawford.
Perfect ball.
And he didn't have to do anything. Basically, the throw carried him into the runner's thigh. Mm-hmm. It was that good. I mean, it was that good. I mean, it is a lot on the throw.
That is also the MVP.
Fair enough.
Of the league.
It was a special throw.
Let's go Rocket.
He's very, very good. We'll get to them here in a little bit, man. But good to be here, man. Sean Bijani, Brandon Scott, Tyler Milner. It's good to actually be all in just 2 rooms and able to see each other without having to worry about like technology and doing the show out on remote. So
hey, boy.
Technology should be pretty good here in the studio, man.
Yeah, it's going to be good, man. We're going to have a good time today. If you'd like to be a part of it, 714-16, you can hit us up via the text line. Join the chat, Twitch, YouTube, watch the show a whole bit. It'll be a lot of fun. Last night, I was not anticipating it being a great sports night outside of, like, playoff baseball. But you and I were talking, and I'm sure T-Mill was kind of like this, too. He has to monitor, like, his badass bets because he was on a heater, like 12 for 12. I don't think he went perfect last night, but pretty damn close, right?
Our perfect streak came to an end, but 3 for 4, suckers.
3 for 4.
Let's go.
A 750 winning percentage is not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad at all.
But, dude,
good for you and your pockets, T-Mill.
Between the Bills and the Falcons and the Bears and the Commandos and playoff baseball last night, holy crap, what a night.
Yeah, so the thing about it for me is, like, normally when you get these Monday night double headers, a lot of times at least one of them is not very good. And so you can kind of take one for granted, and whichever one that Joe Buck and Troy Aikman is on is probably the one that you're wanting to watch the most.
Yeah.
But this one had intrigue, and what was weird about it is, okay, you've got 2 Monday night football games that are both intriguing on the same night when you have playoff baseball, if you're inclined to watch it, and you and I both are. So we were both trying to do both things, right, at the same time. But it was worth it, man. Like, I thought that the Falcons, for me, sort of arriving, like the Monday Night Football.
Where'd they come from?
Atlanta Falcons arrival. Like, they're here. That's an organization that's invested in young players, and they're never really taken serious. It's time to. It's like, yeah, they're like the ultimate show me franchise. You know, they always got some talent, but they're in the NFC South. You never actually really know if the Falcons are going to be good. You look up now, they look like they could actually be pretty good, taking down the Bills on Monday Night Football.
Dude, Reggie had it earlier. I think it was Reggie. He said what the Falcons are number 2 in total defense and number 1 in total offense now, or something like that. Like, they're up there.
It's believable. They've got, like, Louis Riddick was making the point on the broadcast last night about how Terry Fontenot, their GM, has invested. We know all of their offensive players, right? The Bijan Robinsons and, of course, Kyle Pitts, Drake Londons of the world. And obviously their quarterback is in his second year, Michael Penix. But they've also invested a lot on the defensive side of the ball in first-round picks and acquisitions. They have taken some swings on the defensive side of the ball. And the big thing about Atlanta, which was interesting to see last night, that's kind of coming to fruition, was that this was a big year in their development, right? They've spent a lot on a lot of players, and their quarterback is now in year 2. When are you supposed to see the signs? Oh, it's materializing in a winning record 6 weeks through the season and a marquee win in Monday Night Football against the MVP.
I turned it on last night, and I was like, dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Atlanta was up 21-7 at half. It should have been, I say should have been, it could have been 28-7. That play where the dude stepped out of bounds like at the 2-yard line as time expired. It was wild,
and the swing there for them to not get that score, and then on the other end to open up with a score. Right. It was like, okay, it felt like a damn near a 14-point swing, like the missing of 7 and them getting 7 on the other end to start the half.
Well, and shout out to the Bills last night defensively to hold them to just 3 points in the second half. Like, that's pretty wild. I told T-Mill on the show yesterday, I'm like, because that game was a part of his best bets. And I said, what's the line? He said 3.5. And he was taking the under, which was at like 39.5, right?
On the Bills game?
Yeah.
I was on under 50.
That was under 50?
Yeah. The 39 one, though, that was a recent bet. So
okay.
You were just...
Oh, yeah, that was the other one that you actually hit on over the weekend, I think it was. But I saw the 3.5. I'm like, whoa, that's fishy to me. And then... End result, 24-14, Bills lose. I don't know how Bills fan feels about, like, their team right now. Like, you can't feel too terrible. You lost to a pretty damn good Atlanta team. Bijan Robinson and Drake London last night combined for almost 400 all-purpose yards.
Oh, yeah. Bijan Robinson on his own had, like, 20-something touches for almost 300 or for 200 and something yards.
Like 186. And then he caught another 68 yards.
He was insane, and not just the numbers, but the plays, the way it looks, how special he is. I've been saying it since he was at Texas and when he was in the draft. And remember, this was the year after Dameon Pierce's aforementioned rookie year that we were talking about in the toss earlier, right? I'm like, look, if Bijan Robinson is there at 12, get him that mid-round. Go out and get him, and don't let it be because you got a Dameon Pierce or you feel good about your running back position.
How do we feel about that now?
Or in Tyler's case, no offense, Tyler, but I don't draft running backs in the first round. I get it. I understand.
That's the majority.
It's a fine philosophy. But we ain't talking about any old, and I know you're an Aggie, and this is a Longhorn, and you don't want to admit it, but you guys had one like this in your own right? Like you've seen what with the in A-Chain, right? Like a perfect example of this, of a running back that you just say, hey, you know what? Rules be damned. This is a game breaker. You go out and get him. And sure enough, Bijan Robinson is having that type of year, that type of breakout year. And of course, Monday Night Football was a perfect way to showcase. It's really the entire night to me was about, on one end, you got the MVP and Josh Allen, and then the other three quarterbacks are all second-year guys on either relevant teams or with relevant pathways. Like in the case of Caleb Williams, I don't know how relevant the Bears are going to ultimately be, but the number one pick from 2 years ago is relevant. The guy who left the Lions and was their sort of offensive guru to become the head coach of the Bears and lead Caleb Williams, that's a story, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to follow them. I'm going to obviously follow Jaden Daniels, right? And I'm going to follow this Michael Penix thing and the Falcons and what they're doing.
I'm definitely going to be following Penix. I mean, that's a guy that I wanted to be good, so badly. And not just because the Falcons spent a bleep ton of money on Kirk Cousins to not play him and draft this guy, but I mean, come on, like, who doesn't want to see, like, the influx of new young athletic quarterbacks, flourishing in the NFL? I want to see the best possible talent, spread out as much as we possibly can. Read this headline. I screenshotted something on my phone. That's via Twitter last night. What does that headline say, B. Scott?
Bears drop heartbreaker 24-22 to Commanders in Monday Night Thriller.
AI sucks. Okay? This was at 10:14 p.m. Okay? 10:14 p.m. The Commandos and Bears game ended at 10:22 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah.
All right? That headline, that piece of crap Grok story or whatever, was generated like almost 10 minutes before the end of the game.
Yeah.
When the Bears had the ball and great field position, I think they took over their last possession like at their own 40-yard line or whatever.
Sean. AI is operating in real time. So yeah, it sucks.
Come on, man.
But it's operating in real time, and when that, what was the, if we want to do AI and analytics, what was the win probability for them at that point?
I don't know. They were down by 2, and it says drop, as in it already happened. It doesn't say Bears will drop or could drop heartbreaker.
It's prepared. AI sucks at being a real person. Yeah, but it is programmed to do bleep like that in real time.
Here's why I'm mad at this.
We're screwed as a society. I'm not disagreeing with that.
15 hours later, here's why I'm mad at it.
That's how AI works, man. It's operating in real time.
I told you, I'm trying to follow all these things, all these sporting events last night, right? Okay? Knew I had a show to do today, and it's like, I don't want to miss anything. I flip on the game, and I see at the time, I don't know what it was, 2:28 left in the fourth quarter. Okay, Bears got the ball. And then I look on Twitter, and I see this headline. And I'm like, crap. I'm behind. Like, my wife must have pressed pause or something on the TV, and so I click, go to live TV, and the TV doesn't budge. And then I look on Disney Sports, and the clock is the same as what I'm seeing on the TV, and I'm like, what the hell's going on around here?
Was this on the Grok tab, whatever it is, the GROK?
Go to trending on Twitter, and that's like the very first thing.
That's like the last place where you need to be trying to get updates, man, because it's just trying to...
Well, I wasn't looking for an update. It was just there, and I'm like,
I got you. Because that's the algorithm. It's just trying to algorithm.
Read the fine print. The fine print says this story is a summary of posts on X and may evolve over time. Asses. Grok can make mistakes. Verify its outputs.
Yeah,
Gee, thanks.
Sorry, Bijani.
This is what happens when an old is trying to use like 2025 technology.
You're not that old, though.
Well, apparently I am.
So a little.
Okay?
How old are you?
Just you want to
43 this month.
43-year-olds are using AI, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you are.
I took a class, not a class, but it's like a seminar on using AI for parenting.
Yeah.
And I mean, for like helping you with like how to help your kids with their homework.
Okay.
How to talk to kids about sensitive subjects.
See, that could be dangerous.
Maybe things that you
could get some bad advice there.
Well, and that's anytime you do any kind of AI training, it does tell you to, self-edit or to insert the human element into the AI and make sure that you don't just take the AI for
Advice
its word.
could evolve over time.
Yes.
You get the fine print.
I know I told you to say this, but now it's time for you to say that.
It can make mistakes. Make sure you verify its outputs.
The worst thing you can do is completely rely on the AI to be the end-all, be-all.
Yeah.
That's the thing that you can't do. AI can kind of steer you in the right direction or help you with again, the direction or where you're trying to go, but it can't be the end all be all.
Lesson learned, okay? I'll just say that.
Yeah, man, don't be getting your sports updates from AI, man. Watch sports like a real man, Bijani.
Do you see these
What's
ads?
the matter with you?
Do you see these ads all over the place now? It's like, oh, you can have AI, trade stocks for you. You can have AI come up with on-the-spot analysis and make your Sunday picks, via the NFL. It's like, who in the actual you-know-what is doing that right now? Like anybody with like bleep you money that just doesn't have the time. It's like, hey, AI, make my picks for me this weekend.
Man, you'd be surprised.
I know what happens.
But
it's got to.
And again, they use it, and then they don't. It's not like auto draft, right? In like your fantasy draft, where you just like turn on auto draft and you don't even worry about it. You just let the computer draft for you. It's not like that. You use it for again, it's advice, and then you're like, okay, does this make sense? Does this work?
Yeah.
They spell this right?
I guess. If you got the time to where you need a spell check essentially, and fact check what AI is giving
Makes you feel like you could have just done it yourself.
Do your own damn research. Yeah. Listen to Sports Radio 610. We'll talk about all the games.
There you go. And the AI.
And the AI, yeah. Speaking of games, Dodgers and Brewers last night, man. I so wanted this particular play to carry much more weight than it actually did. Take a listen.
For two, and Muncy skies one to center field, hit well. This one's got a chance. Freeland going back to the wall. He leaps. It's in and out of his glove, but he caught it. And now chaos on the bases. Might have a play at the plate. The throw, not in time. No, he's out. He's out. It's a forced play at the plate.
All right, so scenario. Bases loaded. One out. Top of the fourth inning. The Dodgers' Max Muncy is at the dish. He launches a ball to center field, and then that happens, okay? The runner on third base for the Dodgers was Teoscar Hernandez, former Astro. He doesn't score. Why did he not score? Because the Brewers center fielder leapt up over the wall.
Yeah.
Inside of his glove, bounces out, ricochets off the wall back into his glove. So Teoscar Hernandez and the third base coach are over there looking at this thing like, go. No, he caught it. Tag up, go. And then he doesn't make it to home plate in time.
I don't feel like I've ever seen a play like that. In the outfield, I've never seen the ball bounce that way, if you will.
Here's the thing.
So, I don't know if I would have known how to react either.
I did not know the ball hit the wall until very late last night. I watched that same replay, the bird's eye view and the TV broadcast, I don't know, at least 10 times. I did not know the ball hit the wall. I'm thinking, you know what, I can't fault the third base coach, and I can't fault Teoscar Hernandez for not scoring, and I can't really fault the runner on second for not making it to third base, tagging up, because you thought he caught it the first time, and then you have to go back and tag up after you think he catches it the second time. All the while, it was never a catch to begin with because the ball hit the wall. It's in play. It's a live ball. And now I'm just thinking to myself, boy, why couldn't you just tag up? It's bases loaded. It's one out. Just tag up. Everybody go back to your bases and tag up because you're not going to go second to home on a play like that. You just need to go third to home, second to third, and first to second.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. My only excuse that I would make is them not exactly knowing what happened to the ball either once it popped up out of the glove. Because looked at it at multiple angles, multiple times, and you still weren't exactly sure what happened to that play or with that play, with the benefit of replay, with the benefit of not being on the base pass and having to make a split-time decision, right? So the only excuse that I can think of is that they genuinely did not know what was happening.
Yeah.
And therefore did not know what to do. If you gave them the benefit of hindsight, they would say the exact same thing that you just said as well.
The guy that had the best view of the whole damn thing was the runner on second base, though.
Yeah.
And he was out by a mile.
But even then, it seemed unclear of what happened.
I know.
It was that strange of a play. That's what made it so fun to watch. It's like, well, wait, what exactly just happened there? Because I don't think I've ever seen that before.
2-1, man. 2-1. Dodgers get the victory last night, and I so wanted the Brewers to win. And I wanted to talk about, look, this play meant everything to the Dodgers' fate last night, and it ended up meaning nothing. Good for them, right? Just them.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Whatever.
We'll get into, what we could be potentially looking at is a Mariners and Dodgers World Series here. And then we're going to have a conundrum as baseball fans of not either one of those teams. Just very pissed off and angry and frustrated and maybe depressed Astro fans. Who are we going to root for? Are we going to watch? Are we going to not watch?
Would it be rude or would it be wrong to root for COVID and for the world to shut down?
For COVID.
Before either one of those teams won the World Series?
COVID-21.
I'm only joking, guys. I'm not rooting for COVID. I'm just saying.
He's B. Scott. He likes to joke a lot. I'm Sean Bijani, Tyler Milner. We are The Drive in for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. Coming up next, it's game week, man. Let's get to a little Texans Seahawks Monday Night Football. How will the Texans respond to the sense of urgency this week? We'll get into it next. Stay put at Sports Radio 610.
Yes! Is there ever an optimal time for the bye week? Texans GM Nick Caserio. Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, I'm Sean Bijani, and B. Scott in the house today. We've got you till 6 o'clock. Tyler Milner here as well. Game week. Texans wait that extra day and, well, really day and a half because they don't kick off until 9 o'clock Central Time on Monday Night Football.
I'm going to have to take a nap before. I ain't complaining. I'm just saying. 9 o'clock for the game to start?
I know. But it's going to start eventually, and it's going to be great. It's going to be fun. And there's a sense of urgency, like I'd said, before leading into this game. And B. Scott, you tell me how you feel, man, because I am very much, you know this about me, a mathematical, guy when it comes to early season football, right? DeMeco Ryans even said it, and he'll say it until he's blue in the face. It's early season. You know what? Early's fine. But 0-3 is 0-3, and the math is against you if you're trying to accomplish, like, getting to the playoffs and stuff like that. Never mind winning your division, which just got that much harder this past weekend because the Colts, they're now 5-1. And even though the Jags, lost, they're still a game ahead of you in the standings. And you were off this week, so that didn't, it helped you a little bit, but not as much as you'd like. You have to wait. And by the way, both of those teams play this weekend as well. And so you'll have even more of a sample size in front of you to see what you have to go get that already may feel insurmountable for the Texans. But opening is a 3.5-point underdog going to Seattle, given, of where you're at in this division. Did you get actually more concerned? And do you feel a greater sense of urgency for the Texans to, must win this weekend or on Monday night just because of what the Colts did?
Yeah, I would say the more that I watch the Colts play football, the more I get concerned about the Colts.
Yeah.
Because that was one of my takeaways from the weekend was like, okay, look, it's one thing to see the Seahawks do what they did and know that that's your next opponent. But it's another thing to put into context the team that you're actually chasing, and that's the Colts. I mean, you mentioned both of these teams being ahead of the Texans in the standings, but it's the Colts that look like the most legitimate operation. I mean, more and more you're like, okay, the Daniel Jones thing, it does look like he's the perfect fit with Shane Steichen and that he does operate a lot better. Kind of similar to Sam Darnold where, when everything around him is really, really good, he's allowed to flourish. And he's got some special qualities that I think Darnold doesn't have that allows him to be even better within this system, within the Colts system. So I'm concerned about the Daniel Jones thing, not just being a flash in the pan, not just being a cute story, but him being a legitimate quarterback and that being a legitimate football team now that it has a quarterback because that's been the thing that's held them back, right, when we're talking about the Colts. Also the fact that they can still run the football the way that they always have when Jonathan Taylor's healthy. Yeah. And he is that right now, and he's making a case for best running back that has Saquon Barkley, and, of course, Derrick Henry's not having necessarily the season that he's capable of having, but he's in a group of really, really good running backs and might be the very best of them. And, of course, like we talked about, their passing game is what it's been, and their defense is legit. They seem to be an all-around, overall, complete and complementary football team. The more that I watch the Colts, the more concerned that I am. And that's aside from whatever the Texans are doing themselves, which I feel good about. I feel good about where the Texans are right now based on how they've played over the last couple of games. But just watching the Colts, it is concerning.
Yeah, you look, they're definitely, the Texans are trending in the right direction, and you'll take a 44-10 blowout victory over a team in the the state that the Ravens were in, in week 5. But you feel better. You have to feel better about it than eking a 20-19 victory out or something like that over them. Which at the point leading into that game, I just said, dude, you just need a win. I don't care how you do it, just get a win. Yes, I feel better about the Texans knowing that they got a 44-10 win over.
Or how about not punting until late in the game after you in the fourth quarter when you've put your backup quarterback in the game?
That was fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that really concerns me about the game on Monday night is what Seattle is doing defensively to the opposition. They beat Jacksonville this past weekend 20-12, but here's what they did to Trevor Lawrence. They pressured him 33 times, hit him 7 times, and you talk about, the run game and what they did not allow. They allowed just 3.1 yards per carry to the Seattle Seahawks. And knowing that is a really solid football team that is hosting you on a Monday night in a difficult place to play anytime, how does that make you feel as a Texan, knowing, again, that, you might feel good about this team going into this week based upon what they've done the last 5 quarters or so? Do you feel confident that they can get the job done in what is, and I think for the foreseeable future, B. Scott, is a must-win type of scenario for the Texans?
Man, I actually think it's a really fun pregame matchup, like a game to talk about ahead of time, because we're talking about this really good Seattle front, talking about their defensive front against a Texans offensive line that has played better as of late, right? Like, that's been the question. We know this about the team for about a year now. Like, what's the deal with the offensive line? They got to figure this thing out. And over the last couple of weeks, we've seen progress with the offensive line, but the issues for a long time have been along the interior, and the strength of Seattle's defensive front is the interior. It's this Byron Murphy kid out of Texas who had a quiet rookie season. Some would even say a disappointing rookie season, but has shown up, has at least 4 sacks on the season, was their leader, the engine behind what they were able to do, those pressures that you're talking about against Trevor Lawrence. He is the main character of that group. And so, hey, the strength of their team is arguably the weakness, or is it the weakness of your team? Like, we've seen some progress out of guys like Ed Ingram, or maybe not even progress, but just like surprise performances from him.
Highest rated guard according to PFF in the league.
and so is this guy going to be trying to pick on Andrews and Scruggs, and have we seen enough from them to feel good about them against a guy of this caliber? I don't know that you actually, it's a fun thing to talk about ahead of time. I don't know how fun it's going to be to watch up close and personal when it's time for it to happen. I would say I'm a little bit concerned about it, but it is a key matchup to watch for.
Yeah, well, we'll get into some other key matchups too, because DeMeco Ryans spoke earlier this afternoon, and he had on one major thing that we need to be looking for in this game on Monday night. We'll get to that amongst other things. Next, it's The Drive. Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner out, Sean Bijani, B. Scott, and stay put at Sports Radio 610.
How good was C.J. Stroud's performance against the Ravens? Good in
Own well.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
JSN has done an outstanding job this year for Seattle. Darnold has found a nice target to throw through, and he's made that entire offense go. Whether you're covering him or not, he's making explosive plays game after game. He continues to show up, and JSN, he's definitely a caliber year. He's doing an outstanding job.
That was DeMeco Ryans from earlier this afternoon. B. Scott, Sean Bijani, and for the fellas on the drive. DeMeco talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba. And I'm looking at his numbers, B. I don't know if you've glanced at them, but through 6 games of the regular season so far, for him, 4 games of more than 103 yards receiving. In all 6 games, he's had at least one explosive that has gone for 36-plus yards.
That's the thing I've noticed. Like, I don't know the total numbers and the overall numbers, but I know that every week when I check in on the Seattle Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba has gone off for an explosive.
Yeah.
Whether it's 40, 50, 60. In this case, I think it was like a 61-yard play.
Yes, sir.
That kind of set the tone for Seattle in this game over the weekend. Every week, it seems like this guy has a big play. That is one that doesn't surprise me because that happens routinely now.
Yeah. Looking at his catch percentage, it's routinely been above 80%. This past weekend, he caught, 61.5% is the catch percentage of the balls thrown to him. 8 catches, 13 targets. His numbers are absolutely ridiculous. 162 yards this past weekend against Jacksonville, 132 against Tampa Bay. That's what the Texans have to deal with. Now, hey, look, do they have guys that are more than capable of handling than a receiver? Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what, though, a guy who's been a little banged up, maybe nobody has benefited more from this bye week than one Derek Stingley. You need that to be the case if you're the Texans, but you feel pretty good about Derek Stingley, Kalen Bullock, Kamari Lassiter, this entire Texans secondary, which once upon a time ago, you felt really great about it when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be a member of it, and then turns out like he was much more of a hindrance than, part of the solution.
Yeah, it turns out you might be better off, like you just said, much more of a hindrance than the solution. You might be better off without him than you were with him.
2-0.
But and maybe what I'm about to say is a perfect example of that, but it is a thing to be concerned about when I'm talking about big explosive plays, like not just big plays on long methodical drives or where they're kind of setting it up. Like that 61-yarder that we're talking about from this game over the weekend was the first play of the drive. Like it's a one-play, 61-yard drive.
Yeah.
Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba, and just like that, things can change for you. And so they've got that kind of ability. Another thing about Jackson Smith and Jigba is that he's not just a slot receiver, or it's not that they just run routes over the middle. Like they'll line him up anywhere and he'll run just about any route and they'll do anything with him. So he's that type of playmaker, that type of matchup issue. You do feel fortunate to have guys that are really good in coverage. In the case of Derek Stingley, in the case of Kamari Lassiter, if he has to do it. But certainly you want both of them to be kind of challenging. And then again, Sam Darnold, Clint Kubiak, and this is something that DeMeco Ryans was also talking about. And, of course, we're familiar with the Kubiaks. And obviously DeMeco Ryans is familiar with Kubiak. But the thing that he does everywhere he goes, and has done it so far with Seattle, he schemes guys open.
Yeah.
There are throw-in-the-ocean plays, whether it's busted coverages because how they're lined up or what they're doing is confusing other teams, or they're just actual matchup or mismatches that they're creating through scheme.
Yeah.
They are scheming guys open, and Sam Darnold is throwing it in the ocean. And even in the case when he doesn't, they got a dude in Jackson Smith and Jigba who will go up and get it anyway.
And one of the ways that they've been able to scheme guys open this season, I don't think very many teams have done this more than the Seattle Seahawks, is utilize the play-action game. DeMeco Ryans was asked about that earlier this afternoon. Why the heck are the Seattle Seahawks so damn good and successful at utilizing play action?
And for Seattle, they're good at the play-action pass game because, Kubiak's done a good job. Wherever he's been as a play caller, he's done a really good job of establishing the outside zone scheme, right? And with the outside zone scheme comes the keepers off of the outside zone action. So he's done a really good job of marrying both run game and passing game, meaning they both look very similar. So the play-action pass game works because of the offensive line and how they come off the football, right? How they make the run look exactly like the pass. It puts the second-level defenders in a bind where are you stepping up to defend the run, key it, and diagnose it quick enough to understand that it's pass and now I need to drop in coverage. So they've done a really good job starting with Kenneth Walker in the run game. He's a really, really good running back in this league, and he's done a really nice job. And when you have him running the ball the way he runs it, right, guys are going to commit. And once you get guys to step up 2 or 3 steps off, and now Darnold's done a good job of getting on the edges, making good decisions down the field, and he's had a lot of guys open in those play-action passing concepts. That's why they've been successful as well. A lot of guys are wide open.
When I think about, play action and teams that do that really well, and what I would be concerned with, in regards to a defense, even a DeMeco Ryans coach defense, is discipline, right? You hear DeMeco talk about it all the time. You got to be disciplined with your eyes. And I listen to this maybe more closely from a, cornerback and safety perspective. You hear those guys talk about how difficult it is to guard against some of the league's better receivers, right? And in this case, we're talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba. And it's not that first move that makes it really hard. It's that second or third effort in the course of a play, right? Well, you only have that time, if you're a receiver, to do all of those things if you're executing play action really well. And if you've got a hell of a scheme. And right now, what DeMeco just laid out, what we've seen so far from the Seahawks, they do. They got a hell of a scheme. They execute it really well. The number one concern for me is a little bit less about what the linebackers are doing with their eyes, because that's DeMeco's baby, and you got to trust guys like Toa and Azeez Al-Shire and EJ Speed. It's a little bit more about the elite receiver versus some pretty damn elite secondary guys that you've got to be really good on that second and third move, second and third effort in the course of a play and a play action.
Yeah, and the word or term eye discipline is probably going to be overused in that building if I had to guess.
Definitely.
With them being back this week.
Yeah.
Like, it is going to be hammered home as it should be, and they're going to talk about eye discipline until they're blue in the face, because that is a key of defending this type of scheme. And the thing to point out here, and DeMeco Ryans is showing some love to Seattle and what they're doing offensively in terms of the scheme and everything like that, and the run game and all of that, right? But the thing to keep in mind here is, like, it's not even that they run it well, and this is what stands out about it, and people talk about this. You don't even have to run it well to sell that play action. You just got to run it just well enough to commit to it, to keep doing it, and to, again, marry the run and the pass to make it look the same. So it's, at that point, confusing. But, like, if you look at Seattle's rushing numbers, they're not toward the top of the league in any kind of statistic except rushing attempts. Like, they don't do any of it particularly well.
That's the key, though.
Other than committing to act, and they also have some explosive runs in there. They're probably toward the top of the league in some like 20+ runs. But aside from that, like, if you look at their rushes per carry, their overall rushing yards, first downs, any of that, they're not anywhere toward the top of the league in those numbers. Mm-hmm. But if you look at attempts, they're toward the top. They're committed to it. And that's what those big explosive plays are built off of, looking exactly like those boring plays that don't get anything. So that's the thing about this offense, of how it can kind of lull you to sleep with these boring-ass runs that are only a couple of yards, but they got this, physical back that, maybe it's hard to tackle, but they're not getting a lot out of it. And then next thing you know, the exact same looking play is going over your head to Jackson Smith and Jigba or Cooper Kupp. Like, it's one of those It's one of those offenses.
Another guy we wanted to be a Texan once upon a time ago, right? You remember that?
We did talk about that. We did talk about
I don't know
that.
if you were on that bandwagon, but I definitely.
I would have been down for some Cooper Kupp. I don't know if I was like, banging the drum.
Yeah.
But you could have sold me on Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
At this point, not being the Cooper Kupp of old, but it's like a complimentary receiver in the role that he's playing right now.
I wasn't kicking it out of bed because the number one thing that this Texans team needed at the point in time was just good, reliable pass catchers, playmakers, right?
Yeah.
Coming off of last season and all the injuries they had, the inefficiency of the offensive play calling and scheme. I think we would have all been very happy if, in fact, the Texans would have done that.
Yeah. I'm feeling better about their playmakers now, though.
I am too.
Christian Kirk still hasn't really got his feet under him, but I still feel good about that as long as he stays healthy. So I'm
the
good.
emergence of Xavier Hutchinson has done a lot.
There you go. For people. Yeah, and he got plenty of press over the last week or so, rightfully so.
Yeah,
right. So Xavier and Xavier Hutchinson has kind of been a camp darling or the Texans Reddit, Texans Twitter, super online Texans head is probably like Xavier Hutchinson more than most for a long time. He's probably a newer name to others than he is to people around here.
Yeah.
But that's starting to look pretty good.
You mentioned Darling. He was on with one of my darlings this week. Love Kay Adams. He was on her podcast this week, so we'll let you actually hear from Xavier Hutchinson when we return. As part of some other things that went down this past weekend, NFL Week 6, that could impact the Texans in the foreseeable future. We'll get to that next. It's The Drive on Sports Radio 610.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
Texans GM Nick Caserio couldn't have given a more glowing review of the job. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for the fellas, Sean Bijani and B. Scott, along with Tyler Milner. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can send us a text, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Hit us up on the Twitch and YouTube chats as well. There were a handful of things, B. Scott, that kind of went down in the NFL Week 6 that I think have potential to impact the Texans going forward, at least in the foreseeable future, right? And one of those things involves a former Texan, Aaron Glenn, who's head coach of the New York Jets.
Man.
Who have since fallen to 0-6.
It is rough right there. It is rough out there for the Houston area native, former Aggie and former Texan, Aaron
I'm sure
Glenn.
they vomited in the stands.
Yeah.
Man. Rooting for you, though. Rooting for you, man.
13-11. Was that the final score this past Sunday?
Yeah,
in
a
London?
few three-run bombs.
A few three.
Have negative passing yards, or
Yeah.
at one point
Fields -10. That's what he finished with.
And like I thought, Kurt Warner was gonna have a stroke watching him and having to talk about this
I saw you tweet something out like. Was it you that?
Yeah, everybody was tweeting about how, and Kurt Warner during the game was tweeting about, like,
Yeah.
man, how bad is this game? How did I get a game where they don't throw the ball or can't throw the ball? How is this possible? Because you can tell that Kurt Warner's one of those, and he's not somebody that we talk about a whole lot in, like, the quarterback pantheon. Obviously a Hall of Famer and a great player, but not somebody we talk about a lot for as great as he was, but clearly somebody who bad quarterback play, not just underperforming, but, like, bad play, holding the ball too long, making poor decisions, not being careful enough with the ball, maybe not being risky enough when you should. Like, just bad quarterback play to him is offensive.
Yeah.
And he was offended by what Justin Fields and the Jets were out there doing the other day.
I mean, you finished with -10 yards as a quarterback. You're going to offend a lot of people. Threw
so
for
bad.
45 yards, took 9 sacks, lost 55, and -10. That was the number.
And then you had the game management issues on Aaron Glenn's part that weren't great for him. So the quarterback, the head coach, it does not look like the Jets have the greatest of head coach quarterback combinations based off of that game.
No, and we'll get to this a little bit later, but needless to say, look, when you're the head coach of an 0-6 football team, your name is going to pop up on coaches on the hot seat, like next up to be fired after Callahan was let go by the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, yesterday.
Glenn's definitely on that list, but actually behind, actually ahead of somebody that I don't even feel like should be on the list. We'll do that later. But I bring up Aaron Glenn and the Jets for this reason. I wasn't anticipating, talking about this in the first segment, or at least in the toss that we did with Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, but we were talking about like Breece Hall, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a handful of names that have been mentioned over the course of the last 48 hours or so that maybe the Texans could be in on. Breece Hall, the Jets running back, is one of them. And one of the later reports that I'd read, a primary trade candidate because of his expiring contract, along with Jets linebacker Quincy Williams, who's another strong possibility, veteran, expiring contract situation, and defensive tackle Quinnen Williams. Also reportedly could be on the move. Look, when you're 0-6 again and you have pretty good players that are on expiring contracts, yeah, there's going to be discussions of maybe trade. Well, Xavier Hutchinson was on my girl Kay Adams podcast this week. Love her. She's great.
You guys.
She was asking Xavier Hutchinson about some of these, trade candidates, in particular, Breece Hall. Hey, X, what would it be like to have Breece Hall on the Houston Texans?
The more the merrier, right?
Have you talked to Breece Hall?
I've talked to him, here and there, of course.
Okay.
When you get to the season, you get a little busy, so, you can only really chit-chat for just a little bit. But, I mean, whatever happens, if it does happen, I'm going to be ecstatic for him.
Why would it be a
if
good
it doesn't,
fit
I'll
for
still
him?
be happy.
Why is there room for him on another Iowa State guy on this roster? You guys played together, I believe, 2021.
Yeah, I think Brees is just a dog. Like, there's no other way to really explain it. So the more that you can add just dogs on the team, you're going to be better, right? You're going to be in a better position to win, and you're just going to, I don't know. I'll just be happy with if Brees was, somehow able to come to the Houston Texans. I feel like, that'd be great.
So that was Xavier Hutchinson on the Kay Adams show, Up and Adams, being asked about Brees Hall. Brees Hall, because former Cyclone, they played together.
We got a theme going here, too.
Yeah.
We got a few Iowa State guys, so.
I'm here for it. I mean, so far, so good. Nick Caserio drafting Iowa State guys versus, offensive linemen.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay. The Iowa State trend is winning right now. But Brees Hall, I said this earlier, I didn't realize he was only 24 years of age. Yeah. And already this is his third or fourth year in the league.
You know who else is like 24? One rookie, Woody Marks. Look it up. I'm pretty sure he's no younger than 23, and I'm pretty sure he's 24. Brees Hall in his fourth year maybe versus Woody Marks in his first year, about the same age.
Good Lord, yeah, he is 24.
So and that's not a knock on Woody Marks, who played 5 years of college and all of that. Like, I'm just saying, this dude is your running back.
Yeah, and has about 150 days on Brees Hall.
He's older than Brees Hall. So how about that? There you go.
150 days.
I knew he was older than C.J. Stroud. Yeah. Did not know he was older than Brees Hall. But that just kind of paint the picture here of what you're talking about. Yeah, man.
Look, to me, maybe it's about Brees Hall. It would make the most sense, I think, for the Texans, who, look, they know more than they're sharing with us in regards to Joe Mixon. But like I'd said earlier, Nick Chubb, he was already a question mark coming into this season because of his injury history. And there's a huge question of sustainability. Okay, you got Darian Gumbawale, you got Dameon Pierce. You know what those guys are at this point in time. You're going to hitch your wagon to a rookie running back, Woody Marks. I know he's looked good, but, again, there's that old saying, one hit away.
Yeah.
Or you need somebody else. And if you could go get yourself a Brees Hall, I don't know what he would cost, but it's definitely worth picking up the phone.
Yeah, well, you've got the draft capital. You've shown a willingness to spend money, and it's not like it costs a lot of money. So, yeah, and this is one of those positions where I don't feel like you can have too many of them, especially if they're good. Like, I feel like you can have too many mediocre running backs or running backs that don't necessarily contribute. I feel like the Texans have done a good job, present and past, of having a lot of running backs. But when we talk about depth, we're really talking about quality depth.
Yeah.
And I think you can never have too much quality depth at this position, especially when the cost-benefit analysis, as Nick did talk about last week in his press conference, when the cost-benefit analysis is in your favor. So this is something that I'm definitely into. Really, I'm looking over at the Jets as like, just the perfect bleep show where I'm trying to pick up. I feel like the Texans should be trying to take all of their good players, not just the Cyclones, but especially the one that we're talking about, Brees Hall. But out of all the names that you mentioned, 832 is on my type of time.
Yeah.
Quinnen Williams?
Yes.
Like, I don't know. And again, they've got the extra fourth. They've got draft capital. They can go out there and make a trade. If they could go out there and get Quinnen Williams at the one position where they might have some depth but might lack the quality of depth that you'd want, per se. Like, I think they got some pretty decent defensive tackles. But it's been a long time where we talked about that being sort of the soft spot of the defense or where they could stand to upgrade. And they don't have a guy like Quinnen Williams.
I mean, look, the interior tackle position for the Texans, the past couple of years has very much been a part of what they've been able to accomplish in a DeMeco Ryans defense, right? Like, back-to-back years, you set franchise record for sacks, and you've continued to rise up the ranks in total defense and what you've done against the run. Outside of the one game earlier this year, who was at Tampa Bay that ran all over your ass? I mean, they've been pretty good. I like the depth there, but if you can do better,
right,
and it's not going to cost a lot,
they've done everything that you just said, and you've always still felt like, man, they could still stand to upgrade at that position. It's not as a knock to the guys that they have. Acknowledgement some of the guys elsewhere in the league when you think about interior guys like a Jeffrey Simmons, like Murphy, who they're going to face on Monday night next week. Or when you think about a Quentin Williams, like there are just certain Dexter Lawrence, like there are certain guys that you think about and you're like, hey man, that guy's different from what you normally see here in Houston. They have not had a guy like that, with all due respect to the guys that they have had.
Another thing that I noticed this weekend that I believe could impact the Texans in the foreseeable future, actually in 2 weeks. You've got the Seahawks on Monday night, and it's very much about that game right now. But just forward thinking for a second, the 49ers lost a key member of its team, particularly defense, this weekend, Fred Warner, who went out with, looked at the time like a pretty gruesome left ankle injury. I think dislocation is the term that was being used.
His foot was pointed the way it wasn't supposed to be pointed.
Going to need surgery, out for the season. Sucks for them. Obviously, you've heard a lot about Fred Warner from DeMeco Ryans the last few years as a member of the Houston Texans. But, dude, you face the 49ers in 2 weeks. That could absolutely be a huge impact for the Texans. If they can go to Seattle Monday night and get a victory, get back to 3-3, and preparing for, a 49ers team right now that, look, last check was top of their division, but I'm looking at it from this point of view. We know what the Texans, as they're getting right offensively, just did to a defunct, discombobulated, shorthands. Dude, you take Fred Warner out of the equation for the San Francisco 49ers, that's a big-time, guy they're missing going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an example of how around the league, whether it be by injury or just simple underperformance, and like with the Ravens from a couple of weeks ago, for example, they're a little bit of both, right? Mm-hmm. So they were super injured, and when they were healthy, they weren't really performing up to their potential or expectation. And you're seeing a mix of that around the league. The 49ers, to their credit, seem to do this thing where they're always competitive no matter who goes down, because it seems like somebody always goes down for them. I can't think of a season when they've just been completely healthy. It always seems like something is going on with the 49ers, and they're able to plug and play and figure out a way to be a tough, competitive team no matter what. So I wouldn't, even without Fred Warner and understanding what's been happening with Brock Purdy, it's not a team that I would discount because of their makeup and how they're built. But certainly it makes you look around the league and think that nobody is insurmountable or unbeatable because something is happening everywhere you turn.
Yeah.
I would say, though, like in terms of facing the 49ers and that 3-game stretch at home that they're going to have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a win on the road against Seattle. And y'all were talking about this yesterday with Clint. He's making this point of it being a fork in the road. The way I would have termed it is a turning point. I think we're saying the same thing. But you would be no more confident. You could be no more confident in this team than you would be if they were to go out and to win this game on Monday Night Football, given the opponent and given the context of their wins before now.
Yeah.
It would be the hardest one of their wins to excuse away to what the opponent looked like. Because this opponent is hot. This opponent has explosive plays. This opponent can wreck the game on the defensive side of the ball, right? Like they've got it going. Right? Unlike the teams that you've already beaten, you go on the road, and as has been mentioned and will be mentioned more, I'm sure, this week, in one of the tougher road environments, at night, prime time, Monday Night Football, the way this team is playing, and you could be no more confident in this team if you were to be able to pull that off.
All of the things that have really been the Texans, and then from a historical standpoint, right? Like a bugaboo of theirs. What you just said, Monday night, prime time. How well do the Texans typically, fare, on stages like that? And then compound that with, it brings me back to the actual opponent at hand, the Seattle Seahawks, and what they just got doing to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look, say what you will about them. You might not be a believer, and you might never have been all along. But Trevor Lawrence is a guy that gets rid of the football quickly. They've done what they've done to this point. A little bit of luck on their side, but if we're just talking about football and executing, the game plan at hand for a quarterback, he gets the ball out quickly. And to have pressured that dude 33 times, hit him 16 times, sacked him 7 times. C.J. Stroud, why have the Texans been, over the last 5 quarters, let's say offensively, what have you noticed them doing a little bit more of?
Getting the ball out quick.
Showing more of a commitment to the run game, using a little bit more pre-snap motion, right? Trying to get the defense, on its heels.
Run the football.
Okay. The Seattle Seahawks have shown a propensity this season. Like, this is just kind of who they've been. I don't know if it's who they're going to be going forward, but they know how to defend that, okay? They've been able to beat some really good players in front of them and get to and affect what the quarterback is doing, and you're going to their place, a team that is playing good, sound, fundamental football. That's a really tall task. It seems like it's stacked up against the Texans. And we could talk about, hey, well, what the Texans have done really well that match up or create a disadvantage for the Seahawks. And we'll do that throughout the course of this week, I'm sure. But it's a little bit harder, I think, to find those things than it is to, point out pretty clearly your own flaws.
Yeah, and look, you're going to have to be able to run the football, and you're going to have to be able to protect. Like, this is one of those things. And look, maybe it's just – 3-step drop, get the ball out of your hands, and it's the one read. That's the one criticism of Trevor Lawrence, but it's also the thing that's made them dangerous. Like, when that one read is right, he's really good at hitting it. That's what they're going to have to be about. That's what this matchup is going to come down to. Again, we talked about this, man. Their strength goes up against what your perceived weakness has been. Are they better? This will be the ultimate test to try to figure that out, and going from here will determine how much confidence you have in this team.
We'll get back to a little Texans convo later on. B. Scott, Sean Bijani in for Ron Hughley, and Clint Stoerner. T-Mill's here, don't worry. Coming up next, if you're not pulling for these guys right now, you're not going to have a choice in about a week, and we'll explain next.
Is there ever an optimal time for the bye week? Texans GM Nick Caserio gave his thoughts. best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for the fellas on The Drive, Sean Bijani and Brandon Scott, Tyler Milner as well. Hit us up, 713-572-4610 on the text line. Got a lot of suggestions, by the way. We're talking about wheeling and dealing ahead of the NFL's trade deadline. In regards to the Jets, a lot of people, Quinn Williams, just envisioning like Will Anderson.
That's what I'm saying, Sean.
Hunter.
Bad MFer.
Quinnen.
They got really good, solid tackles.
Yeah.
But you put in a guy like that, and that's the kind of tackle that they just have not had really in a long time. Certainly not in this era.
No, you're 100%. I mean, look, I'm not telling you that that's a ridiculous thought.
And it does feel like a luxury item at this point because you have the game breakers that you have.
Yeah.
But you've got picks. You've got a little bit of money. It's like when you're rich, you get a nice watch. You know what I mean? It's not...
Maybe two.
Right. And this is not overindulgent, I don't think. I don't think this would be irresponsible, especially if you believe in, and I think all of us do, believe in the Texans' defense the way that we do.
Yeah.
And then we'll see how the offense comes along, but it's certainly trending in the right direction.
The arrow's pointed up.
And if it, in fact, is pointing up, and it turns out to be a complete team, one that's competing for an AFC South title and a playoff spot, then why not go all in on this team?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Garrett Wilson and David Njoku. I even saw somebody tweet out earlier. It's like, boy, with the state of the Cleveland Browns right now, what are they, 1-5? And going through that whole Dylan Gabriel experiment right now, and it's just a matter of like when, not if, Shedeur Sanders is going to get his turn at quarterbacking that team. But they were talking about like possibly dealing Joel Bitonio and forgot their other really good offensive lineman up there. But it's like, what are you going to do? Like, you just drafted these two quarterbacks, and now you're going to get rid of, like, the people responsible for protecting them? It's very Cleveland Brown. I get it, so I would understand it from that point. But from a logical sense, it doesn't seem like worth the time to even discuss to me.
Everything about them is confusing. From bringing back Joe Flacco, like the sequence of bringing back Joe Flacco, and it already, mind you, had brought in Kenny Pickett, which clearly that wasn't what they thought was the answer because they made so many other moves around that.
Yeah.
But you bring back Joe Flacco in addition to signing Kenny Pickett, and then draft two quarterbacks, and then trade Joe Flacco within the division. It just feels like it was very much a flying by the seam of their own pants, or just throwing bleep at the wall to see what stuck. And like there was no real clear vision.
It's like they got hacked.
And this is the team that does have Deshaun Watson under contract, by the way. So they're desperate, they're clueless, they're aimless at this position, at this quarterback position. They've done some really good things in building the defense. I figure out that key position, the most important one, they clearly have no idea what they're doing.
No, it's wild that people get paid a lot of money to do what they're doing. Pretty crazy, man. Reggie Gatatula popped in and kind of tried to put me in my place, and I said, no, I will tell you what to do, sir. I said, if you're not pulling for these guys right now, you'll have no choice but to, likely, in about a week. And I'm talking about the Seattle Mariners, man. They're up 2-0 over the Toronto Blue Jays after a 10-3 victory last night. And the Dodgers now lead the Brewers 1-0 in the NLCS after a 2-1 victory last night. I had these visions of the Mariners and Dodgers in the World Series, like where as a baseball fan, sports fan, you're going to be watching this. Don't tell me you're not, you liars. You're going to be watching it.
I'm not.
And you're going to be pulling for one of these teams. You're not going to admit to it. You're going to call me crazy.
Also not.
But you will. You're going to make bets on it, Tyler. It's going to be
Now
your
that
best
he's
bet
gonna do.
segment.
That I will do.
That he's going to do.
It's going to be a part of your best bet segment in like 12 days.
100%, and I will place my bets confidently, and I will check back after the 9th inning is complete and see how I did.
Hey,
Check
look,
the box score.
I believe this, man. I honestly, I don't know how much of our audience is going to check in on this. I know you're going to be watching.
Yeah.
I know that I'm going to be watching. I know that Tyler's not, and I know that a lot of our audience is right there with him, still trying to figure out. We still watching baseball? Yeah, baseball. We are compelled by baseball.
Sports boring, man.
And also, like, postseason boring is, or I'm sorry, postseason boring. Postseason baseball is a lot different.
Yeah.
It's a lot different kind of tone and energy. We're into it. But this would be a less than ideal sort of matchup if you want to find a rooting interest.
But can I tell you
in October?
Gosh, can I tell you that you don't have to be like a baseball nerd, a sports hardo to appreciate like what right now you could be watching, but what you could be watching in 9 days when the World Series begins, if it in fact is the Mariners and Dodgers or the Mariners and anybody. It's about Seattle for me right now and what they've accomplished from the end of that Tiger series, that 15-inning game, to not even, 50 hours between Game 5 and Game 1. What they did with their pitching staff to get Game 1 over Toronto like they did was incredible. But to have a 2-0 lead in the series, and now they get to go back home. Which that series will resume, I believe, tomorrow. Because tonight it's just Game 2 of the Dodgers and Brewers. But the team of destiny kind of thing is it for me. And also, too, the greatest season in Major League Baseball history that we've ever seen from a catcher that Cal Raleigh's got going right now.
So cool.
Dude, it's incredible.
It's an incredible feat, but I wouldn't call it incredible.
Look, do I want to see like 2 months ago, man, I really hope the Mariners do this thing. No, I just wish the Astros would have swept the damn Mariners when they had the opportunity to do so, and then we'd be talking about like the Astros maybe in this position right now instead of Seattle.
I'll give
didn't happen.
I'll give Bijani this. Cal Raleigh has been incredible.
The big dumper.
But the Mariners ain't no kind of destiny, nothing.
Hell no.
They ain't no destination. They ain't no destiny. Now, they might win, but they will have earned it. Ain't nothing about the Mariners. Hey, where has destiny been over the last 25 years or so?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't get that feeling of, like, this is a team of destiny right now because
hell no.
They haven't done squat for, 20, 25 years. Would they win their first home playoff game since 2001?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
that's why they ain't destiny. That didn't happen by accident, Sean. We can't do this, man. I'm not ready. Maybe I have to wait until they actually win the damn World Series.
It sucks to suck.
But if I'm going to keep that rivalry energy, if I'm going to keep that sports hatred alive and well, I cannot be over here tipping the cap to the whole Mariners. Maybe Cal Raleigh.
And you got to keep it healthy, that sports hate.
That's what I'm saying. Cal Raleigh is his own thing because, look, it's undeniable, right? For a catcher, some of the stuff he's doing. I mentioned that throw to get the guy out at second the other day. I'm like, man, that's the same dude that's got a bajillion home runs that's playing catcher like that? Okay, cool. Get whole organization. I'm just not ready, man.
But what you just said, maybe you got to wait until the Mariners win the World Series. I told T-Mill this earlier today. You just think for a second, if the Mariners do win the World Series.
Hopefully not.
That'll be the third different team in the American League West in the last 4 years to win the World Series. Rangers, Astros, Mariners. 3 out of the last 4 years. The World Series champion will have come from the American League West, the same division that people throughout the baseball world at all points of the regular season talk about being the worst division in Major League Baseball, you'll have 3 World Series champions coming from it.
I like you pointing that out because I also like that much better than the idea of the Dodgers being the first back-to-back World Series champions in over 25 years, or however long it's been since the Yankees did.
Come on, Brewers. Now you talk about Team of Destiny. Hey, with Bob Uecker's passing, let's pull it all together, Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Okay, win this one for Bob. Okay, tonight. Let me see a Brewers and Mariners World Series.
But you also just settled this for me on who I would be rooting for, because we talked about this, I think, either in a break or before the show. Who would you root for between the Mariners and the Dodgers if you had to?
Yeah.
And now that you laid it out like that, it's clearly the Mariners. Even though I'm hating on them the way that I have been in this segment, I'm definitely rooting against the history that would be, if I'm going to have a healthy sports hate, rooting against the history that would be the Dodgers winning it in back-to-back years.
Last back-to-back World Series champions.
Yeah, it would be the Yankees of 2000, right?
Yankees, yeah, I thought it was the Yankees. Holy crap.
Nah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, no, we don't need to do that.
That was a long time ago.
I was, yeah.
Yankee turds.
All right, Sean Bijani, Brandon Scott, Tyler Milner in for the fellas on the drive. Coming up next, we'll dive a little bit into the Rockets preseason game number 3 tonight, and among other news items, we've got a lot to talk about in regards to the upcoming NBA season. We'll do it next. It's Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
How good was C.J. Stroud's performance against the Ravens? Good enough to win an award.
HDSupplySolutions.com/radio.
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig.
Southside of H-Time. You got a peep game, you know what I'm saying? Cause
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios,
in Louisiana from the side.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's go. I heard T-Mill spinning this earlier. I'm like, man, what are you prepping this old school song for? Now I get it. Now I know.
It's old pre-show prep, you know.
Always working. Always grinding. Bill, Johnny B. Scott in for Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner. It's The Drive. Rockets back in action tonight. B. Scott taking on the Pelicans.
Let's go, Rockets.
Dude, just like that, like bada bing, bada boom. I think after tonight you got 2 more preseason games, and
I think it is just 2. I think this is 1 and 2, right?
I believe so. It's gonna be.
I think you have 2 more preseason games, including tonight.
It's gonna be this is 1 of 2. You got the Pelicans tonight, and you got the Hawks coming up here in a couple of more days, and then it's game on, regular season. Enough of this fake crap.
Yeah, bring on them champs, baby. I want to see the Rockets against the Oklahoma City Thunder to start the season, an early look at what you already know as a championship team because they just won the championship versus what you hope is a championship, at least caliber team in the Rockets, given the personnel moves that they have made.
It's 1 week from today, sir.
Let's go.
Regular season opener against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
If I had what we call the bandwidth to get out there for that game, it's actually going to be one of my regrets is that I know I'm not going to make this game. But I wish I could be there. I want to see them lift a banner, just to be a part of that experience. Not because I love it, but because I want to see it. And then, of course, the basketball that I'm talking about. I want to be there for that. Hate that I won't.
That regular season opener, Tuesday, October 21st against the Thunder, that's going to be the Rockets, NBA on NBC. How about that?
Nostalgic, man.
Yeah, you know it. You know the song. Was it John Tesh?
Yeah. If you are millennial or Generation X, right, like this is you. That NBA on NBC, them drawing that peacock, like when they first started, that is it. Yeah, man. Dude, nothing gets me going quite like this. I actually hate that college basketball on Fox was using it for a while because I'm like, this ain't that.
Yeah, no,
I love me some college basketball, but
somebody set them boys straight.
Yeah, this ain't NBC and this ain't the NBA. Certainly not the '90s NBA. Hopefully today's lives up to it.
So I saw from Danielle Lerner earlier today from the Houston Chronicle, Rocket beat writer. She put out the broadcast crew for the regular season opener, Rockets Thunder, and
let's hear this because
I like it.
Obviously we're not going, so gotta know who's going to be calling the game.
I like it. This is an unpopular opinion, but
oh Lord,
for the reason you hate this, I like it. Mike Tirico is going to be the play-by-play guy.
I'm good with Mike Tirico.
The analysts, Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford. I know you hate Reggie Miller like everybody else hates Reggie Miller because you think he sucks
he's so bad
analyst.
He's so bad.
I don't care. I love Reggie Miller. I love Reggie Miller. That's my childhood.
Yeah, I don't dislike Reggie. He's just not
I know you don't
good
like him talking about the game, but look, Mike Tirico, that is a 10 out of 10. That is a win for me. The only thing that could make it better is if Kevin Harlan was doing the game.
Okay. We agree on this front.
So you got Tirico, you got Miller, you got Jamal Crawford, you got the sideline reporter who I've never heard of before in my life, Zora Stevenson. And then studio host, my girl. Sorry, Kay Adams. That's my other girl, Maria Taylor.
No need to be faithful, Mr. Married Man here.
Somebody stop that man!
And then studio analysts, former Rocket, Carmelo Anthony.
He is a former Rocket, technically. That is true and accurate.
And Vince Carter. I don't know much about Vince Carter as an analyst.
He's not good, man. He was on ESPN, man. They had him on. They had him on the various ESPN NBA shows, and he's just
Some goofball and a half.
He's just not very good, man. He's not good. He's not good. And I love Vince Carter. That's my childhood, right? And it runs together if you're talking about the Reggie Miller era into the Vince Carter. There's some overlap there, right? So this is my era of basketball. Love these guys as players and overall basketball, historical figures. Love all of that. Don't really need them on my broadcast. And Jamal Crawford's probably better in studio than he is in game. I don't know if I've heard him in game.
I think it's too much.
Or how much of him I've heard in game.
To have two analysts with Tirico, doing a basketball game, to me it's too much. Like, just have Tirico and one analyst. I would be good with that.
I don't know. Defend Reggie Miller and say I don't know if Jamal Crawford's giving you enough energy along with Mike Tirico is going to give you everything you need in broadcasting terms because he's a professional broadcaster, like the epitome of it. But I do think that if that's going to be the crew, or if Jamal Crawford's going to be in the mix, that you need somebody with Reggie Miller's energy, and that would be the case with any of those other guys that we mentioned too, whether it was Vince Carter or Carmelo Anthony. They're a little bit too monotone, chill for the color commentary, especially when you're trying to make the broadcast big, like they're obviously trying to do. Bringing it back to NBC. I do think you need what Reggie Miller's personality has turned out to be fairly big enough on those broadcasts.
Yeah, I look,
as corny as I find him,
he might be wrong, like a lot,
and wrong as I find
him.
And
I find it. I find it just palatable, I guess, because I liked him so much as a player whenever I was growing up. But that's your broadcast crew for NBA on NBC opening
real
night.
Quick, since the 832 did ask, when you say someone's not good, give some context. Does he stutter? Is he slow? What is it? It has nothing to do with stuttering. It's the analysis. It's not that great. His awareness of what's going on is not always that great. I don't really I feel like he's kind of corny, so it's the actual personality itself.
He's bare-chested.
These are the specific things that I don't like about him.
This guy's drunk.
And to be fair, it's a matter of taste, because like Bijani just said, doesn't matter to him, right? Like it's all good. He'll take the corniness. He'll take in context the fact that he's wrong a lot.
How long's he been doing this?
It's fine. Long enough, like at least 6-7 years.
Maybe he'll be better. Maybe he'll be better this year for you.
I'm gonna watch it either way.
You can always improve, right?
It's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, Reggie Miller's on the broadcast. Guess I'm not gonna catch this game. Yeah. Nah, I'll be there to complain and to do all of the things.
This for me, look, I told you this was going to be a little bit unpopular. This is very unpopular. I care way less about like analysts and play-by-play people unless it's like a select one or two in all of my sports. I'm very much a Kevin Harlan guy, okay? It's somebody I've got to listen to. Radio, TV, doesn't matter. Love that guy. Tirico, he's probably like a distant, second or third. And beyond that, I kind of don't care.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Jim Nantz, he's one of those guys where I don't mind like listening to, but I'm not going to turn the TV way up just so I can hear what he and Tony Romo have to say.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
No, you shut up, sir. I just want to watch the game. I'll watch the damn thing on mute for all I care.
I have found play-by-play guys to be somewhat repetitive or redundant, because I feel like there is a little bit of a formula and a playbook that they're trying to stick to. And so not that they're all emulating the one before them, but they're all kind of playing well. As long as you're a competent play-by-play guy, I'm not going to have a problem with you, and I don't have a problem with most play-by-play guys. It is usually the color commentary guy that decides for me whether I like the broadcast or not. And to be clear, it's never a deal breaker for me. It's never like, oh, the broadcast is so bad I can't watch it. Like we watch, no disrespect to any of our local broadcasters, but local broadcasts often are not as good, especially on the TV side. Radio is excellent, but especially on the TV side, the local broadcasts often not quite as good. Watch it anyway. It's not going to be a deal breaker, but the color commentary guys can sometimes damper the experience for me a little
Whoever the guy was calling the game last night in that Brewers-Dodgers game, I love that, because a lot of play-by-play guys will kind of have the call like a couple of seconds behind what you're actually seeing on TV to make sure they get it right.
Yeah.
That particular play, that Muncie ball that he hit to center field that you thought was caught, then it wasn't caught. Oh, then it was caught, but it really wasn't caught.
Wow. Play.
Like, he's like, oh, it's a catch. No, it's not a catch. And then the throw, he's safe. No, he's out. You know, like, he's living it just as you're living it, watching it on the TV.
Yeah, explaining the absurdity as it's happening, exactly as how it's happening.
I love it. I love it. Whoever that guy was, is it Joe Davis? Maybe that sounds kind of right, but I don't know if that really was him.
Joe Davis would do the
that would have been Dodgers and
Turner,
Brewers, right?
Yeah, so it would be Joe Davis.
Yeah.
Joe Davis'
voice. So like I told you, I'm not too up and up on the play-by-play.
Joe
guys.
Davis, by the way, very good, whether it's baseball or football. It's
Yeah.
one of those really solid. If he's calling your game, you're in good hands.
I like Kevin Burkhalter.
You're in good hands. Most play-by-play guys, I don't have real. I know Gus Johnson is a polarizing figure, but
he needs to do bigger games. I really like that
I'm
guy.
fine with him. You know, like most play-by-play guys are, especially once they get to this level, they're good enough. They're fine enough.
Yeah. I didn't mean to turn this into like play-by-play and analyst, like Judgment Day.
Yeah.
But
talking to the media nerd over
somebody
here.
stop that man!
The one thing I like as much as sports.
I wanted to talk Rockets, but we could do that a little bit later on. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 4 o'clock hour, get back to a little Houston Texan conversation, particularly about a defender that just isn't talked about enough. Xavier Hutchinson made a really good point on exactly who that is, and we will discuss next. It's 4 o'clock, Sports Radio 610.
Nobody was harmed in the making of this audio.
Texans GM Nick Caserio couldn't have given a more glowing review of
diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is drive time, isn't it? Back in Houston.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Who is someone, though, that we are really not talking about that makes your life, you know what, on the other side of the ball?
Yeah, I would definitely say Kamari. I feel like everybody, with Sting being who he is, you forget about the other corner on the other side who can do basically the same thing that Sting does. So I feel like, Kamari definitely needs his flowers. He shows up every day. I mean, he's a dog as well. I don't know if y'all see him, but he be hitting his head with his hands a lot. I don't know if y'all be seeing that, but he's a little psycho. So he's definitely someone who I think should definitely be getting a little bit more praise, but I know, he's going to continue to show it on Sundays.
That was Xavier Hutchinson on my girl Kay Adams' podcast earlier this week. Yeah, she's my girl. Sorry, Maria. We've switched sports now, okay? Sean Bijani, B. Scott, Tyler Milner with you.
Oh, but Kay does the interviews with Kevin Durant, too, though. She does those kind of...
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, really cool Kevin Durant interviews. Yeah. They're, I would say, cozy.
I didn't appreciate how much she was flirting with Kevin Durant last week or 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Oh, God! Is it flirting, though, or is she just really feminine and really engaged?
I texted her about it and told her it made me uncomfortable and that she needed to calm down a little bit.
Come on, man. Get secure in your manhood, man. I see you over there. You do your push-ups and everything and your manly work.
Well, you see,
you enough of a man, Sean Bijani.
I am not a future Hall of Famer.
That's true.
I am not 6'11", and I do not make 45% of my three-point attempts.
Oh, it would be so dope if you did, though. We go get a run-in tonight. Pass the ball to Bijani.
Yeah, man. I told Kay Adams, I was like, I'd be more than willing to take you to any barbecue restaurant you would like to go to next time you come to H-Town. I won't leave you hanging like KD apparently did last season or whenever it was. 713-572-46. Then if you want to be a part of the show, you can text and join the chat, YouTube, and Twitch as well. What Xavier Hutchinson said about Kamari Lassiter got me thinking about our discussion earlier about Jackson Smith and Jigba. Do you anticipate Derek Stingley following him around like exclusively on Monday night, or will Kamari see some action on him? How do you anticipate that kind of going, and what's most necessary to you at this point in time on how to attack that from a defensive standpoint?
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked both questions, because what's most necessary is to have Derek Stingley, especially if Derek Stingley is healthy, right? And if he's not, I get putting him on one side and maybe saying, instead of shutting down this one guy, I'm going to try to shut down this side of the field or this area of the field. I get that. But if Stingley's good to go, I would prefer to see him follow Jackson Smith and Jigba around. Now, I doubt that that's what's going to happen. If you're asking me what do I think is going to happen, I don't think that they're going to follow Jackson Smith and Jigba around with Derek Stingley, because that's just not necessarily what he does, especially in the slot. Not to say that he can't do it or it's out of the question. I just don't think that that's the route that they're going to go. But this is the challenge that JSN presents, right? That he can line up all over the field and present all different types of matchup nightmares for the opposing defense. So how do they handle it? That's going to be a real interesting part of the chess match to watch, because I don't know exactly what they're going to do. If they'll do the thing that I want them to do, I doubt it. Or if they'll, are they going to play more nickel? Are they going to play more base? I know that today, earlier, when the assembled media was talking to DeMeco Ryans, I think it was DJ Bieniemy of ESPN who tried to ask DeMeco Ryans about exactly that. How do you balance how much of your base defense versus your nickel defense you play against a team that runs a lot of 12 and 21 personnel and presents some of the challenges that Jackson Smith and Jigba presents? And so I don't know, but I'll be interested to see it. I know that I would put Derek Stingley on their best guy.
I would, and JSN is their best. The reason why I ask is you mentioned, Stingley being a little banged up and stuff. So, like having been at the forefront of my mind was, like a third of the reason why I asked. The other 2/3, I figured you'd say, hell yeah, he's going to follow him around. JSN's probably got 20 pounds on Kamari Lassiter. And I don't know how much that is necessarily going to factor in, because it does depend on how you choose to attack them defensively. And
Kamari is a maniac. He is a kind of a psycho.
Yeah. No, and
so what I'm saying there is just that he's up for that matchup if that be the case.
For sure, but 20 pounds is 20 pounds, okay? And for what they're going to be doing in the play action game, I would presume what they've done in large part their first 6 games, it's that second and third move, the ability to create separation. It's going to have to get physical at times. And JSN's a freaking beast, man. I think I'd way rather have the 6'1", 200-pound, 205-pound, whatever Derek Stingley is these days, being able to, kind of go mano-a-mano and body up if necessary at Jackson Smith and Jigba all night long. We've been there, done that before with, DeMeco Ryans not having Derek Stingley follow a bigger, stronger receiver around before. I don't want to go through that Amari Cooper experience again that we did a couple of years ago. This, to me, it's necessary. I don't think I'm putting too much emphasis on how big this game is, but it's the matchups within this game that are huge for the Texans. They have to be able to put themselves in optimal position to win as many as they can.
It does feel like this is what you give a cornerback $90 million to do, right? Like, as much as I like Kamari Lassiter and what he brings to the table, and he brings a lot, to be sure. As much as I like what guys like Jalen Petrie are doing and what the defense is doing overall and how they're performing, as much as I like all of it, right? I much prefer the all-pro corner that you just paid $90 million to be the guy to go and match up with their best guy who just so happens to line up all over the field. And if it requires him to line up all over the field, then that's just what it requires him to do. Derek Stingley is that level of player. You paid him to be that level of player. He's shown you that he's that. And so go out there and do it. I hope that they do it. I'm not optimistic that they will. And so it is one of the things that worries me about the matchup is, okay, who is Jackson Smith and Jigba going to find, or what matchup are they going to find to exploit? If they go zone, he'll be good at finding the soft spots in the zone.
Yeah.
Like all of those things worry me. And what worries me least is the idea of Derek Stingley being matched up with him. And if he beats Derek Stingley, that's something that I feel like I can live with a little bit better, live with a little bit more so than if Stingley's not on him at all. If he's beating Kamari Lassiter, if he's beating, God forbid, Jalen Petrie, or if you're just giving him underneath and he's finding all those soft spots in the zone.
Oh, no.
If that's the way, whether it's big plays or death by 1,000 cuts, if it's not against Derek Stingley, it's going to sting a little bit more if Jackson Smith and Jigba is beating you.
Yeah. I don't know how much we should be worried about Stingley's injury situation right now, right? Because he hurt that hip. Against Jacksonville?
That was a few weeks ago.
He's played 90+% of the defensive snaps the last 2 weeks, and he's had the bye week. So
and he's played well. He played well with the injury. Like, with the injury considered, he looked fine out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is something the Texans absolutely have to do, and I would fully anticipate them, attacking that Seahawks offense in that way, following JSN around no matter what it takes. The question that Kay Adams asked, though, about like, hey, what's one defensive player that we're not talking enough about? Kamari Lassiter was Xavier Hutchinson's answer. I started thinking about this, and shout out to Texan Jacob on Twitter, who had this earlier this morning on Will Anderson. Will Anderson, through 6 weeks, according to Next Gen Stats, is first with just about 21% of quarterback pressure rate, 15 quick pressures, which is also first. He's third fastest on the get-off. He's got 26 total pressures, which is third. And Texans Jacob says Will Anderson should be a top contender for Defensive Player of the Year. I think that last part is something pretty easy for us to say because of like natural bias, right?
Yeah, being close to the situation.
But
I was thinking more all pro.
Yeah.
Those are all pro numbers. Defensive Player of the Year is very difficult to win.
Defensive Player of the Year,
especially at his position.
How many did JJ win?
He won 3.
Did he get 3, and he probably could have gotten 5?
Yeah.
Come on, JJ.
And his brothers won 1, and he could have 2 or 3.
100%.
However many Myles Garrett has, he could have double that amount.
But you took the words right out of my mouth. I thought all-pro, that's what we're talking about, and for that matter, Danielle Hunter as well in that regard. But for Will Anderson to garner that level of, attention, necessary attention, I think the respect is there, okay? But the necessary attention, do you think Danielle Hunter being on this defense, kind of takes a little bit away from Will Anderson and getting that, what it would require for him to win a Defensive Player of the Year?
No, I think it's more so.
Or does it help?
I think Danielle Hunter helps more than he hurts. I think what hurts or has hurt so far would be the offense and the team's overall slow start. So they played on Monday Night Football, right? Mm-hmm. They've already done that against the Tampa Bay Bucks. They lost that game. And what happened to defense, I wouldn't say this was Will's fault, but the defense ended up being as good as they've been throughout the season. They ended up being kind of a story of that game and not being able to come up with some big plays there against Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that more than anything, it's the overall team slow start. And if they're able to fight enough fire with fire, right? If they were 3-2 instead of 2-3, let's say they win that Jacksonville game, or if they win that Monday night game that I just referenced, they win one of those 2 games instead of losing them. They're on the other side of the 500 ledger, and in this wide range of mediocre football teams, they're considered to be on the higher end of that. I know you and Clint were making that case yesterday on the show that they're closer, their tape and their quality of football based on the last couple of weeks is closer to the higher end than the lower end.
Yeah.
But if their record reflected that, I think that Will Anderson Jr. would probably get a lot more recognition in that way.
The sustainability factor is, where I kind of land in that. When Clint was laying that out yesterday, I said, I totally agree with you in that the Texans are far closer to the team, essentially, to what we saw against the Ravens than what they were, in their path to 0-3. I firmly believe that, and the stats help support that feeling, and the sustainability factor in what we already knew coming into this season, was going to, at the very least, help the Texans maybe a rockier start for the Texans offense. Well, the defense, it's the number 1 scoring defense in the league. They're allowing 12.2 points per game, and they've played some pretty damn good teams. Houston's earned this ranking after playing the Bucks. They're 6th in points per game. The Rams, about middle of the road, 16th. The Jags, same thing, 17th. But those teams are good. Those teams are 13-5. So the defense has, had these types of performances and is getting after the quarterback, is stuffing the run outside of that Tampa Bay game, right? With some of the very best in the league, they're giving the offense a chance, which seems to maybe be coming around, at least doing what they're supposed to have done against 2 far lesser depleted opponents in the Titans and the Ravens. But this is the 3rd best in the league in pass rush win rate. And how do you disrupt a quarterback? Man, what did you say to me earlier? Sam Darnold he's like a really good quarterback when everything is perfect for him. The table's set and, he's really good. How do you disrupt that? You get after their ass. You make it miserable, uncomfortable. And what defense is better equipped to do that, to throw a team off, no matter where the hell the game's being played, than the Houston Texans?
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree 100%. Now, as far as that point about Will Anderson Jr. being a defensive player the year he's long been like, this is his third season. From the jump, he's been what I would call an analytics darling. Like pass rush, win rate, and some of the
havoc stat.
Havoc stat, and things like that have been kind of created that are useful stats that help illustrate how disruptive of a player he is and can be. But it's that simple number. Football is still the case in this way where the simple stat is the key one. And it's sacks. And Will Anderson Jr. himself, if you ask him, will tell you this, man. As a defensive end, as a pass rusher, I'm trying to get sacks. That's the name of the game. That's how you get paid. And Will Anderson's not going to have a problem getting paid, of course. But if you're talking about being Defensive Player of the Year and you're talking about playing on what right now is a mediocre at best football team until they show otherwise and they got time to do that, he's got 3 sacks on the year.
Yeah.
You got guys in the league with 8, 7. Aiden Hutchinson's high on this list with 6. Brian Burns has 7, right? So, and he's got half that amount. So that number is going to have to tick up. You're going to have to see those cool analytic numbers turn into sacks throughout the course of the year to see him have a real legitimate shot at that award.
He had 11 last year.
Yeah, he can have 11 or more this year, certainly.
But do you remember, like, the first few weeks of the season last year? Like, that was all of the questions about Will Anderson. And Matt Burke was fielding those questions. DeMeco Ryans was fielding those questions like, hey, man, when are the sacks going to start coming, with Will? And they said process and they're laying the whole thing out. They're going to come in bunches with Will Anderson, kind of like they did last year. Like, he's got 3. Okay, well, another 5 games, if he stays on pace, that'll be 6. Okay, and then another 5 games, that'll be 9. That's pretty damn good. Like, to get to double digits, like, I think we could anticipate somewhere between 10 and 13 sacks for Will Anderson this year, and that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, and I think that as far as on pace, that's the thing that you don't really have to worry about because he is a guy that can go out there and get you 2 to 3 in a game, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he can flip this totally, and some of the numbers that you spelled out earlier here are ones that suggest that. If you do exactly what the team was saying last year of, like, trust the process or just let it play out, see how it plays out, Will Anderson Jr. can definitely be on the top of that list.
No doubt. That's B. Scott, Sean Bijani, T-Mill with you. It's The Drive, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, first one out, next man up, and who's on the hottest of hot seats now? We'll discuss next.
Is there ever an optimal time for the bye week? Texans GM Nick Caserio gave his thoughts exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
There's no perfect time. Well, we've been on the front end. We've had them a little bit later. It's really, you're just trying to recalibrate. Whenever the bye week is, there's nothing we could do about it other than try to maximize it and get the most out of that week.
HIMS.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction by Shopper's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'll leave the one thing with regards to our fan base. I understand the frustration. Our record's what it is, but I can promise you, okay, we're going to work our tails off, every day we walk in this facility as a coaching staff, as players, to go out there and do whatever we can, okay, to give us our best opportunity to win a football game. That's what it's all about. It's about winning.
Well, that right there was fake Oiler interim head coach Mike McCoy, B. Scott, in his message to fake Oiler fans earlier today.
It's about winning.
Yeah, it's about winning. They ain't been doing too much of that. And I don't think you could forecast of them doing much of that, at least for the...
You play to win the game.
No, sir. Well, you do, but you guys don't seem to be doing that up in Tennessee, where I've really tried to, honestly, heart-to-heart conversation with T-Mill, who's planning a trip up there.
Yeah, I'm worried about this trip.
I said, dude, if you ever just, sacrifice one, a father-son trip, Houston, this would have to be it, right?
This is how we break the trend, bro.
You don't need to break the trend in the most pivotal season in Texans franchise history, okay?
You going with your pops?
I am.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's personal.
He says okay, but there's a third ticket involved. And I said, well, who's the third ticket for? A buddy of his? And he's like, yeah. And I said, okay, let him go with his friend. And then you sacrifice one of your tickets and let that friend bring another friend and let a guy's trip.
Tradition, man. Tradition unlike any other. The Milner's on the road for an away game for these Texans every year.
What are you going to be, 0 for 4 if this goes sour?
If this goes sour, I believe that is correct.
Yeah.
0 for 4, 0 for 4. The stinger, though, the part that really makes us stinks, and you are laying this out right now, but 0 for 3 thus far going into Nashville for me for this away game this year. And all 3 of those losses are very arguably the worst Texans losses of the season. And I wish that was hyperbolic. But last year was the Vikings, and that for sure was the best ass whooping the Texans got all season long.
See, here's what's going to happen. You're setting the table for this. So, Mike McCoy, he has not coached as head coach in the NFL since the 2016 season when he was fired from the San Diego Chargers after, losing double-digit games, whatever it was, right?
So long ago, I barely even remember that.
But if he beats the Texans, then all of a sudden, 80 Adams Strunk is going to think, you know what? Maybe Mike McCoy, he's got something here.
I'm something here.
This guy.
Oh, and she's clearly clueless.
Yeah.
She clearly has no idea what she's doing.
Yeah, so Tyler Milner.
We cannot lose this game.
Will single-handedly be responsible for, probably once upon a time ago getting, 2 different Titan coaches fired, maybe one getting hired in this case on a full-time basis.
Dude.
Who knows?
Suck it, Nashville.
But you know what? To be fair, to kind of get ahead of this, or to preempt this a little bit, to be fair to Tyler, if the Texans go on the road and lose that game to that Tennessee Titans team, we'll have fun with Tyler about it. It'll be good for the show. It'll be good for the station.
Will it?
Kind of playing up the whole curse or whatever. But it'll be hard to have really much excuse for that team. To lose to that team, given what's at stake, given what the Titans are, and given how desperate you are, not even just against the Titans, but even the other teams in the division, you need to be making sure that you win that next Jacksonville game. You need to be worried about those 2 games that you got against the Colts. You ain't got time to be going up to Tennessee, whether Tyler's there or not. You ain't got time to go up to Tennessee and lose. That ain't in the cards, man. That's out of the question if we're gonna be serious about this season.
I'm with you, but what if the Texans win like 4 straight games and then lose to the Titans? Like, that would be the only way you could even somewhat call that palatable, is if you're 6-3 going into that game and then Tyler screws it up for everybody. And then the Texans are 6-4 after that. I'm just saying.
Look, man, that'll be them losing to losing to the Titans last year at home, the Jets in both the previous years, the Panthers 2 years ago.
I was there.
It would be along the. Oh, that's right. Damn it, Tyler.
Seriously,
yeah, remember that?
That was definitely their worst loss that season. Was at the Panthers.
Was that like 16-13 or something?
Something like that.
Or maybe 13-12.
You were there.
It was something real stupid.
Should remember.
I was there. I was cussing quite a bit.
All right, so with Mike McCoy in now as interim fake Oiler head coach and Callahan out. Oh, by the way, yesterday, did you see Papa Bear went with him? The offensive line coach, Bill Callahan.
Oh, well, I would think so.
Oh, I didn't even piece that together.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 hours after the show had ended yesterday, because I had asked you guys the question. I'm like, was Papa going to stick around? Like, what's going on?
Sorry, son. I don't know what to tell you, but these bills ain't going to pay themselves.
They ain't going to pay themselves.
What a daddy's boy.
I wonder if he stepped down and was like, all right, you're going to fire my boy? Like, I'm bouncing too.
Or, you going to get rid of my boy?
Or if he got the pink slip in his locker as well when he showed up to work. But who's on the hottest of hot seats now going forward? Because, look, there's one down. He's the first one out of the year. Callahan was for the Titans yesterday. Now, is it going to be the 1-5 Mike McDaniel-led Dolphins? Is it going to be the 0-6 Aaron Glenn-led Jets? Is it going to be the 1-5, by the way, 2-time Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski and the Cleveland Browns? Brian Jonathan Gannon's on the list. There's one guy, and now granted, the only list I could find was prior to Callahan being fired. Brian Callahan was the favorite, first up to be fired as of 6 days ago. He was minus 125 odds. A guy that's on this list, his team is now 3-3. Dave Canales, who coaches the Panthers.
I don't think Canales should be on the list. I
don't think so either.
They're actually starting. I know they played against a pitiful Cowboys defense over the weekend, and anybody would look good against them. But if you just watch it and don't just do the lazy thing, it's the Cowboys defense thing, which is an easy narrative and true.
Yeah.
And watch them. They've got some young playmakers, man. Bryce Young's figuring it out. Tetero McMillan, or if I'm saying it right, McMillan, the kid out of Arizona.
You can call him Tet.
There you go. Tet McMillan.
Even though he says he doesn't like that.
Leggett, despite that boneheaded whatever move he tried to make in that game, I don't understand what he was trying to do. If it was a lateral, what exactly was going on there. But there's something there. I wouldn't quit on Dave Canales the way that the Titans have quit on Brian Callahan, understandably.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, but Mike McDaniel's got to be
he's the
leader
one
in the clubhouse.
Yeah, it's got to be, to me, Mike McDaniel and Kevin Stefanski at the top. And I think Kevin Stefanski's unfortunate because he has been a coach of the year. He's done a really good job. I actually think he's a really good coach. But at some point, and we can't trust the Browns to actually believe this point, they got to be at their fork in the road. And they got to decide, hey, if we maximize whatever this is, are we going to go as far as we are under our current leadership? I feel like Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski's job should be in jeopardy at this point based off of how things have gone in Cleveland. But Mike McDaniel's got to clearly be the leader in the clubhouse. I would say Aaron Glenn as well if he wasn't so damn new.
Only because it's the Jets. Not because maybe he's lost the locker room or anything like that. I think it's just the Jets. This guy's leading us to 0-6 mark, and
man, those
questionable coaching decisions in game maybe.
Yeah, the game management and the time management issues from over the weekend were, I would say, not ones that he can't come back from, but they're also so discouraging in the guy that you hired. Did we hire somebody that just isn't fit for this position? And I hate to say that about Aaron Glenn because I'm still rooting for him, by the way.
Same.
But based off of that London performance, it's like, ooh.
He had one of my favorite gifs of the NFL season so far.
How sad is that might be his most memorable positive moment as a head coach?
Yeah. I mean, look, if Brian Callahan could stick around like 2-3 weeks after like most people thought he was going to be fired.
You damn right. Give Aaron Glenn at least the year.
Yeah. I mean, you're 0-6. Like, figure it out. Like, give him a chance, okay? We want to fire him, so we can have like first pick. You ain't going to hire nobody new now that's going to turn things around.
And then especially if they start trading away their good players, which is on the table, right? It's something that we've talked about already on the show. Breece Hall, the Williams brothers. Like, we got Williams and we saw him yelling at Aaron Glenn. Like, if they start getting rid of their actual good players, then I definitely think that Aaron Glenn deserves a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It'll be fun to watch, though. Next guy getting fired, over under 3 weeks.
Ooh, I'll go under. I'll go under. I'll go under too, just because Mike McDaniel.
Mike
McDaniel is like he is carrying that.
It's like red alert.
He's doing a lot of the work.
It's red alert.
Wrong. It's over.
Heater. Oh my gosh! Coming up next, can we put any trade movement by this team to bed at this point? We'll discuss next. Stay put.
How good was C.J. Stroud's performance against the Ravens? Good enough to win an award. For the third time in his career, number 7 was named AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Congrats, C.J.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, y'all, look, we got some big news from my friends over at Coshada Casino Resort over in Louisiana. Look, fall is here, obviously, and the brand-new Big Sky Steakhouse is buzzing. I told you they've completely renovated the whole place. It's absolutely beautiful. The Mirror Bars is off the charts. They're serving up perfectly cooked steaks, fresh Gulf seafood, and you know it, my favorite, them classic Louisiana dishes, man. Coshada Casino Resort is the largest casino resort in Louisiana with the biggest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, as well as 3 big, beautiful hotels. They got a swim-up bar at the pool with a slide and a lazy river. You'll find all the classic games. Anything you want from a gambling perspective, you're going to find at Coshada Casino Resort. And also, they got the Louisiana Casati Pines. This time of year, this weather, it's perfect time to take your sticks over there and get 18 holes in. Check out all the upcoming events and book your room at CoshadaCasinoResort.com. Louisiana's best bet, y'all.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Metro. Some delays on 59, the East Tex Freeway outbound. You're going to start tapping those brakes northbound around the tollway. Next time, try taking the Metro Park and Ride at East Tex so you can ride the HOV lane. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Attention shoppers. Introducing new FDA-approved twice daily Metro, the advanced treatment for rush hour anxiety. Caution, choosing Metro may become habit forming. Consult our website at ridemetro.org for more details.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, long live Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
This weekly football recap is brought to you by MD Anderson Cancer Center.
On Thursday night, New York defeated the defending champs of Philadelphia with a final score of 34-17. And Sunday night's matchup between Detroit and Kansas City put KC back on top to bring them to 3-3 for the season. We also saw Seattle together a win over Jacksonville.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is ranked number 1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News and World Report's Best Hospital Survey. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer, inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Custom home builder Kirk Holmes was recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builders Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner's Suite. Visit KirkHomes.com, that's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up.
Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this.
Eagle.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turner, Scott, Sean Bijani, T-Mill still here. It's The Drive, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, top of the hour, we'll have the 5 o'clock Fire, day's top stories. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, B. Scott, final preseason game coming up here in a couple of days for the Rockets. One more tonight, though, against the Pelicans. Don't know if Kevin Durant's going to be playing or not. We'll find out. But all but a formality, as we're really looking forward to the regular season beginning 1 week from tonight. And Clint brought this up to me yesterday, and I thought, like, to myself, you know, we discussed it for a couple of minutes, and I was like, this just seems, like, wild and crazy. And, look, I teased this segment by, can we just, like, for a second be realistic here? Can we put any trade movement, at least in the meantime, for the Houston Rockets to bed? You know, it's all surrounding the Fred VanVleet torn ACL, out for the season news, obviously. But it's like there's that, and you almost feel like people have forgotten, dude, you have Kevin Durant, okay? Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. And look, I had to bring myself around to that notion as well. But
not just Kevin Durant, you have Amin Thompson.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're unleashing, not only do you have Amin Thompson, but you're unleashing Amin Thompson because the other wing or guard that's going to have the ball a lot is Kevin Durant, so you feel good about that. And then outside of that, I mean, his usage rate is going to go up, and I feel like the responsibility that's on Amin Thompson is going to be similar to, but not quite to the one that was on Jalen Green. Like, you got Kevin Durant now, right? So that's probably the more apples-to-apples comparison. But if you're just looking at young players, he is now empowered in a way that Jalen Green, and for some people, unjustifiably, like some people didn't love that just because he was the number 2 overall pick, that he was kind of just given the keys to the franchise. And I would argue maybe a little bit against that. Like when that happened, the franchise was just in a state where they could afford to do that.
Yeah.
Like early in his career. But now, like Amin Thompson in year 3, much different than Jalen Green in year 3, which was the first year of Ime Udoka, right? Like he's had 2 years. He's had 2 years under Ime Udoka, and he's already an all defensive guy. He's already somebody that people are talking about as the most athletic guy in the game, the most versatile defender in the game, according to that NBA GM survey that came out last week. So he is thought of much more highly than anybody that has been at this point in their career as a part of this core. And you're going to treat him that way along with adding Kevin Durant. Those are all the reasons to feel good about it and not be talking about no trades, as you're saying.
Trae Young was brought up, right? And when I heard that initially, I was like, come on, stop it. I don't want to hear about Trae Young. I don't want to hear about Ja Morant. I don't want to hear about, Jaylen Brown, Derek White. I don't want to hear about any of these guys. We all understand and know the state that the Rockets are in, from a financial standpoint. Let's just even look at it from that point of view. Like you're, under the apron by like maybe $1.5 million, whatever it is, like that. Depending on what you look at, the numbers change. Okay. Trade deadline is February 5th, 2026. Let's just see what this team is capable of as it has the opportunity. I'll call it that. It has the opportunity to kind of see what you can do with Amen Thompson, with Reed Sheppard, while having Kevin Durant kind of steady the ship, so to speak, and give you that every night consistent go-to scorer that you did not possess in any of the last two seasons. Let's just call it that. We'll stop it there from, where we thought this team was going to be. Could be competitive, could make some noise in the postseason maybe. They did last year.
I don't want to be dismissive of what Trae Young's ability would bring to the team. Obviously, he's a high-volume scorer.
Yeah.
He can shoot the ball better than most guys that they have on their team, even though he's probably overrated as a shooter. He is a very good scorer and a very good point guard, a very good player. So I don't want to discount that. But I also don't want to be so quick to try to disrupt the chemistry that they're developing as a team. And I think that they got a real good thing going. Like, I think the more they put the ball in Kevin Durant's hands, the more they put the ball in Alperen Sengun's hands, the more good things are going to happen for the Rockets. And so I would view, as good of a player as Trae Young is, I would view that as a bit of an unforced error by the Rockets and an unnecessary panic move based off of an injury when they got enough guys to make up for it. And we haven't even talked about Reed Sheppard and the step that they're expecting him to take.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that's a little bit of hope trafficking. He hasn't really proven much to you yet. But I've said already that I would put him in the starting lineup, and I would wait on that thing to fail. You got enough games. The season is long enough. I would wait on that thing to fail before I punted on it.
Great point. It would be uncharacteristic by the Rockets operating as they have in just the last 4 years, never mind the last two, in particularly just the last 12 months, B. Scott, where Kevin Durant being a Houston Rocket, that wasn't just something that, developed this offseason. I mean, that's kind of been a thing that's been building. There was conversation about him, being dealt ahead of last season's trade deadline. And I think the Rockets have been very calculated and very patient in how they've built this team. And why all of a sudden now, again, as I'd mentioned, and you did too with the other young guys and Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson, but Kevin Durant is in the mix, man. Your team's better right now today than it ever has been in any of the last two seasons because of that guy, period. And the development of the other, young, players for the Rockets. It would just be uncharacteristic. Stone and Ime Udoka just were hasty and impatient in this moment. They're like, all right, we got to make a move for this guy or that guy, whoever it is. Reed Sheppard, this is a guy that I've noticed, and I'm sure you have as well. They're not necessarily hoping, they're expecting Reed Sheppard to produce. In fact, like, the word need has been used a lot by Ime Udoka in terms of what they are expecting from Reed Sheppard to accept, a much larger role on this team than he'd had last year.
Yeah, I feel like the hope is on the side of the hope is from the perspective of the fan or the observer or the media person. The expectation is on the side of the team, like that, because thrusting him into that role, and they're going to expect a lot out of him. And I think if you're trying to evaluate it, or just as we had the discussion, and this is something for the Rockets to weigh, I feel like they're going to lean into the Reed Sheppard thing, and I'm in support of this.
Yeah.
But the question would be, do you feel more comfortable with relying on the development of Reed Sheppard versus bringing in the known commodity of a Trae Young and what that provides to your team? I would say that the things that Trae Young provides are things that I'm already expecting to get out of a different combination of the players I already have. The playmaking that Trae Young, and I'm not saying that Alperen Sengun is the level of playmaker that Trae Young is, but he's a hell of a playmaker, especially given the makeup of this team. I like him as an offensive hub. We saw what that looked like in the one preseason game a few nights ago, right? I like the idea of obviously just giving the ball to Kevin Durant and letting him be your high-volume scorer and high-volume shooter when you need it, the way that Trae Young likes to be. And, of course, Reed Sheppard can fill some of that role as well. So whether it's playmaking or whether it's shooting, which is the bulk of what Trae Young does, right? He's not a defender. He's not a large guy by any stretch, right? So this is what he does.
Yeah.
I feel like they've addressed those needs between the progression of Alperen Sengun as a playmaker, and he's always been that, but he's just gotten better, and the addition of Kevin Durant and the maturation of one Reed Sheppard.
Sure, never mind what it would take to even acquire a player like Trae Young at this point in time. And
I'm good on Trae Young.
I'm good there. I'm with you in that. The integrity of the team that you'd built would be severely compromised to even make a play on a guy like that. Never mind financially what it would cost, but the draft choices and the current NBA players. It's not to say that the Rockets don't have a wealth of picks still. They do, but you want to be calculated with that as well, just as they have to this point to make a big play, an all-in type of a move to get a guy like Kevin Durant. And I say all-in in the sense that it's not all-in for, this 6-7 month window. This is more of a 3-year kind of a window that the Rockets have in mind with Kevin Durant as the team is currently constructed.
Yeah, and maybe I exaggerated a little bit calling it an unforced error because Trae Young's a good player. I do think that he could help this team. I think he'd be even an upgrade at the position. It's hard to sit here and make the case for Reed Sheppard over Trae Young right now, right? Like, that's ridiculous. So, but what I'm saying is I think it would be more of a panic move and an unnecessary thing to do. And to your point about, like, what would you have to give up? You're not getting Trae Young for free or for pennies on a dollar. You're going to have to give something up to get a player of that caliber, and I'm not sure that the juice is worth the squeeze there. I'd rather just stick with what we got and roll with it. Yeah, as good of a player as Trae Young admittedly is.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll have fun watching him play for somebody else, and I'll have fun watching Kevin Durant be a Houston Rocket.
There you go.
That'll be cool. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in via text. You can join the chats, Twitch, and YouTube as well. Coming up next, 5 o'clock fire, give you the day's top stories and headlines. Next, it's Sports Radio 610.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Texans GM Nick Caserio couldn't have given a more glowing ethos.com/play. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports.
I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Good Lord. A lot going on there in the intro. 5 o'clock fire.
It's hot.
Yeah, man. Lord Jesus, there's a fire.
All right. We talked already about the Rockets playing their second to final preseason game tonight against the Pelicans. Regular season starts 1 week from tonight. There is that. Meanwhile, baseball resumes this evening. The Dodgers, who lead the Brewers 1-0 in the NLCS. Game 2 tonight, first pitch 7:08. You got Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers, B. Scott, against the Brewers' Freddie Peralta. Are you anticipating Dodgers making pretty easy work of the Brewers? Yamamoto's been like next to unhittable here recently. I say recently. It feels like a better part of 2 months. But do you think there's some fight left in the Brewers?
I do, because the Brewers are... Like, it's a boring story for a lot of people unless you're really, really into baseball. Like, the Brewers don't do a lot for you, but they're one of those small ball teams, next man up. Even last night, before the Dodgers actually get it done, there's a walk to load the bases from one of their better runners in scoring, and they had runners in scoring position.
Yeah, who was that knucklehead that did not get hit by the pitch? And
that thing was smoking coming toward his kneecap.
It would have smoked him.
Man, that thing could have took his kneecap off, man. So I'm with you, and I'm not with you at the same, and I'm with him at the same time.
I'm 100%, 110% with that guy.
And didn't he end up drawing the walk anyway? I think they ended up loading the bases. Opportunity.
It was with bases loaded.
That's right.
He ended up striking out a freaking heater like 3 feet out of the zone.
That's right.
On the next pitch. It was wild.
But the opportunities were there for the Brewers. They throw the ball, their pitching staff, to switch it over. They throw it as hard as anybody you've ever seen, just as a unit, as a staff. So they've got the arms. They've got kind of just the overall, like they're a great story. I think that they've still got some. I would not rule them out just yet. And that's aside from me rooting against the Dodgers. I would not rule out the Brewers making a go of this thing.
Win it for Bob Uecker, man. Let's go. That's who I'll be rooting for tonight is the Brewers. ALCS off tonight. The series shifts to Seattle tomorrow for Game 3 after the M's took care of biz on the road in Toronto to take a 2-0 series lead. They won 3-1 and 10-3 last night. Put a good old-fashioned butt-whooping on the Blue Jays. Shane Bieber will be throwing for the Blue Jays tomorrow opposite George Kirby for the Mariners. So looking forward to that one. NFL news. The Ravens. Boy, how about this, man? Did this guy even make it a week? C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Did he even make it a week?
And hardly knew him.
I mean, not even on the active roster. He was only on their practice squad, but already released today by the Ravens. According to his agent, Kevin Connor, who told Adam Schefter that the two sides, Ravens and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, reached a, quote, amicable mutual decision, and added that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was, quote, looking for a clearer path to play. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who was traded for Kenyon Green by the Texans earlier this offseason, lasted just 3 weeks into the regular season with the Texans. Didn't even make it to the bye week before being cut loose here, and then now didn't even make it a week in Baltimore. He did issue a statement via Twitter. Have you read his statement?
I have not read his statement. I can only imagine.
All right. Dramatic reading from C.J. Gardner-Johnson in his statement via Twitter today. I just want to take a moment to thank all of the teams I've been a part of. Coaches, teammates, and everyone who supported me along the way. Every experience has helped me grow both on and off the field. I'm truly grateful for all the opportunities and memories. Football has always been a big part of who I am, and my passion for the game is still strong. I'm excited to keep working, improving, and continuing to play the sport I love.
Yo, that sounds like a retirement speech.
For real, felt that, dude.
Yo.
Oh, my goodness.
No, he was such a poet.
R.I.P. to bro's career?
Yeah, I really wanted to. No, he's not retiring. I mean,
I know
he
it.
might as well. He keeps screwing this thing up.
Dude said to all of the teams, like to everybody that was down with me, it's been a fun ride.
Who's squandered a bigger opportunity? Deontay Johnson, also a former Raven and Texan, or C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I think it's C.J. Gardner-Johnson because C.J. Gardner-Johnson at least has the cachet of being on a Super Bowl winner, and he brought that here.
Yeah,
and he was supposed to parlay that into having a key role on one of the better defenses in the league, and then got an opportunity to get on the practice squad for a defense that's littered with injuries where guys are just dropping like flies, and
Get out!
Supposedly looking for a more clear path to play. Get your ass up out of here. Like, maybe Lord. He released that statement that you read so eloquently and dramatically to show or to at least indicate that he's not as delusional as it appears that he is. Feel bad for dude a little bit, man. Because, like, you ever meet somebody that just doesn't have a great sense of reality, or they don't know the difference between a good idea and a bad idea, and they just lack they have poor judgment.
Ted Ginn, yeah.
He seems like one of those guys.
Did you just say Ted Ginn?
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, dude.
Hey, he is. It all Ed. That's what I said.
I thought you said Ted.
No, Ed.
I was like, what did Ted Ginn Jr. do to get on this list?
Ted Ginn Jr.
No, Ed Ginn, the guy that was eating folks.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
I got the reference.
More likely to happen. C.J. Gardner-Johnson crafted the statement, AI crafted the statement, or his agent Kevin Connor crafted the statement that I just read.
I think his agent Kevin Connor used AI to craft the statement.
All right, there you go.
I think that is exactly what happened.
Connors and AI do not mix, my friend.
Well done. All right, basketball news. There's a couple tidbits here. Shout out to Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah, man.
Hey, man, long time coming. Well deserved. The Miami Heat coach, Eric Spoelstra, has been named head coach for Team USA in the upcoming 2028 Los Angeles Summer Olympics. How about that? B. Scott. It's been a long line already. It tells you how fast time's gone. You got Coach K, who was Team USA coach for, 2 or 3 different Olympics, I feel like.
At least 2. I think maybe 3.
Greg Popovich and Steve Kerr. Yep. They've all 3 led at various points Team USA dating back to 2008. Now you can add Eric Spoelstra to the list. Pretty elite company.
I would say long overdue. Nothing even against Steve Kerr. I know we got the Rockets-Warriors rivalry and all of that. No love lost for Steve Kerr. But just being frank about it, Eric Spoelstra should have gotten that job before Steve Kerr ever got that job. I understand 4 championships to Spoelstra's 3, and the math on that makes him the more accomplished coach. But Spoelstra, widely considered the best coach in the NBA, probably for a while now. I mentioned that NBA GM survey from last week. Yeah. I think he won that by a mile in terms of voted by GMs from across the league as the best coach in the NBA. So this is one that I feel like is a long time coming and possibly one that's long overdue for Eric Spoelstra.
Was it in that same ESPN article or whatever that I saw Ime Udoka was like a top 5 coach in the NBA? Was Spoelstra like the far and away number 1?
So I don't know what ESPN did. This was the NBA GM survey. So I just got this off of NBA.com. And the way that Ime Udoka fell along those lines in the GM survey was one of the best motivators. I think he was like second for best motivators. He was in the top for defensive scheme.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
he definitely received votes for in-game adjustments, but did not make the list for best coach in the league. because that list was reserved for all guys who had won championships.
Well,
so it was Eric Spoelstra, it was Steve Kerr, Nick Nurse had somehow made the list, and he's one that's won a championship.
That's why.
Somebody else that's won a championship. Ty Lue was on there. It was all guys that have actually won titles that made that list.
Ime, best coach in the league without a championship.
Ooh. Now, that I wish they had asked that question, because I think he definitely has a case for that.
Yeah, and at least top 3. Off the top of my head, trying to think of, and guys that have a ring as a head coach. You know,
he's got to be up there.
But in terms of like,
especially now that the Thunder coach has one, right? He probably would have been that guy before this year, and now he has one. So
yeah,
I don't know why he wouldn't be somewhere toward the top of that list.
Guys move around so much, man. It's hard for me to like, think off the top of my head. I was trying to like eliminate guys as a head coach.
I'm going through it.
You know,
I'm going through it in my head.
He's got to be top 3.
He's up there
in terms of best coaches without a ring yet. Kevin Durant hopes to
stay tuned.
Do something about that.
Stay tuned. Starts in a week.
Speaking of head coaches in the NBA, the Mavericks have signed Jason Kidd to a multi-year contract extension per Mark Stein. Stein says new contract for Kidd has been expected since the Knicks failed to bring him in and hire him away. I guess after the season had kind of come and gone. I remember that whole fiasco vaguely. But
he's always that dude is a flirt, man. Talking about Jason Kidd?
Yeah.
Jason Kidd always flirting with somebody, man. Remember he started off with the Bucks, or was it the Nets, and then he goes over to the other, whichever one was first. He leaves them for the other one. He's always flirting with somebody, man. Now I would understand.
Can you blame him in this instance?
In this instance, yeah. Now I mean they made things right because they lucked up, got the number 1 overall pick. Cooper Flagg's in the building, and now all is well. He's all on next prize.
But you know, the odd thing is like, okay, dumpster fire, as it had appeared to be at the time, the Dallas Mavericks, right? Making one of the more preposterous trades you've ever seen in sports, and dealing Luka. You're going to turn your attention to the Knicks?
Well,
I mean...
At least they have...
You know, that's like flirting with the real... Like, your buddies are telling you, like, that chick is ugly as hell, bro. It's like 2 a.m., it's dark as hell, and you are 3 sheets to the wind. I'm like, bro, like, you got to come home now. And he's like, no.
The guy is drunk.
What about that chick over there? And it's not like, oh, yeah, go ahead. No, she's ugly, too. Like, you just stay the hell away. It's time to go home, Jason.
To their credit... The Knicks do have a nice roster, and Tom Thibodeau did a good enough job there. And he's one of those guys where it seems like you have a ceiling with Tom Thibodeau. He can get your program right.
Yeah.
But how far can he take you? I could see Jason Kidd looking at the Knicks situation as one where Tom Thibodeau has already done all of the dirty work of kind of getting them in the right direction. And now all he has to do is come in and clean up the mess. I could have seen that happening. Yeah, I definitely could have seen that. Now, I'm with you. The Knicks, dumpster fire of an organization. But, I mean, if they paying, if he feels like scorned because of the Luka thing, I could understand that. I could certainly understand that. I mean, I wouldn't leave Cooper Flagg, though, for that situation.
No, I'm kind of...
I'd want to see the Cooper Flagg thing through.
I could manufacture something to stay at home in Dallas and base it around like Cooper Flagg and what I could do with this guy versus like going to New York and dealing with that. Like New York.
But you know how it is for basketball people, man. The Knicks, Madison Square Garden, that whole scene has its own cachet.
That's fair. That's fair.
It has its own. It's not playing for it's not the Jets. And even the Giants, who've won Super Bowls. The Knicks have a cachet there, man.
Yeah,
there's a there there.
They do. I'll throw this last little bit in 5 o'clock fire. I just stumbled upon this via Twitter. You know, there were a number of firings in baseball. A lot of teams going to be looking for new skippers still this offseason. And the Colorado Rockies, one of them, also looking for a new general manager. I don't know what James Click, the former Astros general manager, was doing in the year of our Lord 2025, if he was working for a Major League Baseball team, but possibility he could be the new Colorado Rockies general manager. Reports are out there that he spoke with ownership in Colorado to be their next GM.
Good for James Click. Good dude. Pretty decent GM. What do you feel like are the odds that, let's say 2 years from now, because I mean, I think it's hard for just 1 year for a GM to really make their imprint in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the odds are 2-3 years down the road that there is some seller's remorse when we talk about all of these players that have left the Astros? Because that's the marquee, right? Every year it seems to part, whether it's in free agency or trade or whatever the case may be. So we've got the long list. We know who all the players are.
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds that James Click somewhere finds his way somewhere on that list of seller's remorse, a guy that the organization let go and shouldn't have? Because we know Dana Brown's coming back. We know Joe Espada's coming back. But I do feel like it's still a question on what you have at GM, which to me poses the follow-up question of why'd you let go of the guy that helped you win a World Series to begin with?
It boils down to what does Dana Brown do this offseason, right? I mean, this is it's a pivotal offseason for Dana Brown and the Houston Astros. I mean,
rooting for Dana Brown, to be clear.
To think, though, that the Astros did as well as they did this season after an offseason of letting Alex Bregman walk, trading Kyle Tucker, and you being in the thick of things despite being hit again with, all of the injuries and underperformance at various positions throughout the course of a season, and the bullpen just absolutely turning its back on you after it had, kind of looked like, boy, this thing's going to be awesome. And now, granted, that was killed by injuries as well, too, so I shouldn't really point to too much underperformance there, but to accomplish what they did with what little they had, he's got to go buy some pitching or make move for some pitching. And it's probably current Major League players. This is a huge offseason for Dana Brown. He could make you completely forget about James Click this year and beyond, or he could make you long for the days of James Click, I think.
And for all the reasons that you just laid out, it's why I'm not so much down on Dana Brown as much as I am still in wait-and-see mode. And if it turns out that it's not what you need or he's not the guy, then you look back on letting go of Click, going however months that was without a general manager, and then hiring a guy that eventually you find out is not the right general manager. It just makes you look at that whole process, and now we're a couple of years past it and question all of it. Now, again, I'm rooting for Dana Brown, and I'm not convinced or sold one way or another. I know we're supposed to have strong opinions on the radio, but I'm not strongly sold one way or another that he is or is not the guy. But for all the reasons that you just laid out, it is a huge year for Dana Brown.
Yeah, strong opinions. I'll retract something I just said. I don't think you'll ever long for James Click. I mean, long for what? Who was making the decisions here? I mean, the end of days for him was because, Jim Crane wanted somebody that was going to stand on a table and make the tough calls, make some brash decisions, right? And that's something that apparently James Click was not comfortable doing or able to do.
Well, he
with
was
Jim Crane's leering.
I think he was a little bit more measured and considered. Like Jim Crane is, got this alpha. Let's go get it, and James Clinton. So they had a difference of styles, I think, which is why that wasn't going to work.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'll be longing for that. Table, Tyler. I didn't say potato.
I swear you said potato. I was like, this man's standing on spuds.
Hey, man, you stand on a potato, man. That's a perfectly good potato, man. Bake that thing and eat it. Load it and eat it.
Oh, Lord almighty. Coming up next, how do we feel about the road ahead for the Texans? The path, wild card or division? Where are you feeling the most confidence? We'll discuss next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio couldn't have given a more glowing review of the job DeMeco's done so far, exclusively with Payne and Pendergast.
He's one of the best coaches in our league. The way he communicates, the way he relates to the players, he's very aware.
281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That doesn't creep into my mind at all about where the other AFC teams are, what their record is. It's still early in the season, right? A lot of teams had a lot of really good starts to the season, but we all know, and that's our focus, it's all about how you finish the season. It's all about how your team grows throughout the season. Just because you have a great start doesn't mean it's going to be a great finish. It's just continuing to work, control what you can control, and you truly focus on one game at a time. That's all that matters. Can't focus on what the other teams are doing, the outcome of their games. It really doesn't matter, right? It has nothing to do with how you go and play, how you go and prepare. You don't do anything different because other teams are where they are record-wise. It's truly focusing on us.
DeMeco Ryans from earlier today, his availability with the media, talking about how he's not concerned where other teams are, how they've started record-wise, the whole bit. He didn't have to admit, concern for that type of stuff, but
it's my decision.
It is. And you, sir, lead how you choose to lead. You swarm the hell out of that stuff, okay? But I'm just going to tell you right now.
Swarm the hell out of that
Swarm
stuff.
the hell out of it. I'm just going to tell you right now. This is what we talk about. This is what we talk about. As sports fans, we know, mathematically speaking, what an 0-3 start means to your fate, 88% of the time. It means your ass ain't making the playoffs, sir. Unless some anomalous, thing. Is that the right word?
Yeah, you got it.
Anomalous?
You said it.
I said that right?
Yeah, I said it so well that I'm not going to even try to repeat it. I know what it means.
I don't feel comfortable, but I'm going to roll right up plastic.
It's a little bit of a tongue twister, but you mean something that would be an anomaly. Right?
Very good. Yes.
I can't say it. So I'm so glad that you actually said it, but I know what it means.
Weird bleep needs to happen if you make the playoffs.
Anomalies.
Because the Colts, they suck. But in a good way. In a bad way for the Texans, they're 5-1, man. What a pain in the ass organization that is right now.
We don't like that.
No, I mean, any owner that is down on the sidelines wearing a headset, with a notepad and a pen, they ain't supposed to be overseeing a 5-1 overseeing an absolute dumpster fire. So I don't know what the hell's going on there right now, but the Colts are not going to make things easy on the Texans, B. Scott. Oh, and you got that dude doing his things that he's
That's his version of swarming the hell.
Swarm the hell out of that thing, man.
Nailing the hell out of him.
So check it out, man.
Hey, you got to make that a drop, man. Make sure you isolate that. Just swarm the hell out of that thing. We're going that will be making another appearance on the drive at some point in life.
Yeah, somewhere. I'm sure it will. Tell me how you feel about the Texans' path, though. I asked Clint yesterday, are you more confident in them being a wild card team coming out of the AFC South or them winning the division? Mind you, I thought it was a legitimate question because you still have 2 head-to-heads remaining, against the Colts, and in 1 head-to-head against the Jags, 2 teams that you're looking up at right now. And he said wild card, like without a shadow of a doubt, wild card.
Yeah, more confident. If that's the question, then wild card would have to be the answer. Like, I'm still hoping for the division, and I still think that that's well within reach. I think that should still be their goal and aspiration, like what they're shooting for should be to win the division. But if we're just going to answer that based off of where we are right now, the AFC South looks like one of the tougher divisions in football, if not the best in the AFC, and it looks like they could get at least two teams into the playoff. Yeah, as wild as it sounds and as wild as it seems to say, like you have a better chance of becoming what the Jags are right now, that being as opposed to, like, let's say, sweeping the division, including those 2 games against sweeping what's left of the division. Obviously, they've already lost a game to the Jaguars. But sweeping what's left of your division.
Say anomalous.
No, I can't.
I don't even think I said it again.
I can't even say sweeping, apparently.
You guys are killing it, man.
Man, they're definitely going to bring us back.
We have murdered the English language.
I mean, B-Scott.
Sweeping the division and what's left of the division schedule, like, what are the odds of that? Now, you can play well enough to catch the Jags, it seems like, but as much as I want them to win the division, that seems far less likely now, given how, well, first of all, they're behind Indianapolis, and Indianapolis is playing really good football.
Yeah.
That seems far less likely than, let's say, catching the Jags and staving off the rest of the mediocre AFC.
I looked at it from a couple different perspectives, and at least as things stand right now, the Texans' path to a wild card versus their path to division champions. You're still going to have to kind of hopscotch two teams to do that. You got to hop over two teams to get that third and final wild card spot, or you got to hop over two teams to win your division. I'd rather try like doing that via the division. If I believe in the Texans, based on what we've seen the last two games that they've played, maybe they're figuring things out. I already know that they have an elite defense. I can see that with my eyes. I am much more confident in being able to, beat the Colts in a head-to-head because I know that's what's in front of me. Whereas today, right now, I know the Broncos are in front of me. I know the Jags are in front of me. I know the Bills are in front of me. And I know the Kansas City Chiefs are in front of me. That's how I'm looking at it, is find the Texans. And a wealth of a number of other things can happen between now and, week 18, 19. That last game against the Colts, it's probably going to mean something, man. And I think you had that game circled on your calendar before the season even started, because that's just kind of the way things have gone for you the last couple of years. It's going to come down to the last weekend of the season. Because of the hole you dug yourself, if you're the Houston Texans, a division crown, like that should be the goal, sure. But I also think it's like the path of least resistance, because there's some element of you being able to still control your own destiny in those two head-to-heads with the Colts and one more left with the Jags. And, oh, by the way, just talking about the Colts, there's a 8-week stretch that the Texans are entering into starting Monday night when they take on the Seahawks. And I picked 8 weeks because at the end of 8 weeks, you'll have played the Kansas City Chiefs. Who knows what the hell that time, but that's a huge game for you because you've got 6 of those 8 games in the next 8 weeks against right now would-be playoff teams.
Obviously, we're going to see how the season plays out, but I think the question that you got to answer first before we can even get to this one, or what it seems like our answer to this question is based on, is how good are the Colts? What are the Colts exactly? Are they legitimate as they have appeared to be so far, or are they like what the texter here, from the 713 is saying? The Colts are frauds. Look at their wins. We still play them twice. If you believe the Colts are frauds, then I absolutely feel like you should be focused on the division. If the Colts worry you a little bit like they do me, then and you think that the AFC South is much better than people were giving it credit for, and if it is in fact the best team in the AFC, then I'm not so sure that it is the path of least resistance, as you said earlier.
In response to that texter, though, the Colts are frauds.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
If you don't believe in the Colts, I would ask you, sir, how do you believe in the Texans? If you don't believe in what you've seen from the Colts right now, like, oh, they haven't beaten any good teams. Well, you know what? Neither have the Texans. Neither have the Texans. They haven't beat good teams. They beat a team who just fired their head coach. They beat a team who is like 7th on the next coach to be fired, though that's stupid with John Harbaugh being on that list, in my opinion, anyway. But you beat a Ravens team that, yeah, they probably stink anyway right now, even with Lamar Jackson defensively, because they're giving up 30. I don't know. I think that would be a legitimate question that you need to think about, too. If you don't believe in the Colts, how much could you actually believe in the Texans at this point in time? Monday night, I think, will answer some of those questions for Houston Texan fans. We can continue to talk about it. We got one more segment left. We also got T-Mill's best bets. He's been on one. We'll see what he's got in store tonight for us. I have to imagine it's probably going to be some really bad college football or baseball related completely. We'll find out next.
The Drive Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans are at a fork in the road on this schedule. You're sitting at 2-3.
Watch the games, have some ice cold Flight by Yingling, $5 drafts, and root for your favorite team. We've got some great giveaways as well. It's Flight by Yingling College Football and Kirby Ice House in the Heights.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. Sean Bijani, B. Scott, T-Mill in for the fellers. Reminder, coming up at the top of the hour, Texans All Access. They'll be live from 6 until 8 here on Sports Radio 610 with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. And right off the top, man, they're going to be sitting down with Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. So do not miss that sit-down convo leading into, biggest game of the season. That's just the next one for the Texans. Monday nighter coming up against the Seattle Seahawks. And then later on this evening, no Area 45 tonight, not just because I'm here and I won't be there, but because we've got a soccer match that we're broadcasting for. Soccer coverage will begin right on the heels of Texans All Access at 8 o'clock. U.S. men's squad will take on Australia in a friendly. You'll be able to listen to that here on Sports Radio 610. Whatever a friendly
It sounded
is.
great to me. I don't know.
You got to sell it, but I'm not going to lie to you. I have no freaking clue what a damn friendly is.
Dude, Reginald Atatula right now in the loop is screaming at the radio.
Punching his radio.
I am expecting the group text to come any minute now about how dare we not know what a friendly is. But
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Sorry, Rich. You ain't gonna be able to raw dog this friendly.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't have an
Whatever the
idea.
hell that means.
Do you know what a friendly is?
But I know that we friendly.
Yeah, there you go.
I know that we good.
I know damn straight. Tyler don't know.
Yeah,
what
I'm good with T-Mill. I'm good with Sean
Most raw dogging
Bijani.
is friendly.
Yeah, man.
Okay. This is why I just can't with soccer, bro.
It looks like everybody's having a great time, though, right? Like that sound that Tyler's back there making, it feels like a good time.
It is a good time.
It'd be good for us to commit some of the terms to memory. Bad job by us.
Till they start riding and the field's on fire and stuff.
So from Team USA friendlies against continents in a far, far away portion of the earth to meaningless preseason basketball. I do have the starting lineup for you tonight. The Rockets are doing the double big thing, according to Daniel Lerner, who's in New Orleans covering the team tonight for the Chronicle. Amen Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, Alperen Sengun, and starting five for the Houston Rockets.
I'm good with it. I like me some double big. Let's go.
Yeah, well, here's the only thing I want to see. I want to see more of what I saw the last time the Rockets played. Kevin Durant starting tonight. I want to see him, get 10, 12 minutes in the first half, sit, and then come back up. Do that up-down thing, get you about 5-7 minutes in the third quarter, and call it a night, big fella. Go ice your knees and get ready for the regular season.
I think this is also a good opportunity for, at least from a fan standpoint, for people who are intrigued by the double big lineup as perhaps being something that they consider as their starting lineup going forward. Like, you'll get a look at it and see what that looks like, and maybe even for the Rockets themselves, when you talk about a self-scout, the double big was something that they found during the season, late in the season, and I don't think it's something that they anticipated being a part of their identity, and by the time we got to the end of the playoffs, it certainly was. And so let's see if they, by experimenting with this early, if they find something early on that they are able to latch onto.
Matchup by matchup basis. I would choose that versus like, hey, this is who we are. This is what we're rolling out with, for as much of 82 as we possibly can. Number one thing I'll be looking at is, let's look at Amen Thompson. You came on with us the last time the Rockets played, and you were talking about like some positives, negatives from Amen Thompson, running the point and things like that. And you were a little bit uncomfortable with his the timeout, right?
Yeah, and it's nitpicky because, of course, they won the game, and Kevin Durant was amazing, and Amen Thompson, to his credit, was overall amazing. Like, he was impacted in a very Amen Thompson kind of way. was all over the stat sheet, was all over the court, right? Like offensively, defensively, he was getting to the rim. He had a corner three. That's another thing I want to see more of, not just from Amen Thompson, but from the Rockets in general. And they've talked about this, wanting to take more advantage of the corner three. They got a perfect candidate for that in Jabari Smith Jr. As a way to utilize him. But if there was one thing about Amen Thompson's game that I do want to see tighten up, given how much they're going to rely on him, how much he's going to have the basketball in his hand, how much decision-making he's going to be doing, it's to tighten up that handle just a little bit. Now, he only had one turnover in that game that we're talking about.
Yeah.
He had 4 in the preseason opener. But there are times when I would say both his ball handling and then the team overall, their passing was a little bit lackadaisical, which you could attribute to the preseason, just as you could attribute their overall team defense being a bit lackadaisical. You could attribute that to the preseason and them just kind of getting their feet wet and getting their legs under them and all of that kind of stuff. But I do want to see some of that tighten up by the time we watch them debut against the Oklahoma City Thunder a week from now.
Yeah, well, you got a preseason game tonight and then one more in a couple of days, and then it's game on. 1 week from the way you mentioned preseason. According to a texter from the 346, a friendly in soccer is basically a preseason game. It's just to get live experience. That was from Axe. Appreciate you, Axe.
I knew that.
All right. Well, I learned something today. So there's that. Oh, also, shout out to Nick Casario, not just a friend of Payne and Pendergast, who comes on pretty regularly with those guys and sometimes even in studio. But he texts the drive, I think, during the break, in reference to our Texan conversation last segment and, what lies ahead of them for the Texans in their path to the playoffs. He says, dude, our focus is on Seattle now, period. I have to believe that's got to be from Nick.
Excuse us for daring to have a conversation.
I mean, it's either Nick, Cal, or Hannah.
You guys at 6'10" to talk about on the radio.
Pendergast and Payne. So appreciate you, Nick, for listening, man. Or Cal or Hannah. Thank you very, very much. All right, time now for T-Mill's Best Bets. T-Mill, you got a little soccer action tonight? You got some friendly action for us?
Hell no.
How you rolling?
I do not know much about 2 of the sports, and that would be the old soccer and the old ice hockey. Won't ever be guiding you to bets there. But I do have 4 more best bets for you tonight on a Tuesday in this NLCS game tonight between the Dodgers and Brewers. And we're 15 for our last 16. I'm not even going to hoop and holler about it. I'm just kicking ass, and if you want money in your pocket, you need to tell these picks. Here's NLCS action tonight. Dodgers and Brewers in Milwaukee. First bet, I'm on the over in the first 5 innings. Over 3.5 runs, I believe, will be scored in the first 5 innings of this game tonight.
Ooh.
Next, same number, different bet. I'm on over 3.5 runs, but just for the Brewers squad, just for the Milwaukee Brewers tonight with the bats in their hands, over 3.5 runs for Milwaukee against the Dodgers tonight. Then I got the Brewers +1. They are not favored in this matchup. I got +1 at great odds, -130. And then lastly, your 4th best bet is a player prop. It is the guy starting on the mound for the Milwaukee Brewers, Freddie Peralta. I'm on over 14.5 pitching outs for him tonight. He's got to get 15 outs, and that puts money in your pocket. And if it goes like it's been going with these best bets, that's going to happen. So those are your 4 best bets, boys. Do you love any of them?
I do not love the over 3.5 in the first 5 innings. I do not love the over 3.5 for the Brewers alone.
Yeah, I'm with you on those. I don't.
Well,
here's the reason why.
Damn it.
Peralta's out sounds pretty good, but the other 2 are...
Yoshinobu Yamamoto for the Dodgers. He's given up a total of 3 earned runs his last 1, 2, 3, 4 outings.
Which is why tonight he will give up more.
Prior to that, he gave up 1 earned run in 7 innings, 1 earned run in 8 2/3, 1 earned run in 7 innings, 2 earned runs in 6 innings, 3 earned runs in 7 innings. That's a
law of averages.
Saying that's a bold.
And some other research I've done that's secret. But If you don't want the money, Bijani, that's fine. That's fine.
If we want the secret, call 1-888.
Hey, look, I'm
T-Mill's best bets.
I'm rooting for 188 T-Mill's best bets. I'm rooting for everybody that tags along on T-Mill's best bets. I'm rooting for all of your pocketbooks, man. I truly am. And I'm rooting against the Dodgers in all ways.
Hell yeah.
But I do see this being a little bit similar to the game that we just watched previously, being a little bit of a struggle in terms of run production. So, yeah. I mean, but
I won a lot of money on that game, too.
Between Yamamoto and Peralta, those are two really good pitchers out there for both the Dodgers and the Brewers. So I got a tough time seeing that one, but